a blockchain. You have 100,000 computers, you send your transaction, all 100,000 computers verify it. Sharding. Send your transaction, the system randomly chooses 1,000 computers. Out of 100,000 computers, those 1,000 computers verify it, and the transaction gets accepted. So instead of all 100,000 computers verifying, only 1,000 computers verifying. When you have lots of transactions being accepted into the system, every single computer in the network, on average, is only going to have to verify like maybe 1% of all the activity. You can actually crank up the efficiency even higher. Eventually, you could say every computer doesn't even have to verify 1%, every computer maybe only has to verify 0.1%. Think of how BitTorrent works, right? BitTorrent is also like a highly distributed network. If you want to download the really popular movies, you generally can. But on BitTorrent, you don't literally have every computer download every movie, because that's totally crazy. On average, the movies are going to have a few hundred seaters, maybe a few thousand seaters. So that number is big enough that you have the redundancy and you can generally get the content that you want, but it's not so redundant that it just becomes crazy inefficient. The question is, can you create a network that works the way that BitTorrent works from the point of view of data distribution and efficiency, but create something that still has the same verification properties that blockchains do? That is what sharding does. One of the weaknesses of sharding is that it is more technically complicated. You have to actually do the work to figure out what exactly are the rules by which these transactions get split apart between the nodes. How do you make them all talk to each other? How do you do this distributed verification? The approach that is simpler from a protocol perspective is to just say, we're going to require every node in this network to be really powerful. So instead of a laptop being able to be a node, would require every node to be almost a supercomputer. If you do that, then you can make blockchains that still work the way that they work today, but they can process more transactions. Maybe instead of being able to process 50 a second, they might be able to process 1,000 a second or 5,000 a second. The weakness of this approach, and the reason why Ethereum is not taking this approach, is that it leads to more centralization, right? The number of people who can actually verify what's going on decreases. The number of people who need to collude to try to push through some change to the protocol that the users might not want becomes much smaller. It's still much more decentralized than Facebook, but it becomes much less decentralized than it could be. And maybe in some cases that's the right approach. If you want to make like a decentralized video game, you want it to be decentralized, but it's not the sort of thing where if it gets captured, people lose hundreds of millions of dollars, then maybe this more centralized approach is actually totally fine. There is this whole spectrum of applications in the middle where it's fine. But if you want something that's high assurance, then you do want to break the decentralization up closer to the maximum. And the current Ethereum does provide that. It does provide this very high level of decentralization and high level of verifiability, but at the expense of scaling. So what we're trying to do with sharding is we're trying to say, can you provide this high level of decentralization and high level of verifiability and still have a high level of scaling at the same time?
I want to probe a little bit further on this decentralization question. A lot of folks who are coming into crypto, especially if they don't have a lot of experience, they notice that decentralization is important. It's hard to end up in crypto without believing that decentralization matters to some degree. But the question is, why here? You show up and there's a cultural slider about how much decentralization is the right amount. And Ethereum is like, you have to be able to verify Ethereum on a laptop. And the question is, why a laptop?
The larger the number of users that are verifying by default, the more secure a blockchain is. Because in the extreme, if nobody verifies by default except 10 different staking pools, then all that you need to try to force a change to the rules that the users might not like is 10 staking pools to come together and agree on it. But if, on the other hand, you have 10,000 users where the way that those users interact with the chain by default is they verify it locally and they accept blocks if they see those blocks as being valid, if someone wants to try to push some change to the rules, they actually have to go to the users and they have to convince the entire set of users to go along with it. That's a much higher bar.
Let's say that I'm Solana. Solana is a super high throughput blockchain, has much higher hardware requirements than what Ethereum has. If I were a Solana proponent, I might say, well, Ethereum has 5,000 some odd nodes, something in that ballpark. Solana might have, let's say for the sake of argument, 1/10 the number of nodes. To actually get everybody in Solana to somehow fail to notice that there's been some fundamental failure or safety violation in Solana would be very difficult. Yes, it's 1/10 the number of nodes in Ethereum, but Ethereum just has some number of nodes, Solana has some number of nodes. They're all pretty large, and they're all large enough communities that they would notice if something were to go wrong. What is your counter argument to the Solana advocate who says, look, it's consumer hardware, it's expensive consumer hardware, but it's still consumer hardware, and it's somebody who's sufficiently motivated can still go out and verify Solana transactions?
The way that I think about this is it's not just about what is the level of technical capability of running a node. It's once it gets to the point where running a node is so easy that people are comfortable doing it by default, right? If running a node is hard but possible, that there just is this constant pressure to try to save time and point yourself to another node. Potentially, even some of the people participating in the proof of stake consensus are going to start pointing to the same node. I think that actually happened in EOS a couple of years back. Right now, doesn't the Solana Foundation even have to explicitly do a whole bunch of work to actively encourage people to run nodes?
All these new layer ones have a lot of subsidies that go out to most of the node providers.
Right, so the question is, when the subsidies disappear, is the network still going to work that way? There's actually two aspects to this. One aspect is the technical feasibility, and technical feasibility is running a node easy enough that people are going to keep doing it as a hobby. Even with Ethereum, there's a lot that we could do to make running a node even easier than it is today, and a lot of the scaling things that we're doing and a lot of the protocol changes that we're doing over the next couple of years are trying to be in that direction. For example, there's this feature called stateless clients. The goal of stateless clients is that it becomes possible to verify the chain without having more than a very tiny amount of information on your hard drive. Right now, an Ethereum node, it takes up half my hard drive. After stateless clients, it's not going to take up any of my hard drive. Bitcoin is in a very good place already. From a node running ease point of view, Bitcoin is in a better place than Ethereum, but Bitcoin does obviously sacrifice by having significantly lower throughput than Ethereum does. So technical feasibility is one aspect. Another important aspect is culture. People need to feel like it is this very ingrained responsibility that there's lots of this very independent verification going on. And that's something that is difficult to cultivate. It is one of those things where if you lose it, it is fairly difficult to try to get it back. And I do think Bitcoin has that. I do think that in Ethereum, with the staking culture, it's actually been improving recently, and I want it to keep improving. But it is the sort of thing that needs to be highly valued. The two things play into each other. If you have a culture that values running nodes, then you have a culture that's going to value making protocol changes to make it easier to run a node. And if it's possible to run a node, just technically speaking, then it's more likely that you're going to have that kind of culture. People sometimes ask us, hey, why not crank up the parameters by a factor of 5, and why not require people to have 10 terabyte hard drives? And a lot of people in Ethereum core developments are actively resisting this. So I think it's only Ethereum and Bitcoin almost that have cultures that are willing to actively make sacrifices for decentralization to that same extent.
I've always taken the point of view that the most decentralized coins will win in the end, because the whole point of blockchains is decentralization, otherwise you wouldn't need them in the first place. That said, it does seem that every wave that happens in crypto where new users come in and there's a boom in a bull market, the new users tend to go for a minimum viable decentralization. They don't care about decentralization until the bogeyman shows up and starts stomping them out of existence. Even decentralized finance, a lot of these are decentralized in name only. They're running centralized front ends, the teams are in well-known locations, they're probably failing the Howey test on some level or another, and we're going to find out just how far governments are going to go to test the decentralization metric. But privacy is the same. People don't value privacy until somebody goes to jail over it, and then they're like, oh wait, I want privacy, or someone gets deplatformed. Right now we're in a bull market phase, and when the risks aren't as high, people sort of ignore decentralization and privacy. But after a couple of incidents, you will see people start paying attention to decentralization and privacy. And at some level, the OGs know this, because the most money is still locked up in Bitcoin. And some of that is momentum, but some of that is also security. You can put money into Bitcoin, you can forget about it for a long time. I'm not convinced you can do that in a lot of the other protocols that are not completely decentralized. Privacy, everyone just seems to be ignoring for now.
But, well, Tornado Cash exists.
Do you see Tornado Cash and Ethereum staying at a separate layer or separate application, or do you ever see it being folded into Ethereum at a core level?
Realistically, it'll stay at a separate layer because Ethereum's philosophy in general is to try to be simple at the base and for a lot of the extra features to be something that gets built on top. There's a lot of other blockchains that take different philosophies once again, and EOS, their default wallet type, has social recovery in it or something like that.
Oh, you gotta update your references.
I feel dirty just talking about that chain. We should get into social recovery. Social recovery is a really interesting concept. The basic idea is that your wallet, because now you have to be your own bank if you really want to be a crypto head. It's scary. So some of us have to trust third-party custodians, but then you're back into normal banking. So if you want to maintain it yourself, then social recovery wallets are where you can share your wallet with your friends or family or other trusted people, so that when you need to recover it, it takes 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 5 or whatever keys. And Bitcoin has native support for this. ETH now has products like Gnosis Safe and others that lend support to this. So the wallets are getting better, the security is getting better. We didn't talk about the whole ETH ecosystem, which is interesting. We were talking about scalability. The point I got was that ETH is a decentralization culture. It's going to go for decentralization first, which actually makes it attractive for high-value applications like decentralized finance. If you're trading a $10,000 trade, you'll pay the $50 in fees for the security. By the way, one thing that we didn't talk about is that a blockchain runs a market for block space. There's limited block space because there's limited computing power. So you're always participating in auction and you're paying to get your execution of your application included in the current run of blockchain. And so to do that, you're buying block space, and Ethereum block space has gotten quite expensive. So things like sharding and adding these things called rollups in layer 2, which we haven't talked about, these are ways of creating more block space, bringing down the cost of blocks. But even if Ethereum stays very expensive, then the high value applications will stay on Ethereum. Those people will just pay more. If you're building Wall Street, you want rule of law, you want equal protection of the law, you want property rights, so you pay for that. Whereas if you're just building a game and you're trading magic axes and swords and they're worth a couple of dollars each, maybe you just go to a blockchain that doesn't value decentralization as much. So perhaps the applications break down that way. But one of the things we haven't talked about is this incredible ecosystem of all these people building on it and around it. And my personal view is that ETH got saved. If you look at Bitcoin, there's not been a lot of innovation in Bitcoin. Sure, the core developers have done some good work. But now the meme in Bitcoin is, no, we don't change anything because we're trying to be the reserve currency here. We're trying to be digital gold. So we don't want to change anything. Everything is fixed. Immaculate conception. It was mostly right at the beginning. We did a few tweaks. It's good to go. We'll fix a few little things. But you can rely on this because it doesn't need to change. It already does the job and it does it well. And I kind of buy that argument, but I don't buy the maximalist argument that is the end goal of all blockchains. There are other blockchain things you can do. And in ETH, we're doing a lot more than just that. But even there, I noticed that there's an incentive mechanism on coins. You create a blockchain, you create these coins to regulate access to the network. Now, in a theory, you reward the people who are doing the hard work around the blockchain. So you reward the miners who are securing the blockchain, or the stakers who are securing the blockchain. And it's been hard to reward the developers. I know Zcash had a founder's reward, which was controversial. Satoshi has 5% of the Bitcoin blockchain. The Zcash founder's reward is like 10% of the blockchain. Some of the modern blockchains, 70, 80, 90, 99% is going to the initial team of investors in the VC chains. So how do you incent people to build on somebody else's blockchain? Because the incentive is becoming, well, that's a great blockchain you got there. It's open source. Let me fork it. Let me make a copy of it and run it myself. Or I've seen game developers who are saying, I don't need Solana level security. I'll just fork an existing blockchain and just make it my own. And my own users who are running the game will also run the blockchain. So the incentives aren't there for developers to build on somebody else's blockchain. I got in trouble for saying this in 2017, but I still stand by it. There's a free rider effect on blockchains. There's a strong incentive to fork a chain and build your own rather than to build on an existing chain. There's a couple of brilliant things that maybe by accident, maybe deliberately happened on ETH that have allowed an ecosystem of innovation on ETH. There's ERC20, which is people are building their own tokens, and then there's these roll-ups and layers where people are building on top of ETH, and in theory, they're going to issue their own token. So I would argue that the one place where the ETH innovation has been the slowest, and maybe because it's technically the hardest, has been at your own layer. It's been at layer 1, where the ETH Foundation is working, where the sharding is supposed to take place, and where ETH2 is supposed to get built. That's where the schedule has been the furthest behind, whereas on rollups on layer 2, things are moving very, very fast. On ERC20, other assets built on top of ETH, things are moving very, very fast. And I wonder if it's just as simple as incentives. Have you thought about how do I incent the people working at layer 1 to move fast? Maybe if they got their own token somehow?
The Ethereum Foundation does have like a bunch of ETH, and it uses ETH to pay people working on layer 1. A few months ago, we announced a client developer reward where basically every one of the teams that's building a piece of software that understands and talks to the Ethereum protocol and can run a node he gets some amount of ETH that was in the form of ETH that's locked up in the proof of stake system that is not fully connected to the rest of Ethereum yet. So Ethereum has to have fully switched over to proof of stake in order for them to be able to withdraw that money. So that kind of incentive exists. It's not even so much about incentives. The application layer in the layer 2 has been faster because building at those layers is permissionless. You don't have to coordinate with anyone to build a layer 2. You don't have to coordinate with anyone to build an application. Whereas if he wants to change the Ethereum protocol, that's one of the most permissioned things out there. You have to just get lots of people to agree, you have to get an entire community to buy into a protocol change for the Ethereum layer 1.
Here's an interesting question. Imagine we froze layer 1 today. You could make small changes like the Bitcoin folks do, but you couldn't make big changes. But the layer 2 people continue innovating permissionlessly. They keep building all their rollups and all associated technologies. But you're still on proof of work. You're still not sharded at layer 1. Could ETH still work? Could layer 2 carry it along for a while?
It could. I don't think people would be happy about it because people in Ethereum do love proof of stake and want to get over to it quickly. Just to give some concrete numbers, today Ethereum is on average do about 15 to 20 transactions a second. But if we just moved to layer 2s, then we could go up to about 5,000 transactions a second. You keep the same blockchain, but instead of using the blockchain directly, you use these extra protocols that package up the information and use the blockchain in different ways so that you're still doing the same stuff, you're still getting the same security guarantees, but you're using the blockchain more efficiently, there's more compression, and more of the computation is being done off-chain through other protocols. So there is 100x improvements that can happen with layer 2s done well that has not happened yet. Now, layer 2s as they exist today, they're very far from perfect. Instead of 100x gain, it might only be 10x gain or even a bit less at the moment. But overall, technology is improving. All of these things are improving. So if layer 1 did not change, if all we could do was just more layer 2s, we could get up to 5,000 transactions a second, that would definitely be a pretty good Ethereum already.
That layer 2 execution is code. What about the data? Does the data still have to stay on the layer 1 blockchain?
The way that rollups work is that they do the code execution off-chain. So there are these cryptographic protocols where the execution gets done off-chain and then verified on-chain. And the verifying is much faster than the original computation. And then the data has to be on-chain, but the data can be on-chain in a very compressed form. Instead of putting transactions on-chain, you put like a zip file of the transactions on-chain. It's like doing a data for computation trade-off. You have less data, but you have to do more computation, but we're okay with doing more computation because we can do more computation really efficiently off-chain. If you do a roll-up super efficiently, then you only need to put about 16 bytes on-chain per transaction. Today, on average, transactions are like 100 to 200 bytes. So 16 bytes on-chain, and then decompression, verification, computation happens off-chain, everything happens off-chain except for this tiny amount of data. That's where the efficiency comes from.
Hasib, you and your team recently did an analysis where you tried to look at the actual throughput on these different smart contract chains, but you didn't do the decentralization part yet. So obviously ETH looks the worst because it's the most decentralized. Let's also talk about how much of that is because it's legacy and how much of it is because it just chose to be the most decentralized.
To Vitalik's point, usually when people benchmark blockchains, they tend to choose benchmarks that make them look good, that produce big numbers, and the most obvious way to do that is to just benchmark transfers. Especially with a lot of these newer blockchains, they tend to benchmark transfers that are done in a testnet or done in a devnet environment, where you can always get crazy, gigantic numbers that aren't reflective of reality. We'd seen so many ridiculous claims being thrown around about what kinds of throughput blockchains could do, that we thought, okay, why don't we develop a clearly objective benchmark as a way to verify what can these blockchains do when you compare them apples to apples in terms of a common type of transaction that all blockchains do. And the most common one, which is how almost all trading happens today in blockchains, is a Uniswap style AMM trade. AMM, automated market maker. It's a very simple mathematical way to trade two atoms. Most of these you can just simulate by looking at the gas limit and looking at the block time, and you don't need to do a whole lot. Others of them you have to verify empirically, because the way that gas is computed doesn't tell you enough to verify whether the blockchain could actually hit that in production. So what we found is that Ethereum can do about 10 trades per second, Celo can do about 25, AVAX can do about 30, but it has much higher ceiling, Polygon can do about 50, and Binance Smart Chain can do about 200. And then Solana, which famously claims that it can do in the thousands to tens of thousands of transactions per second, Solana can do about 280. But part of the reason why Ethereum performance is where it is to Vitalik's point earlier, that Ethereum has enshrined a certain level of decentralization. This is important as a norm, as an institution, that we make sure that Ethereum is accessible to anybody on a laptop. And most of these newer blockchains haven't chosen that. They choose different points on the decentralization performance spectrum. And my view is that it's totally sensible to have blockchains that choose a different point on that trade-off curve. It's really important to have Ethereum and to have Bitcoin, which go all the way to the left. But it's sensible that some people should have blockchains that are tuned for different trade-offs. But within tuning to a different trade-off, you better get really high performance if you're going to be not very centralized. My point is that if you're going to make that big trade-off, you better be getting a lot of bang for the buck when you're doing it.
Not only that, but I think the high value applications are going to end up on Bitcoin and Ethereum in that case. And the highest value application is just money. I'm curious, Vitalik, if you think longer term, money is a use case of ETH. Is ETH the token and ETH the coin price a byproduct of something you need to run the network? Or is it itself a core value that ETH should be a store of value and should be a place where people can put their money in and forget about it for 10 years?
Ultimately, that's a question for the community to decide, and I think over time the community is more and more deciding, yes, ETH is an important asset, and you can use ETH as a store of value, you can use ETH as a money, you can use ETH to make transactions, because ultimately it is a cryptocurrency. It's a cryptocurrency whose value is in some ways supported and backed by all of the activity that's happening on the Ethereum chain. With EIP 1559, like a big portion of the transaction fee from every transaction, which is paid in ETH, has to get burned. Once we have proof of stake, it's projected that we'll even have negative issuance. So ETH is sort of positioned to be fairly unique in that way, but to me it's not an either or. ETH, the asset, and Ethereum, the application layer ecosystem, are synergistic with each other. The stronger the application layer ecosystem is, the stronger ETH is, and the stronger ETH is as an asset, the stronger the application layer ecosystem.
People often compare Bitcoin to gold or to the dollar as a store of value, but the biggest stores of value in the world are not Bitcoin and gold. They're factories, stocks, houses, real estate, actual productive assets. Oil is another one, commodities, etc. People store value in all kinds of weird places, art, NFTs. So it's absolutely possible that there will be multiple stores of value. If anything, what's more decentralized than having dozens of viable coins that you can store in, running thousands or tens of thousands or millions of assets that you can store in? That's true decentralization. So you don't have a point of view on it. You're just like whatever the community wants that makes the network run. But isn't there tension between trying to be welcoming to newcomers and new applications and highly scalable and letting everyone use your network and constantly innovating and changing and trying new things versus preserving the value for the people who are already there and preserving the value that's already been built? There's an inherent tension there.
There's definitely some tension. One of the big benefits of the Ethereum ecosystem, the layer 2 aspects to it, the pluralist aspects, the way in which the ecosystem has many sub-ecosystems, is that it is in many cases able to satisfy both. But if all you want to do is you want to have your ETH and you want to hold your ETH, then you can do that. And there's even some Ethereum applications that value stability almost as much as Ethereum itself does. MakerDAO might be one good example there, Rye might be another good example there, some of the algorithmic stablecoins. But then if you want to go and do wild crazy stuff, then Ethereum lets you do wild crazy stuff too. And if you need more scalability to do wild crazy stuff, then you can go do the wild crazy stuff on a rollup. So Ethereum as an ecosystem does try hard to have a place for many different kinds of participants in that way, which is definitely something that's hard to accomplish. A lot of the other blockchains, either you're just the digital rock or you're just the platform, but there isn't the digital rock that keeps the whole thing solid. In Ethereum, we do value solving the problem of both having the ecosystem that can do a lot of stuff and having the digital rock in the middle to keep it solid. Whether or not we'll succeed is, of course, up to the next decade of world history to decide. So, wow, at this point, my brain is rewired and I'm just not meant to stay in one place. The nomading is probably never going to end. It was liberating, realizing that I'm off the standard track for good, and I'm fine with that.
I got one last question which will be useful for my audience. A lot of people who listen to these kinds of podcasts, they're just trying to be the best version of themselves, whether it's the happiest or the most successful or the healthiest or the fittest. And I'm wondering if you have any philosophy that helps you make decisions that you think contributed to where you are today. conscious philosophy where you're like, should I put time into my own education or should I travel or what have you? Is there any advice you would have for a young person who's sort of going down the standard track? The standard track is I went to high school, I go to college, I get a degree, then I go get a job, blah, blah, blah. Is there any advice you would give them given where the world is today and what you have learned?
Strive to be a better person at the end of every week than you were at the beginning of it. What better means can be very different. It could mean learn something. It could mean exercise and get better at running than you were before. It could mean improving your ability to interact positively with other people. It could mean try something new, visit a country that you haven't visited before, and add some experience. Live every week so you don't feel like at the end of the week you wasted it. Keep on moving forward and you'll be fine.
Don't live life on autopilot. Haseeb, you got any closing questions or remarks or thoughts?
I know that I'm not alone in saying that the crypto world owes you an enormous debt in having moved it forward. There's a great man theory of history that feels more and more outdated over time, but you're one of the few examples of a living person who has massively and single-handedly moved forward history. And I know it probably is difficult for you to have the sense of everything that Ethereum has done in the world and feel it, but I can tell you that all of us owe an enormous amount of what we're doing with our lives to what you started.
I would echo that by saying it's what's remarkable how young you are. And you're already a multi-act person because you contributed significantly to telling people about Bitcoin. You contributed, obviously, by creating ETH. And then you've also contributed through the creation of Uniswap and AMMs and now pushing social recovery wallets and privacy and so on. You have a multi-act career in front of you, and I look forward to seeing the future acts. As you were talking about improve every week, that's compound interest. And compound interest is a function of the number of iterations, not time. So as you keep iterating and iterating, I'm curious to see the Vitalik that comes out the other side, the huge, huge impact that he has. And honestly, for someone like you, politics is a waste of time. And yes, you have to engage in it because you have to coordinate people. But I'm sure at some point you're going to have some great idea. And this time, instead of having to create it yourself against all odds, you'll be able to recruit a great team and finance them and shepherd them into building something as impactful in a parallel domain. So looking forward to that. I know you do a lot of these. We tried to make it a little different, keep it a little more high level, keep it a little more timeless. You're tireless on the podcast circuit, so thanks again, and hope to be helpful to you and the Ethereum community. If you're good at writing books, get on writing books. If you're good at speaking, go to conferences. If you're good at talking, do a pod. All right, welcome everybody back to the podcast. We have with us Haseeb Qureshi, who's a partner at Dragonfly. Haseeb and I used to work together back when I was more active in crypto land. And Vitalik is, of course, a polymath and genius, although he may bristle at that description, who created Ethereum, which was the first smart contract blockchain to gain any volume and change the face of blockchain computing as we know it. Haseeb, do you want to give us a quick one-paragraph background on yourself?
So I'm a software engineer by background. I'm now an investor. I run Dragonfly Capital, which is a global crypto fund. We only invest into crypto, and I've been doing this for a little bit over 4 years now. It's funny because when I first got into crypto, I remember I was actually at IC3, this academic crypto conference. I just left my job at Airbnb as a software engineer, and I met Vitalik for the first time, and I asked you, what do you think is the most important problem to solve in crypto? At the time, your answer was something about wallets. Then you were like, I think it's important to build more wallets. And at that time, I had a vague understanding of what that meant to build wallets. But that was what triggered my dive down the rabbit hole of Ethereum. And I remember in the very early days, when I was first really diving deep into crypto, I remember coming away with a very strong feeling after that IC3 conference that Bitcoin was going to die. And the reason why I thought Bitcoin was going to die is I was like, look at the obvious massive delta in the intellectual energy and character of what's going on in the Ethereum world, which is everything that I saw at IC3, versus what I saw in the Bitcoin world, which was a whole lot of religious anger and fervor and not a whole lot of innovation. And I turned out to have a very simplistic understanding at that time, but that was how I first got into crypto full time, through that small interaction that you and I had back then.
And you also have a background as a poker player, if I remember correctly.
That is also correct. In a former life, before I got into the technology world, I used to be a professional poker player for about 5 years.
There's a strangely large number of us who were either in Magic the Gathering or in poker before we got into crypto.
Or World of Warcraft.
Maybe it's just geeks and gamers.
I do think it's bigger than that. I had this theory that you and I have talked about before. Every generation, there is some hustle that if you're really smart, very aggressive in looking for edges and not afraid of looking weird, there are ways to get ahead early or to make a lot of money in a way that's not obvious to most people and is maybe even slightly subversive. the kind of thing your parents would raise their eyebrows if you were spending a lot of time on. In my day, that was poker. There's a time when it became fantasy sports, it became crypto, then it became DeFi and liquidity mining, then it became NFT trading. 2 years from now, there will be something else when NFTs are very professionalized and there's not that much alpha to be made trading NFTs. There'll be something else that young, really hungry people who are not afraid of looking dumb are going to be doing to make a lot of money.
Vitalik, you want to give us a quick background?
Born in Russia, moved to Canada when he was 6. At the time, I had already been doing a lot of math, a lot of programming, and I had been halfway through high school. And I came upon this interesting Bitcoin thing. It fascinated me immediately because of how it combines together all of my interests at the time. Bitcoin has the mathematical aspects, it has the cryptography, it has the computer science, the code, it's all open source software. I had been very into open source software at the time. And then also there's these economic and political aspects. I had been following Austrian economics a little already, and then Bitcoin just hit all of those buttons. I started trying my best to join the Bitcoin community. I started scouring through the Bitcoin forums, looking for jobs that would pay me in Bitcoin, because I figured the point of Bitcoin is that you're supposed to earn it. I found someone willing to pay me 5 Bitcoins, which back then was $4 per article, to write articles for his blog. I did this for a few months, then eventually a poker player from Romania named Mihail Isia reached out to me and said that he was starting a Bitcoin magazine and wanted me to be the first writer. I immediately agreed, and I became the first writer for Bitcoin magazine. I kept doing that for about 2 weeks, started doing more and more Bitcoin-related writing, learning about Bitcoin, eventually more programming-related projects. Did some work for a colored coins library called Bitcoin X, and started getting deeper and deeper into the space. Then in mid-2013, I decided that I would go on this Bitcoin trip, take half a year off of university, and go around the world, visit all of the Bitcoin communities I could, understand the communities, see what everyone is up to. Eventually, after a few months of this, I came upon these people that were trying to take the blockchain and extend it to do things other than cryptocurrency. So there was this project called Covered Coins that had existed for a long time, which was trying to use the blockchain as this database layer to issue other kinds of assets on top. So you could issue shares on the blockchain, you could issue digital dollars on the blockchain. And there was a project called Mastercoin that was trying to extend that even further to create a full financial system, do what we call DeFi today, but this very early version of that. And after I spent enough time in these circles, I eventually had my own idea for how to create a more general purpose version of all of these ideas. Instead of a blockchain for one application, a blockchain that you can build any application on top of. And that's where Ethereum came from.
So Ethereum is a blockchain on which you can build any application, and Bitcoin is obviously limited to trying to be new money or a new reserve currency, or nowadays some people say digital gold. So you were the original creator along with a team who coded it up and you released it. How old were you when you did that?
19.
And how long had you been in computers at that point? When did you first start programming?
I think I started programming when I was around 10 or so.
And were you mostly self-taught, or did you go to school for this? What's the secret here, besides the obvious genetics?
I just grew up programming video games for myself to play.
Yeah.
So I would make a video game, play it until I got tired, then make another video game, and then play it until I got tired. And that's pretty much how I learned all the way up until high school.
Did your parents do anything, or did the environment do anything uniquely to foster your development in programming?
My parents did buy me a lot of programming books. They did find some programming classes for me and some math classes as well. So they were definitely very supportive.
And were you in the gifted program, or just the normal public school system, or private school?
I was in the gifted program or the public school up until grade 8. And then for high school, my parents moved me over to a private school. And I found the private school to be a much better experience.
Were most of your collaboration colleagues met online, or was there a physical place that you were at where they were all hanging out and you stumbled into them?
Pretty much entirely online. The Bitcoin world lived on a forum. Unless you were in one of the major cities, like New York or San Francisco, or that had a community which started almost from the beginning. So Bitcoin Magazine was a fully remote company from day one. Bitcoin Weekly, the blog before Bitcoin Magazine, also fully remote from day one.
And to this day, most of your collaborators, you're pretty much spread out all over the world, isn't that correct?
Pretty much, yeah.
So Ethereum came out to the world in 2014, I think, if I remember correctly. You'd been developing it for a few years before that. There was a public sale, a lot of people got involved. And then 2017, there was a boom around people building assets on top of Ethereum, different kinds of coins, and then, of course, gaming and NFTs and DeFi and all of those things came along. Let's just go through the evolution of Ethereum. What does Ethereum do at a core level? What does it do well? And today, what does it do poorly? What does it need to get better at?
I think of Ethereum as a general purpose blockchain. So instead of being a blockchain for one application, it's a blockchain that you can build any application on top of. And the way that you do this on Ethereum is you write a piece of code and you create a digital transaction that contains that piece of code and publish it. And when you publish this transaction and that transaction gets included into a block on the blockchain, this creates an object called a contract. And this is a virtual object that the blockchain keeps track of. A contract is an object that contains a piece of code. Now the blockchain has this object that has a piece of code, and that is a little application that the Ethereum blockchain maintains from that point forward. So then anyone after that point can send another transaction that says, I want to talk to this object. So step one, I created a transaction that creates this object. We'll call that object X. Then step two, you want to use my application. So you send a transaction, and in your transaction you say, I want to talk to smart contract X. And here's a little piece of data that says, here's what I want to do with that application. When that transaction gets included in a block, the piece of code that I first published runs, taking as input the data from your transaction and interprets it in whatever way it wants. So we can make this more concrete with an example, right? So let's say I have a company and I want to issue shares on the blockchain. I am going to create a transaction that contains a program. And the rules of that program are going to say, well, what can you do with shares? We'll just say you can transfer your shares to someone else and you can vote, right? So the program is going to interpret any data that it sees either as an instruction to transfer your shares to someone else or as an instruction to make a vote. I publish this transaction that initializes the whole thing. And as part of that transaction, I might say, Naval has 50 shares, Haseeb has 100 shares, and I have 25 shares. So now there's this thing on the blockchain, and it has a piece of code, and it has its own little memory that says, I have 25, Haseeb has 100, and Naval has 50. So then Naval is feeling generous and wants to give half his shares to me. So Naval is going to create a transaction, and that transaction is going to have some data. It's going to encode this idea that I, Naval, wants to send 25 of my shares to Vitalik. So you create a transaction that encodes this, send it to the network, it gets included into a block, and then once it gets included, the piece of code runs, and the piece of code sees the transaction and it sees, okay, clearly I have to transfer 25 shares from Naval to Vitalik. Before Naval had 50, I'm going to subtract 25. Now Naval has 25. Before Vitalik had 25, now Vitalik has 50. So I'm going to write down that Vitalik has 50 now. And that's it. The transaction got processed.
Why do all this in the cloud in this very convoluted way, this very complicated blockchain? Why not just use a normal computer? Why not just send an email?
This creates this very transparent public record of what the rules are and this guarantee that all of the interactions with this application that I created followed the rules. There is no actor that has a backdoor key.
It's a trusted computer in the cloud that each of us can verify all of the activity. We can audit all of it, and we know that nobody cheated. Nobody else moved my funds. I was the one who moved the funds, and everyone can authenticate the code was exactly the code that was supposed to be run. And there are obviously sacrifices for this, right? This is not free.
Exactly. Even I, as the creator of the contract in this example, I do not have the ability to later go in and say, oh, I changed my mind, I'm going to give myself 400 shares. Once I create it and once I publish it, I have no more privileges than anyone else. The application doesn't even have an owner. So that's powerful, right? Completely neutral, completely transparent, visible, treats everyone equally according to what the rules are. Now, what do you sacrifice for this? One big thing that you sacrifice is efficiency. The way that all of these blockchains, including Bitcoin and Ethereum, work is that you have this network of tens of thousands of computers, each of which help to verify the transaction. So when I broadcast this transaction, that transaction goes out to every single computer on the network. And every single computer on the network runs that piece of code. Every single computer on the network verifies it, every single computer on the network processes it.
Parallel computing was I take my code and I split it across 1,000 computers and each one runs 1,000. Now I send it to 1,000 computers and all 1,000 computers run my code.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a very different kind of computing. The way to intuitively think about why it makes sense is compare text to audio and video. So right now we're recording a podcast, and the podcast has some audio, podcast has some video. And to see each other on video, there's hundreds of thousands of bytes that are flowing around between us every second. But technically, those hundreds of thousands of bytes, they're not necessary. If you wanted to, we could just do the whole thing over a text conversation. But there are some benefits from us being able to hear each other's voices and see each other's expressions. So there's already lots of very high overhead computation that people do with their computers. Video is a great example. Audio is a great example. The things that happen in the blockchain are more similar to text, like Naval minus 25, Vitalik plus 25. It's this extremely simple, extremely efficient stuff. So it is perfectly viable to have many thousands of users and even millions of users' activity all get verified by one single computer, because the blockchain doesn't do everything. The blockchain just does this core business logic, but the core business logic is not actually all that complex.
This is because of the constraints of blockchains. It's a function of the constraints of all the redundancy you have to have when you're on blockchains, that we can only afford to put the Naval minus 25, Vitalik plus 25 on the blockchain. The goal in the long run is that we want to make it so that more and more kinds of low-value computations can also be happening on the blockchain. But right now, out of necessity, only high-value transactions can afford to pay the cost.
So to back up for a second, what you've done is you've built a computer in the cloud, a virtual computer, that's stitched out of thousands or tens of thousands of real computers. And that computer is very inefficient, it's very slow, it's going to move at a very slow speed, so comparing it in throughput to your home computer or to a supercomputer is nonsense, is besides the point. But any piece of code running on this is very trustworthy, and you know it hasn't been hacked, and now you no longer need a government, or you no longer need a single actor in the middle like a Mark Zuckerberg running Facebook to tell you which transactions are valid, which contracts are valid, which programs are valid, and which ones aren't. You've done away with the need for trusted third parties, and you've replaced it with a trusted computer that is being audited, verified, and checked by thousands or tens of thousands of computers. The technological complexity comes in scaling this, making this computer faster, keeping it secure, creating incentives, both economic and technological and game theoretic, to prevent people from hacking it and breaking it, and having an incentive mechanism in there so that people want to add computers to this network, and also having a disincentive mechanism to use the network. You have to pay for it, otherwise you can easily overwhelm it. This giant contraption is Ethereum. People have, of course, come along and created other smart contract blockchains, but even though we call it a smart contract blockchain, it's really a trusted computer in the cloud that can, in theory, run any application, but it trades off performance in exchange for security. And that security can be measured through decentralization. In other words, no single entity can control the computer. It can be measured in terms of how secure is the code, can it be hacked or not, etc., etc. And there's a lot of subtle and beautiful elements that come out of it that are non-obvious, because we're used to thinking of computers as, okay, Facebook runs some computers. These are central computers run by Mark Zuckerberg and crew, and the code is not open. Of course, I'm not entitled to see the code. I'm just a user. I don't own my data. They own the data. It's sitting in that database. And I don't have access to the database to read or write from it. I have to go to Facebook and ask them to read or write from the database. But now you've created a computer where the code is all open. In fact, even the data is open, but some of it's encrypted, some of it's not. Some data anyone has access to see, some data you actually need to have your decryption key to get access to. And anyone can read or write from it if they have the proper permissions. This is a mind-blowingly crazy concept. It is a truly shared database with no owner and permissions at a very granular user level, where the users actually own the data. And in fact, the users own the network that's now run by this database. So if someone built the next Facebook application on top of Ethereum, they could engineer it in such a way that the users actually own that application. This is the remarkable achievement underlying Ethereum, and it's hard to encapsulate in a few words, but one way that I tried to do it was I said, smart contracts are castles made of math, freely trading with each other. Castles, these are impregnable, encryption is very strong and creates a strong defense, but they're made out of mathematics, very much like the video games that you were programming in your youth. These are constructs put together by anyone anonymously or pseudonymously around the world, and they're engaging in free trade with each other, where the owner of each castle is deciding what trade happens with somebody else. Now, there are obviously substantial limitations to this, so let's talk about the limitations. We've already talked about how this computer network is going to move at the speed of roughly one computer, at least until we get to some of the ways to scale it and to grow it. But what are other limitations of this network? Can you give us some concrete applications of what's good for and where you wouldn't use it?
So aside from scaling, the other big performance limit on it is the latency. So when I send a transaction, I have to wait maybe about half a minute for the transaction to get included and to get a confirmation back. Now, in the future, this is going to get somewhat more efficient. Maybe like 10 or 12 seconds is going to be realistic soon. But this isn't a real-time thing that you would stick real-time video game logic onto, for example. You could use it for payments, but you probably don't want to use it for things that are more real-time than payments need to be. That's one limitation. Another limitation is the transparency properties. This probably is one of those places where we might have to get into some of the cryptography weeds. But basically, the blockchain by itself is fully transparent, right? Everyone can see everything that's going on. If we go back to the example and we issue the shares of this company on the blockchain, then when Naval sends me his 25 shares,
we should be when you're writing if the worst come to the worst. Worst, bad, of the lowest quality of reality, or the most unclear different worst, the low quality of the most proper difficult to the worst, that is the worst, and worst. We should be when you rubbed if the worst come to the worst. If the worst come to worst. If the worst spare. If the worst is spare. I have some stuff. We were able to bank down in a spare room or night. Example, we keep a spare tire in the back of the car. Do it expire. Moment this weekend it really doesn't matter. We were able to bank down in a spare room for the night. That we should be in when you arrived, but if the worst come to the worst, the neighbor have a spare key and will let you into the house. We should be in when you arrived, but if the worst comes to the worst. Okay, but it's we should, but if the worst, if the worst comes to the worst, to talk about. Okay. We should be in when you arrive, if the worst. But if the worst comes to the worst, the neighbors have a spare key. The neighbor has. Then we should be in Europe. But if the worst comes to the worst, the neighbors have a car and run you into the house. We should be arrived. About the old engine can to take part from a machine, or vehicle in order to make or repair another machine or vehicle. To take part from a machine or vehicle in order to make or repair another machine. To the spare part, he bad old and for spare part. It's better although okay. Adjective tall and thin. He had spilled. But comes the same. So tall and thin. He had the spare building. He had the spire building the runner. Adjective lateral. Usually approved. Opening. With last added, not decorated in any way, not inadequate. With last added. Plain. She wrote a plain back. She wore. Not decorated with last added. Yeah. Plain. It's not added. Plain. Not decorated in any way. With not added. She wore a plain black dress. We choose a plain without a pantaloon. I prefers plain food, nothing too fancy. a prefer. We have a plain blue ginger with decorated blue and red. Make attractive to add something to an object or place, especially in order to make it more attractive. They decorated. They waited for and decorated. Decorated. 哎，这什么鬼 ？Make attractive to add something to add something to an object or place, especially in order to make it more attractive. They decorated. They waited car with flowers. Decorated the wedding car and with the ring and flowers. To add something to an object or place, especially in order to make it more attractive. To paint the inside or outside of our house will put purple on the inside wall. How these make it attractive? Honor to reward and honor a person by giving them something special and make attractive or to add something to an object or place, especially to make it more attractive. Honor to reward or honor a person by giving him or her items. More attractive. Make attractive to something, especially in order to make it more attractive. Let me see. Attractive or pleasing appearance or sound. Attractive. Pleasant or appearance. I found him watching and thanks. I found him very attractive. He attracts me. He attracts me sexually. He attracts me sexual. Attract you were praising in appearance or sound. Being present. Our case in very important. Being present. It was his first appearance on television. Appearance as president. She will be making public appearance, signing of copies of her next novel. Were present in appearance or sound. a attractive young woman. I found him very attractive. He attracts me sexual, attractive, unconscious side. Attract colors. See. Decorate. Make attractive. To add something objective, especially in order to make it more attractive. They decorated the window color. To paint and the inside or outside also put paper on this. Okay, 这个是 plain and not decorate. Neutral usually approve. Neutral usually approving. In the interior is spare. The interior is spare. Almost minimalist. The interior inspired almost. Speaking pencil. My control. Plain. Without nothing. They and the plain and not decorated. Plain and not decorated. In the interior is spire, almost minimalist. Interior usually approve. Spire. 但是我有点认为不对，这是什么意思？Decorate. Not decorated. The interior is almost minimized. The interior is almost minimalist. The inside part of something. The inside part of something. In the inside part of the real. The inside part of something. Checked. The inside of the real estate agent had pictures of the house outside, but none of its the cars were impressive, wonderfully sets, and went continuous. There is some interior almost almost meaningless. Minimalist. Benign or really simple. The interior is spare, almost belonging or related to a style in art, design, and data that uses this on the smallest materials and colors as possible, and only very simple shapes or forms. Minimalist painting. They said for the palette is minimalist, white and a chill. Okay. What does it mean? Simple, not relating to a style in art, design, and literature that uses the smallest range of material, colors possible, and only very simple shapes or forms. Plain. We set up for the palette and mist. Taking worship as made action and environment or situation. An artist or designer who uses a minimalist style. Someone who takes almost simple, benign, almost near see almost 38, almost 6 hours in it. No, 6 hours. It was almost 6 hours. Work 6 working in it. I almost wish I had the invented him. It outcast almost as much to reply. Here it as it would to buy a new one. Almost all the passengers on the ferry were French. They're almost certain to forget to do it. The town was almost entirely destroyed during the war. We were better by mass fighters almost every night. Nearly. Okay. Spy. Not decorate. Plain and decorate. Not decorate. Inside of recording. Inside of recording. Almost. Here. In the this house then interior is spare, almost minimalist. The entire is spare, almost minimalist. Inside a part of something inside of
Minimalist.
The interior is spare. The interior is spare, almost minimalist. 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 Entire is spare, almost minimalist. Minimalist. None relating to a style in art, design, and theater that uses the smallest range of material and colors possible, and for simple shapes or forms. Minimalist. They said for the parliament is minimal. As the white wheels and a chair. They said for the parliament is minimalist. White wheels and a chair. White wheels and a chair. They said for the planet is minimalist. White wheels and a chair. Annoyed. Stay away from. Be free. Stay away from. Honest near. Honest wish. Honest wish. I almost wish I had imagined because the almost as I almost wish I cast almost as much to repair as it would to find you. Decorate. Anger. Void. Annoyed. Okay, oh, so annoyed with him for turning off late. Then I was so annoyed with him for turning up late. was annoyed at the way she tried to take over the whole meeting. My parents were rather annoyed. I hadn't told them about the accident. She was annoyed to discover that her and her husband had taken her car keys. She was annoyed to discover that her husband had taken her car keys. Annoyed uncle. I was so annoyed with him for turning up. I was so annoyed. And she was annoyed at the way she tried to take over the whole meeting. Take over. She was annoyed at the way she tried to take over the whole meeting. She was annoyed at the way she tried to take over the meeting. She was annoyed at the way she tried to take over the. She tried to take over the. He tried to take over. She tried to take over the whole meeting. She tried to take over. That's one. He was annoyed at the by. She tried to She was annoyed at the way she tried to take over the whole meeting. Egyptian system. Earth. Reject, avoid, destroy. Destroy. To damage something so badly that it cannot be used. To damage something, destroy. So, destroyed. To not hurt or destroy something or someone. Save. Okay, go spiral. To get very upset and angry. She goes bare if I'm so much as 5 minutes tea. 5 minutes. She goes bare if I'm so much as 5 minutes late. To hurt now. To not hurt or destroy something or someone. Destroy. I can't say destroyed. To damage something so badly that it cannot be used. That it cannot be used. To damage something so badly that it cannot be used. That's why. To damage something. Avoid, stay away from something. Stay away from something. To embarrassment. The feeling of being embarrassed or saying or something that makes you feel embarrassed. The feeling of being embarrassed or something that makes you feel embarrassed. She blushed with embarrassed. The feeling of being embarrassed or something that you make you feeling ashamed embarrassed. Embarrassed. Nothing.
Everyone in the world is going to be able to see that. Now, there might be some cases where that's totally fine, but there might be some cases where you want some privacy. And this is one of those areas where you often can get privacy and security at the same time. There's this extra cryptographic math. Don't need to get into it in depth, but it's worth saying the name. It's zero-knowledge proofs. The way that I describe zero-knowledge proofs are that it's a way of proving something about a piece of information without revealing that piece of information. Let's say we're going to have the same application, the shares of my company on the blockchain, except instead of the blockchain recording the numbers 25, 50, and 100, the blockchain is going to record an encrypted version of 25, an encrypted version of 50, and an encrypted version of 100. And then when Naval sends me his 25 shares, he's going to say, here is the encryption of the number of shares I have right now. Here is the encryption of the new number of shares I'm going to have. Here is the encryption of the number of shares I'm giving to Talon. And then here is this magic cryptographic proof that says that the numbers line up. It says x plus y equals z, and I'm not trying to give away more than I actually have. You can verify that everything's following the rules without verifying which specific thing a particular transaction is doing and with what parameters. So there are ways to get back your security and privacy at the same time. There are still some limits to how much privacy you can get. For example, even in this case, people can see when people are interacting with this particular application at all. If you just use a blockchain, you lose a lot of privacy. If you use a blockchain plus zero-knowledge proofs and plus other kinds of cryptography, you can often get back a lot of privacy. And you can potentially get even more privacy than in the centralized case, because in a traditional centralized system, there is the Facebook that runs everything and then sees everything. But with these kinds of systems, there is no one at the center. All there is this mathematical castle in the sky verifying the proofs.
So in theory, we could get digital cash, which is anonymous. One step further, we could even get anonymous smart contracts, where maybe you can tell you and I interacted with a smart contract, but the details beyond that are lost.
Not even in theory. This is something that's existed. Zcash has been around for more than 5 years now.
Zcash is a blockchain that is built around zero-knowledge proofs, where all the transactions, the recipients and the senders can be anonymous. Truly moon math, as they say. So let's fast forward a bit. 10 years from now, 20 years from now, I know that's really long out in blockchain land because Bitcoin only came around in 2009 and ETH only came around in the early teens. But let's say 10 or 20 years from now, we've done all the hard engineering that we need. We've built as much technology as we can imagine. What are the limits of blockchain scalability and privacy? Where do we end up? Do we end up with every transaction we want to have private is private, or do you think a lot of them stay public? Do you think that we're using blockchains for almost all cloud computing, or is it still limited into the financial and high-value domain?
One of the things that it's important to mention is that the scalability of blockchains is improving, and it's going to improve pretty rapidly. The way that blockchains work today is I send a transaction, the transaction gets on the network, and every single computer on the network has to verify that transaction. There are scaling techniques. Once again, we don't have to get into the weeds, but things like roll-ups, sharding, these are technologies that allow you to use blockchains in a more clever way, where you still have a lot of very redundant computation happening, but it's much more efficient.
So what are the different techniques? Let's just go through those.
So, centralized system, send a transaction, you send it to Facebook, Facebook has one computer verifies it. A blockchain, you have 100,000 computers, you send your transaction, all 100,000 computers verify it. Sharding, send your transaction, the system randomly chooses 1,000 computers, out of 100,000 computers, those 1,000 computers verify it, and the transaction gets accepted. So instead of all 100,000 computers verifying, only 1,000 computers verifying. When you have lots of transactions being accepted into the system, every single computer in the network, on average, is only going to have to verify like maybe 1% of all the activity. You can actually crank up the efficiency even higher. Eventually, you could say every computer doesn't even have to verify 1%, every computer maybe only has to verify 0.1%. Think of how BitTorrent works, right? BitTorrent is also like a highly distributed network. If you want to download the really popular movies, you generally can. But on BitTorrent, you don't literally have every computer download every movie, because that's totally crazy. On average, the movies are going to have a few hundred seaters, maybe a few thousand seaters. So that number is big enough that you have the redundancy and you can generally get the content that you want, but it's not so redundant that it just becomes crazy and efficient. The question is, can you create a network that works the way that BitTorrent works from the point of view of data distribution and efficiency, but create something that still has the same verification properties that blockchains do? That is what sharding does. One of the weaknesses of sharding is that it is more technically complicated. You have to actually do the work to figure out what exactly are the rules by which these transactions get split apart between the nodes. How do you make them all talk to each other? How do you do this distributed verification? The approach that is simpler from a protocol perspective is to just say, we're going to require every node in this network to be really powerful. So instead of a laptop being able to be a node, would require every node to be almost a supercomputer. If you do that, then you can make blockchains that still work the way that they work today, but they can process more transactions. Maybe instead of being able to process 50 a second, they might be able to process 1,000 a second or 5,000 a second. The weakness of this approach, and the reason why Ethereum is not taking this approach, is that it leads to more centralization, right? The number of people who can actually verify what's going on decreases. The number of people who need to collude to try to push through some change to the protocol that the users might not want becomes much smaller. It's still much more decentralized than Facebook, but it becomes much less decentralized than it could be. And maybe in some cases that's the right approach. If you want to make like a decentralized video game, you want to keep it decentralized, but it's not the sort of thing where if it gets captured, people lose hundreds of millions of dollars, then maybe this more centralized approach is actually totally fine. There is this whole spectrum of applications in the middle where it's fine. But if you want something that's high assurance, then you do want to crank the decentralization up closer to the maximum. And the current Ethereum does provide that. It does provide this very high level of decentralization and high level of verifiability, but at the expense of scaling. So what we're trying to do with sharding is we're trying to say, can you provide this high level of decentralization and high level of verifiability and still have a high level of scaling at the same time?
I want to probe a little bit further on this decentralization question. A lot of folks who are coming into crypto, especially if they don't have a lot of experience, they notice that decentralization is important. It's hard to end up in crypto without believing that decentralization matters to some degree. But the question is, why here? You show up and there's a cultural slider about how much decentralization is the right amount. And Ethereum is like, you have to be able to verify Ethereum on a laptop. And the question is, why a laptop?
The larger the number of users that are verifying by default, the more secure a blockchain is. Because in the extreme, if nobody verifies by default except 10 different staking pools, then all that you need to try to force a change to the rules that the users might not like is 10 staking pools to come together and agree on it. But if, on the other hand, you have 10,000 users where the way that those users interact with the chain by default is they verify it locally and they accept blocks if they see those blocks as being valid, if someone wants to try to push some change to the rules, they actually have to go to the users and they have to convince the entire set of users to go along with it. That's a much higher bar.
Let's say that I'm Solana. Solana is a super high throughput blockchain, has much higher hardware requirements than what Ethereum has. If I were a Solana proponent, I might say, look, Ethereum has 5,000 some odd nodes, something in that ballpark. Solana might have, let's say for the sake of argument, 1/10 the number of nodes. To actually get everybody in Solana to somehow fail to notice that there's been some fundamental failure or safety violation within Solana would be very difficult. Yes, it's 1/10 the number of nodes in Ethereum, but Ethereum just has some number of nodes. Solana has some number of nodes. They're all pretty large, and they're all large enough communities that they would notice if something were to go wrong. What is your counter-argument to the Solana advocate who says, look, it's consumer hardware, it's expensive consumer hardware, but it's still consumer hardware, and somebody who's sufficiently motivated can still go out and verify Solana transactions?
The way that I think about this is it's not just about what is the level of technical capability of running a node. It's once it gets to the point where running a node is so easy that people are comfortable doing it by default, right? If running a node is hard but possible, then there just is this constant pressure to try to save time and point yourself to another node. Potentially, even some of the people participating in the proof of stake consensus are going to start pointing to the same node. I think that actually happened in EOS a couple of years back. Right now, doesn't the Solana Foundation even have to explicitly do a whole bunch of work to actively encourage people to run nodes?
All these new layer ones have a lot of subsidies that go out to most of the node providers.
Right, so the question is, when the subsidies disappear, is the network still going to work that way? There's actually two aspects to this. One aspect is the technical feasibility, and technical feasibility is running a node easy enough that people are going to keep doing it as a hobby. Even with Ethereum, there's a lot that we could do to make running a node even easier than it is today, and a lot of the scaling things that we're doing and a lot of the protocol changes that we're doing over the next couple of years are trying to be in that direction. For example, there is this feature called stateless clients. The goal of stateless clients is that it becomes possible to verify the chain without having more than a very tiny amount of information on your hard drive. Right now, an Ethereum node, it takes up half my hard drive. After stateless clients, it's not going to take up any of my hard drive. Bitcoin is in a very good place already. From a node running ease point of view, Bitcoin is in a better place than Ethereum, but Bitcoin does obviously sacrifice by having significantly lower throughput than Ethereum does. So technical feasibility is one aspect. Another important aspect is culture. People need to feel like it is this very ingrained responsibility that there's lots of this very independent verification going on. And that's something that is difficult to cultivate. It is one of those things where if you lose it, it is fairly difficult to try to get it back. And I do think Bitcoin has that. I do think that in Ethereum, with the staking culture, it's actually been improving recently, and I want it to keep improving. But it is the sort of thing that needs to be highly valued. The two things play into each other. If you have a culture that values running nodes, then you have a culture that's going to value making protocol changes to make it easier to run a node. And if it's possible to run a node, just technically speaking, then it's more likely that you're going to have that kind of culture. People sometimes ask us, hey, why not crank up the parameters by a factor of 5, and why not require people to have 10 terabyte hard drives? And a lot of people in Ethereum core developments are actively resisting this. So I think it's only Ethereum and Bitcoin almost that have cultures that are willing to actively make sacrifices for decentralization to that same extent.
I've always taken the point of view that the most decentralized coins will win in the end, because the whole point of blockchains is decentralization, otherwise you wouldn't need them in the first place. That said, it does seem that every wave that happens in crypto where new users come in and there's a boom in a bull market, the new users tend to go for a minimum viable decentralization. They don't care about decentralization until the bogeyman shows up and starts stomping them out of existence. Even decentralized finance, a lot of these are decentralized in name only. They're running centralized front ends, the teams are in well-known locations, they're probably failing the Howey test on some level or another, and we're going to find out just how far governments are going to go to test the decentralization metric. But privacy is the same. People don't value privacy until somebody goes to jail over it, and then they're like, oh wait, I want privacy, or someone gets deplatformed. Right now we're in a bull market phase, and when the risks aren't as high, people sort of ignore decentralization and privacy. But after a couple of incidents, you will see people start paying attention to decentralization and privacy. And at some level, the OGs know this, because the most money is still locked up in Bitcoin ETH. And some of that is momentum, but some of that is also security. You can put money into Bitcoin ETH and forget about it for a long time. I'm not convinced you can do that in a lot of the other protocols that are not completely decentralized. Privacy, everyone just seems to be ignoring for now.
But, well, Tornado Cash exists.
Do you see Tornado Cash and Ethereum staying at a separate layer or separate application, or do you ever see it being folded into Ethereum at the core level?
Realistically, it'll stay at a separate layer because Ethereum's philosophy in general is to try to be simple at the base and for a lot of the extra features to be something that gets built on top. There's a lot of other blockchains that take different philosophies once again, and EOS, their default wallet type has social recovery in it or something like that.
Oh, you gotta update your references, I feel like.
I feel dirty just talking about that chain. I don't know. We should get into social recovery. Social recovery is a really interesting concept. The basic idea is that your wallet, because now you have to be your own bank if you really want to be a crypto head, is scary. So some of us have to trust third-party custodians, but then you're back into normal banking. So if you want to maintain it yourself, then social recovery wallets are where you can share your wallet with your friends or family or other trusted people, so that when you need to recover it, it takes 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 5 or whatever keys. And Bitcoin has native support for this. ETH now has products like Gnosis Safe and others that lend support to this. So the wallets are getting better, the security is getting better. We didn't talk about the whole ETH ecosystem, which is interesting. We were talking about scalability. The point I got was that ETH is a decentralization culture. It's going to go for decentralization first, which actually makes it attractive for high value applications like decentralized finance. If you're trading a $10,000 trade, you'll pay the $50 in fees for the security. By the way, one thing that we didn't talk about is that a blockchain runs a market for block space. There's limited block space because there's limited computing power. So you're always participating in an auction, and you're paying to get your execution of your application included in the current run of the blockchain. And so to do that, you're buying block space, and Ethereum block space has gotten quite expensive. So things like sharding and adding these things called rollups in layer 2, which we haven't talked about, these are ways of creating more block space, bringing down the cost of blocks. But even if Ethereum stays very expensive, then the high value applications will stay on Ethereum. Those people will just pay more. If you're building Wall Street, you want rule of law, you want equal protection under the law, you want property rights, so you pay for that. Whereas if you're just building a game and you're trading magic axes and swords and they're worth a couple of dollars each, maybe you just go to a blockchain that doesn't value decentralization as much. So perhaps the applications break down that way. But one of the things we haven't talked about is this incredible ecosystem of all the people building on it and around it. And my personal view is that ETH got saved. If you look at Bitcoin, there's not been a lot of innovation in Bitcoin. Sure, the core developers have done some good work, but now the meme in Bitcoin is, no, we don't change anything because we're trying to be the reserve currency here. We're trying to be digital gold. So we don't want to change anything. Everything is fixed, immaculate conception. It was mostly right at the beginning. We made a few tweaks. It's good to go. We'll fix a few little things, but you can rely on this because it doesn't need to change. It already does a job and it does it well. And I kind of buy that argument, but I don't buy the Maximus argument that is the end goal of all blockchains. There are other blockchain things you can do. And in ETH, we're doing a lot more than just that. But even there, I noticed that there's an incentive mechanism around coins. When you create a blockchain, you create these coins to regulate access to the network. Now, in a theory, you reward the people who are doing the hard work around the blockchain. So you reward the miners who are securing the blockchain, or the stakers who are securing the blockchain. And it's been hard to reward the developers. I know Zcash had a founder's reward, which was controversial. Satoshi has 5% of the Bitcoin blockchain. The Zcash founder's reward is like 10% of the blockchain. Some of the modern blockchains, 70, 80, 90, 99% is going to the initial teams and investors, and these are the VC chains. So how do you incent people to build on somebody else's blockchain? Because the incentive is becoming, well, that's a great blockchain you got there. It's open source. Let me fork it. Let me make a copy of it and run it myself. Or I've seen game developers who are saying, I don't need Solana level security. I'll just fork an existing blockchain and just make it my own. And my own users who are running the game will also run the blockchain. So the incentives aren't there for developers to build on somebody else's blockchain. I got in trouble for saying this in 2017, but I still stand by it. There's a free rider effect on blockchains. There's a strong incentive to fork a chain and build your own rather than to build on an existing chain. There's a couple of brilliant things that maybe by accident, maybe deliberately happen on ETH that have allowed an ecosystem of innovation on ETH. There's ERC20, which is people are building their own tokens, and then there's these roll-ups and layers where people are building on top of ETH, and in theory, they're going to issue their own token. So I would argue that the one place where the ETH innovation has been the slowest, and maybe because it's technically the hardest, has been at your own layer. It's been at layer 1, where the ETH Foundation is working, where the sharding is supposed to take place, and where ETH2 is supposed to get built. That's where the schedule has been the furthest behind, whereas on roll-ups on layer 2, things are moving very, very fast. On ERC20, other assets built on top of ETH, things are moving very, very fast. And I wonder if it's just as simple as incentives. Have you thought about how do I incent the people working at layer 1 to move fast? Maybe if they got their own token somehow?
The Ethereum Foundation does have like a bunch of ETH, and it uses ETH to pay people working on layer 1. A few months ago, we announced a client developer reward where basically every one of the teams that's building a piece of software that understands and talks to the Ethereum protocol and can run a node, he gets some amount of ETH that was in the form of ETH that's locked up in the proof-of-stake system that is not fully connected to the rest of Ethereum yet. So Ethereum has to have fully switched over to proof-of-stake in order for them to be able to withdraw that money. So that kind of incentive exists. It's not even so much about incentives. The application layer in the layer 2 has been faster because building at those layers is permissionless. You don't have to coordinate with anyone to build a layer 2. You don't have to coordinate with anyone to build an application. Whereas if you want to change the Ethereum protocol, that's one of the most permissioned things out there. You have to just get lots of people to agree. You have to get an entire community to buy into a protocol change for the Ethereum layer 1.
Here's an interesting question. Imagine we froze layer 1 today. You could make small changes like Bitcoin folks do, but you couldn't make big changes. But the layer 2 people continue innovating permissionlessly. They keep building all their rollups and all associated technologies. But you're still on proof of work. You're still not sharded at layer 1. Could ETH still work? Could layer 2 carry it along for a while?
It could. I don't think people would be happy about it because people in Ethereum do love proof of stake and want to get over to it quickly. Just to give some concrete numbers, today Ethereum is on average do about 15 to 20 transactions a second. But if we just moved to layer 2s, then we could go up to about 5,000 transactions a second. You keep the same blockchain, but instead of using the blockchain directly, you use these extra protocols that package up the information and use the blockchain in different ways so that you're still doing the same stuff, you're still getting the same security guarantees, but you're using the blockchain more efficiently, there's more compression, and more of the computation is being done off-chain through other protocols. So there is 100x improvements that can't happen with layer 2s done well. That has not happened yet. Now, layer 2s as they exist today, they're very far from perfect. Instead of 100x gain, it might only be 10x gain or even a bit less at the moment. But roll-up technology is improving. All of these things are improving. So if layer 1 did not change, if all we could do was just the more layer 2s, we could get up to 5,000 transactions a second, that would definitely be a pretty good Ethereum already.
That layer 2 execution is code. What about the data? Does the data still all have to stay on the layer 1 blockchain?
The way that rollups work is that they do the code execution off-chain. So there are these cryptographic protocols where the execution gets done off-chain and then verified on-chain, and the verifying is much faster than the original computation. And then the data has to be on-chain, but the data can be on-chain in a very compressed form. Instead of putting transactions on-chain, you put like a zip file of the transactions on-chain. It's like doing a data for computation trade-off. You have less data, but then you have to do more computation, but we're okay with doing more computation because we can do more computation really efficiently off-chain. If you do a rollup super efficiently, then you only need to put about 16 bytes on-chain per transaction. Today, on average, transactions are like 100 to 200 bytes. So 16 bytes on-chain, and then decompression, verification, computation happens off-chain. Everything happens off-chain except for this tiny amount of data. That's where the efficiency comes in.
Hasib, you and your team recently did an analysis where you tried to look at the actual throughput on these different smart contract chains, but you didn't do the decentralization part yet. So obviously ETH looks the worst because it's the most decentralized. Let's also talk about how much of that is because it's legacy and how much of it is because it just chose to be the most decentralized.
To Vitalik's point, usually when people benchmark blockchains, they tend to choose benchmarks that make them look good, that produce big numbers, and the most obvious way to do that is to just benchmark transfers. Especially with a lot of these newer blockchains, they tend to benchmark transfers that are done in a testnet or done in a devnet environment, where you can always get crazy, gigantic numbers that aren't reflective of reality. We'd seen so many ridiculous claims being thrown around about what kinds of throughput blockchains could do, that we thought, okay, why don't we develop a clearly objective benchmark as a way to verify what can these blockchains do when you compare them apples to apples in terms of a common type of transaction that all blockchains do. And the most common one, which is how almost all trading happens today in blockchains, is a Uniswap style AMM trade. AMM, automated market maker. It's a very simple mathematical way to trade two atoms. Most of these you can just simulate by looking at the gas limit and looking at the block time and don't need to do a whole lot. Others of them you have to verify empirically, because the way that gas is computed doesn't tell you enough to verify whether the blockchain could actually hit that in production. So what we found is that Ethereum can do about 10 trades per second, Celo can do about 25, AVAX can do about 30, but it has much higher ceiling, Polygon can do about 50, and Binance Smart Chain can do about 200. And then Solana, which famously claims that it can do in the thousands to tens of thousands of transactions per second, Solana can do about 280. But part of the reason why Ethereum performance is where it is to Vitalik's point earlier, that Ethereum has enshrined a certain level of decentralization. This is important as a norm, as an institution, that we make sure that Ethereum is accessible to anybody on a laptop. And most of these newer blockchains haven't chosen that. They choose different points on the decentralization performance spectrum. And my view is that it's totally sensible to have blockchains that choose a different point on that trade-off curve. It's really important to have Ethereum and to have Bitcoin, which go all the way to the left. But it's sensible that some people should have blockchains that are tuned for different trade-offs. But within tuning to a different trade-off, you better get really high performance if you're going to be not very centralized. My point is that if you're going to make that big trade-off, you better be getting a lot of bang for the buck when you're doing it.
Not only that, but I think the high-value applications are going to end up on Bitcoin and Ethereum in that case. And the highest value application is just money. I'm curious, Vitalik, if you think longer term, money is a use case of ETH. Is ETH the token and ETH the coin price a byproduct of something you need to run the network? Or is it itself a core value that ETH should be a store of value and should be a place where people can put their money in and forget about it for 10 years?
ultimately that's a question for the community to decide, and I think over time the community is more and more deciding, yes, ETH is an important asset, and you can use ETH as a store of value, you can use ETH as a money, you can use ETH to make transactions, because ultimately it is a cryptocurrency. It's a cryptocurrency whose value is in some ways supported and backed by all of the activity that's happening on the Ethereum chain, with EIP 1559, like a big portion of the transaction fee from every transaction, which is paid in ETH, has to get burned. Once we have proof of stake, it's projected that we'll even have negative issuance. So ETH is sort of positioned to be fairly unique in that way, but to me it's not an either or. ETH, the asset, and Ethereum, the application layer ecosystem, are synergistic with each other. The stronger the application layer ecosystem is, the stronger ETH is, and the stronger ETH is as an asset, the stronger the application layer ecosystem.
People often compare Bitcoin to gold or to the dollar as a store of value, but the biggest stores of value in the world are not Bitcoin and gold. They're factories, stocks, houses, real estate, actual productive assets. Oil is another one, commodities, etc. People store value in all kinds of weird places, art, NFTs. So it's absolutely possible that there will be multiple stores of value. If anything, what's more decentralized than having dozens of viable coins that you can store in, running thousands or tens of thousands or millions of assets that you can store in? That's true decentralization. So you don't have a point of view on it. You're just like whatever the community wants that makes the network run. But isn't there tension between trying to be welcoming to newcomers and new applications and highly scalable and letting everyone use your network and constantly innovating and changing and trying new things versus preserving the value for the people who are already there and preserving the value that's already been built? There's an inherent tension there.
There's definitely some tension. One of the big benefits of the Ethereum ecosystem, the layer 2 aspects to it, the pluralist aspect, the way in which the ecosystem has many sub-ecosystems, is that it is in many cases able to satisfy both. But if all you want to do is you want to have your ETH and you want to hold your ETH, then you can do that. And there's even some Ethereum applications that value stability almost as much as Ethereum itself does. MakerDAO might be one good example there, Rye might be another good example there, some of the algorithmic stablecoins. But then if you want to go and do wild crazy stuff, then Ethereum lets you do wild crazy stuff too. And if you need more scalability to do wild crazy stuff, then you can go do the wild crazy stuff on a rollup. So Ethereum as an ecosystem does try hard to have a place for many different kinds of participants in that way, which is definitely something that's hard to accomplish. A lot of the other blockchains, either you're just the digital rock or you're just the platform, but there isn't the digital rock that keeps the whole thing solid. In Ethereum, we do value solving the problem of both having the ecosystem that can do a lot of stuff and having the digital rock in the middle to keep it solid. Whether or not we'll succeed is, of course, up to the next decade of world history to decide.
Vitalik, I want to ask you a little bit about how your role has evolved since it began in Ethereum. So, in the very beginning, before all of this, of course, you were once the uppity young entrepreneur. It's been, 6-7 years now? You've moved on from being the entrepreneur to being the chief technologist to being the politician. You're now the elder statesman of smart contract blockchains. What have you learned about protocol politics?
Protocol politics is less different from regular politics than you might think. It's all this emergent phenomenon of what happens when you stick many thousands of people together and you have incentives that are aligned in some cases, so you have some competition in other cases, and you have different groups of people that have different opinions and they have to fight it out, sometimes within one protocol and sometimes between different protocols where there's competition. A lot of the dynamics that you get are surprisingly familiar. The kinds of religious fervor that you get when people defend their opinions. Is it better to have blockchains that have smaller blocks so they're easier to verify versus bigger blocks so that more people can afford to use them? People have very strong opinions in the same way that people have strong opinions about either religion or democracy or freedom of speech or the welfare state or any other mainstream political topic.
You built your career as a response to Bitcoin maximalism. And you've now lived long enough to see the rise of Ethereum maximalism. 3-4 years ago, it didn't seem like something like that existed. And now it's become very clear that as you have all these alternatives to Ethereum arising, there's a strong need for people within Ethereum to set apart their identity from other people. So I'm curious how you think about how to keep Ethereum healthy and not see the Ethereum community degrade culturally and religiously the way that you saw the Bitcoin community degrade?
One of the things that I feel like I've learned over the last decade is that people are at their morally worst, not out of greed, but out of fear. And this is true in mainstream politics, and this is true in geopolitics and in crypto as well.
COVID showed that. That was all fear-driven. The Russia-Ukraine crisis showed that. Russia's not attacking Ukraine to get oil fields. It's out of fear. The responses are all fear-based. And fear is used to justify all the horrible things from the Patriot Act to the COVID lockdowns. Fear drives it all. Because greed is always done in your own name, and nobody wants to do it in their own name. Fear is always done in everybody else's name. So you end up with a whole bunch of stealth-style white knights battling each other.
Right. And even when the leader actually is greedy and megalomaniacal, fear is what they use to sell it to everyone else. The times when I thought both the Bitcoin and the Ethereum community were both at their morally worst would probably be in the Bitcoin Cash small versus big block war crisis, where people felt like there was this very zero-sum struggle between one vision of what Bitcoin would be and another vision of what Bitcoin could be. A lot of principles got thrown out. People behaved terribly in a bunch of ways. In the case of Ethereum, there was this big application called the DAO, and the DAO got hacked, and a big portion of all of the ETH was stuck in the DAO. If nothing had been done, the attacker would have been able to get it out after a couple of months. And this was less than a year into Ethereum's history, so a decision was made to make a change to the rules of the Ethereum protocol to bail out the users of that application. And there was this big debate. Some people thought this is fine one time because it was early days, and some people thought that it should be a principle that we never interfere, and it's best to start those principles from day one. We did end up hard forking to fix the DAO, and a lot of people disagreed. That ended up splitting Ethereum into two chains, Ethereum and Ethereum Classic, where Ethereum Classic refused to implement the hard fork, so they let the attacker get away out of principle. The way that both communities behaved at the time was not good. People were openly advocating that we should use trademark law to try to not allow Ethereum Classic to exist. And then people were advocating 51% attacks and all kinds of things. I think the reason why people were okay with things that they would totally not have been okay at any other time is because they were afraid. Ethereum people were afraid that Ethereum Classic would replace and completely destroy Ethereum, and Ethereum Classic people were afraid that their principles were being destroyed by Ethereum, which could then grow and overtake the version of the chain that stuck to its principles. The situation did end up working out well for most people. There hasn't been a violation of that kind of immutability on Ethereum since, which is something that a lot of people were not predicting. A lot of people did think that if you violate the principles once, that it would be open season to do it many times, but no, people valued not fixing the parity wallet a year later in order to set the counter precedent that we actually do take this serious.
There was a bug in a multi-sig wallet called a parity wallet, which caused a massive loss of funds. But to be clear, I think the DAO hack was much larger in magnitude than anything subsequently, correct?
Yeah, it was much larger, and it was very unique in that it was even possible to fix it with a fork. Because normally when a hack happens, the attacker gets the money instantly, and there isn't a way to fix it even if you want to. So the DAO was really special and unique in that way.
As a protocol politician, what do you feel has been your finest moment and your worst moment of blockchain statecraft?
Least proud moments, definitely handling the DAO fork situation. A lot of people did feel betrayed as a result of the DAO fork. A lot of people did feel like their expectations got violated. And a lot of people who felt like their opinion was disrespected, especially people who opposed the fork. A lot of them did feel like there was this social environment where if you opposed the fork, then you're evil because you're pro-hackers stealing millions of dollars. That environment ended up turning a lot of people off. There was a lot more that we could have done to not create that environment and still make people feel welcome despite the disagreement.
Do you regret the decision, or you regret the way in which the decision was made?
I don't think I regret the decision. I think the decision did have a lot of positive consequences too, in how it put a controversial stake in the ground. And if people interpreted the stake in the ground in different ways, the way I interpret the stake in the ground is that it was a moral statement that said that you can believe in principles without assigning those principles infinite amount of weight, without saying that we're going to stick to those principles in absolutely all possible circumstances. And that kind of moderation is something that's very morally important to me personally. It's very pragmatically important to me personally too, because most people that try to take a more purist approach end up hitting a scenario that is extreme enough that you have to compromise. And if you committed too hard to never compromising, then your rhetorical posture becomes even more screwed up. It's better to be transparent about these things early on. People who are pragmatic and people who are willing to look at things in a more moderate way, they're definitely very happy as a result of that. But there are also the purists, and there were even people who believe in moderation that actually oppose the DAO fork, which was interesting too. Most people ended up sticking with Ethereum despite the DAO fork happening, but there were a lot of people for whom the DAO fork was this watershed moment where like they were curious about Ethereum before, then they realized, oh wow, no, this is a centralized evil chain, which is unfortunate that we can't satisfy everyone. But on the other hand, satisfying everyone is expensive, and satisfying everyone is so hard. I sometimes even think, had we successfully satisfied everyone during the DAO fork, then might we not have had much harder politics getting proof of stake out the door?
I see you taking incredible slings and arrows on Twitter and being very good-natured about it, something that Zuko seems to also do. The visible leaders of protocols, or creators of protocols, because I'm not even sure Ethereum is really led anymore, they tend to have this ability to operate in public, either with a certain nonchalance or with a certain combativeness that normal humans I don't think could sustain. How did that come about? Do you wish you'd just remain anonymous? Did you have to go through a learning curve to learn how to deal with all the trolls and all the haters and all the Bitcoin maxis attacking you? Do you wish you could just press a button and disappear from ETH and then ETH goes into the Foundation's hands?
There's definitely a learning curve. There's big mistakes that I made in my Twittering in years past, especially times when I would let myself get carried away in a particular discussion and I'd say something and I feel like I'd have to justify myself and I'd go into a deeper hole.
You wish you didn't argue as much on Twitter, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you learn over time. There is a good style. It accepts the criticism with grace. You learn what to respond to. You learn what to let slide because realistically no one's going to see it anyway. There's definitely like subconscious intuitive art to being a good Twitter meme lord and being a good crypto meme lord in general.
How much influence do you have on ETH today, especially compared to the DAO fork time? Because my sense was in the DAO fork you were very involved, but if something of that magnitude came up today, how much influence would you have relative to what you had then?
I feel like my influence in Ethereum keeps decreasing every 6 months. I have less now than I did 6 months ago. 6 months ago I had less than I had a year ago, and then a year ago I had less than I had 18 months ago. These days the number of people that even I have to convince to push in a particular direction is significant. Watch some of the EIPs that I personally promote. Some of them don't even make it in. For a lot of them, you have to try pretty hard to satisfy all people's concerns.
What's the biggest thing you've pushed that isn't getting adopted?
EIP 4488 is one example. If I had more control, it would have been in Ethereum already.
What is that one?
This is the one to do a short-term decrease in the gas cost of call data. It's a fairly technical change that makes rollups cheaper in the short term.
It seems to me like a lot of your evolving role within Ethereum shows ways in which blockchains are like religions. Imagine Ethereum started off as a sect that you founded as a charismatic leader, and you were like, hey, we're going to break off from the religion of Bitcoin or break off from the religion of Mastercoin. I believed in these new principles of Turing completeness. Once upon a time, you were the sect leader, and as the sect becomes a church, there becomes more bureaucracy, more vetocracy. There's more and more mechanisms that are developing behind the scenes, and pretty soon, you might be the charismatic voice of Ethereum, but the formal leadership of Ethereum has taken on its own life force. What is your observation of how Ethereum has become more systematized as a culture compared to what it was 5 years ago?
Today, the protocol decisions tends to be done through this mechanism called the all-core devs call. Like this is a call that happens once every 2 weeks. As the name implies, all of the core developers come online and talk about all the proposed protocol changes, and everything that people agree on gets accepted, and if people disagree, then it doesn't get accepted. So there's this fairly complicated pipeline that changes have to go through. Step 1 is the idea making stage. Then step 2 is the refining stage. Then there's the stage of convincing more and more people, making a test implementation, eventually turning it into a fully formalized proposal, what we call an EIP, an Ethereum Improvement Proposal, and then finally gets into an all-core devs. And then if all core devs accepts it, then it eventually goes into a hard fork, which is what we call a protocol upgrade to Ethereum, which includes changes to the protocol that everyone has to download to get accepted to the network. So there is this long process. There's many points along the way where different people have to agree. At the beginning, the research team has to agree, and then in the later stages, the core developers, the people actually writing the code, have to agree as well. So it's definitely more Vitacratic considerably than it was 3 years ago, and definitely much more than it was 6 years ago when we could get a change accepted and it would get included very quickly. And even now, I feel the window is closing on substantial things. It's getting harder to do big things even today.
How do you feel about that?
In some ways relieved. Ethereum becoming more Vitacratic gives me more freedom to retire. Well, retire is a complicated word. I feel like I'll keep doing things forever, but what kinds of things? As you mentioned, my role is changing in complicated ways that are hard to describe.
What would you be working on if you weren't working on ETH?
Good question. I'd have my big long list of things that I think need to happen, and I would do some combination of writing about it, explaining them, and probably putting some of my own money into making them happen, trying to put teams together and make them happen. This would be things like account security, like what we talked about with social recovery wallets, ideas around privacy, some of the secure blockchain-based voting stuff that I've been pushing, the entire roadmap of what do we need to do to make this ideal, trustless, decentralized society work.
You already had that, the aforementioned AMMs that Haseeb uses, automated market makers. That was an idea that came out of one of your blog posts. And then it got implemented as Uniswap. Any other low-hanging fruit there? Social recovery wallets, I heard that one. Blockchain voting. If you're a young hacker listening to this podcast, and let's say you're not shilling ETH, but you're like, hey, the world needs this, someone should build it, what would they build?
Right now, decentralized clients is one important thing. Ways to access the Ethereum blockchain that are cheaper than running a full node, but are still decentralized that don't depend on a server. It's something that's going to become much more possible with the switch to proof of stake, and there are some people working on it, but we could use more people working on it. There's things at the application layer that could be useful. I've seen people working on decentralized VPNs, which are cool.
Do you feel like there's any applications of blockchain that haven't taken off yet because of scalability, or it's not ubiquitous, not everybody has a wallet yet? What's the extreme case? What could people be doing with blockchains a decade from now that seems like science fiction today?
Some kind of decentralized blockchain-based social media would be interesting. The thing that would be valuable to do with social media is to split the layers between content and user interface. Content should all be on one shared layer, and people should compete on providing different interfaces. Twitter and Reddit, its users make comments and users make votes. The only real difference is what are the interfaces that people use to show it. So why not create an ecosystem where anyone can go post stuff, and people can post things that link to other things, and people can make messages that are upvotes and downvotes, and people can post other people's posts, and just have 10 different ways of viewing it. They might have different presentation, they might have different styles of moderation, you might have different sub-communities. Some might be more free-for-all, some might be more restrictive, some might be more focused on specific areas. Some might be free speech zones, and some might be venues for highly focused scientific discussion. But things would still end up sharing the network effect of having the same common standards of content being published to one decentralized network.
People have tried to do it somewhat, but nothing's taken off. Why is that?
If we have a super scalable blockchain where we can afford to stick these kinds of actions on by default, then what could happen?
Who do you look up to? Who are your heroes?
In the crypto space, I have a lot of respect for Zuko. Zcash is just a wholesome and honorable project. It values privacy and is just working really hard at achieving it in this very friendly way.
He's incredibly friendly. The amount of abuse he puts up with is unbelievable. He's one of the OGs in crypto. He's been in it forever for all the right reasons. I remember talking to Zuko in the early days, and I was like, hey, if you build this thing, is it even legal? What if they arrest you? He said, I'll miss my kids, but I'll go to jail. He's a real believer. He also has this habit of retweeting people even when they attack him. One of my favorite Twitter moments was years and years ago where somebody tweeted him and said, Zuko, stop retweeting useless crap. So of course Zuko retweeted this person who became an accidental genius.
Now I'm trying to remember whether or not I picked that up from Zuko.
I do think Zuko set the tone for how you build a community with a smile. For example, now Zuko's talking about taking Zcash to proof of stake, and he still keeps getting attacked over things like the Founder's Reward, and people say, why did you have to go build an altcoin? Why did you do this as part of Bitcoin? And I remember originally he wanted to do it as part of Bitcoin, but they said, no, go implement it as an altcoin first, and then if we like it, we'll adopt it.
Vitalik knows that story well.
Exactly. Bitcoin is trying to be a certain thing. I do think Bitcoin is incredibly valuable. It is the OG. It does fall short in two ways. One is it's not programmable, and the second is it's not private. Can those be fixed? Not without severe trade-offs to what Bitcoin is. So it occupies a very important part in the ecosystem, probably the most important part, but it doesn't mean that that's the entire thing. There's a lot more to it. And Bitcoin may have nailed the basic protect your money Austrian economic style use case, but there are many more use cases. The 1,000 flowers that have bloomed on Ethereum and other smart contract blockchains since has been incredible. And as Hasib said, we're going to see a proliferation of blockchains. One, the incentives are just too strong. Second, there are different trade-offs you're making between decentralization and security and programmability. There are people coming up who are saying, well, we're more programmable. Agoric is saying you can write JavaScript-based smart contracts. There are people who are saying that we're faster and simpler out of the box. You don't have to deal with layer 2s and roll-ups and sharding and all that. You just write and it's easy to run. There's some parts in the spectrum I don't understand. Things like Binance Smart Chain, the level of decentralization is so low, they just stick their name in it. But it's obviously for the people who care a lot less about decentralization, a lot more about cost and performance and so on. It's going to be a very rich ecosystem. Blockchains are a fundamental shift into a new form of computing. And I think you do have to be good-natured about it because there are all these disingenuous attacks on it. Like the Berkeley professor who wrote this long piece about how his Raspberry Pi has more throughput and therefore ETH or Bitcoin will fail. It was just a nonsense comparison. It's just apples and oranges. You're comparing an airplane to a car, just two different things. Yet he wrote pages and pages of this, like only a Berkeley professor could. I guess these are what Nassim Taleb calls the IYIs. Nassim has the completely opposite Twitter strategy of Vitalik, where if somebody attacks him, he just executes them.
Speaking of with Vitalik, who would you say are your enemies?
Unfortunately, Vladimir Putin's lovely Russian government is one of my enemies now. I did talk to him 5 years ago. I believe in talking to people. I talked to Putin, I talked to the vice premier of Taiwan at one point, I talked to people in the government of Singapore, I've talked to people in Canada, UK, and lots of places. But at the same time, there definitely are times where you make the judgments that you have given someone enough latitude, and as much as it would be good to give someone even more love, unfortunately, at the present time, there are cities that are being bombed, there are millions of lives and people's families and futures that are being potentially destroyed and cut short, and a beautiful country that risks being turned into Syria. Ultimately, first priority has to be doing all that we can to help people affected by that situation. So that's a really unfortunate thing, and I've been very public in speaking out that I do fully support Ukraine, and I do strongly oppose all of the characters that are complicit in trying to destroy Ukraine as a country and as a nation. And I use a Russian profanity that some Ukrainian soldiers made famous because of how they used it as a brave show of defiance against Russian soldiers that demanded they surrender. And I repeated it to the head of Russia today. So my general approach was that I don't believe in being mean 0% of the time. I believe in being mean like maybe 0.5% of the time. If you're mean only 0.5% of the time, then that actually makes that meanness more effective. Whereas if you're the sort of person that being mean is your default mode of discourse, then at some point people just stop paying attention to it.
The Bitcoin community can learn from that a little bit. Although there are definitely kind people within Bitcoin too, we just have to be a little quieter because the maxis dominate. I'd like to talk a little bit about the unusual aspects of your life. And not because we're celebrity chasing or navel gazing here, but because it points towards where you can live your life, right? One unusual thing about your life is that you don't seem to have large collections of houses and cars, and you're not doing the standard wealth thing. Another is you're still working as this leader of this decentralized organization. You speak some very large number of languages. Would you mind giving us an idea, a week in the life of Vitalik or a month in the life of Vitalik? And it might be interesting to look at where it's different than the normal person's life.
The last 6 months of my life, I was in San Francisco, Toronto, Argentina, Costa Rica, Mexico, Singapore, so a big long assortment of places. I've been a nomad for about 8 years now. I started doing that as part of my Bitcoin trip in 2013, and then Ethereum started, and it's like my Bitcoin trip never stopped. I just kept on going to different places. Because I was the person that was willing to travel to any particular events to talk to people, people just kept on piling more places for me to visit. Eventually, that part of my lifestyle just became permanent.
And you've given away ridiculous amounts of money, right? ETH, if I remember correctly, had 7 founders, and you've probably been among the most generous of them. Do you plan on giving it all away or most of it away? Does money not matter to you?
I plan on putting the money toward things that are the most important and meaningful to the world.
How many languages do you speak?
It depends on what counts, somewhere between 4 and 6.
And pretty fluently, right? I saw you on an airplane once speaking fluent Chinese, which caught me off guard a little bit. Was that something you learned recently?
Oh, Chinese over the last 5 years. English and Russian I grew up with. French learned in school, and Chinese, and then some German and some Spanish.
I was going to ask, you said you're still on your Bitcoin trip. When is your Bitcoin trip going to be finished?
It might never be. A few years ago, I thought that I would settle down eventually, but then during COVID, I spent about 6 months in Singapore, and I realized that, wow, at this point, my brain is rewired, and I'm just not meant to stay in one place. The nomading is probably never going to end. It was liberating, realizing that I'm off the standard track for good, and I'm fine with that.
I got one last question, which will be useful for my audience. A lot of people who listen to these kinds of podcasts, they're just trying to be the best version of themselves, whether it's the happiest or the most successful or the healthiest or the fittest. And I'm wondering if you have any philosophy that helps you make decisions that you think contributed to where you are today. Conscious philosophy where you're like, should I put time into my own education, or should I travel, or what have you? Is there any advice you would have for a young person who's sort of going down the standard track? The standard track is, I went to high school, I go to college, I get a degree, then I get a job, blah, blah, blah. Is there any advice you would give them, given where the world is today and what you have learned?
Strive to be a better person at the end of every week than you were at the beginning of it. What better means can be very different. It could mean learn something. It could mean exercise and get better at running than you were before. It could mean improving your ability to interact positively with other people. It could mean try something new, visit a country that you haven't visited before, and add some experience. Live every week so you don't feel like at the end of the week you wasted it. Keep on moving forward and you'll be fine.
Don't live life on autopilot. Haseeb, you got any closing questions or remarks or thoughts?
I know that I'm not alone in saying that the crypto world owes you an enormous debt in having moved it forward. There's a great man theory of history that feels more and more outdated over time, but you're one of the few examples of a living person who has massively and single-handedly moved forward history. And I know it probably is difficult for you to have the sense of everything that Ethereum has done in the world and feel it, but I can tell you that all of us owe an enormous amount of what we're doing with our lives to what you started.
I would echo that by saying it was remarkable how young you are. And you're already a
Embarrassed. Finish the worship. Embarrassed. Destroy. Embarrassment. I was everything in front of. Embarrassment. Sad. Embarrassment. A feeling of being embarrassed words make you feel embarrassed. Embarrassed. Feeling ashamed or feeling sad. Embarrassed about she felt embarrassed. Embarrassed. She felt. Embarrassed. If any other be embarrassed or something that makes you feel embarrassed. I was spared. Like I was spared the embarrassment. Hurry to stand in front of everyone. It was nice. No. That's bad or unpleasant. Last shock. Unless shock. Surprise. Bad were unpleasant. Bad were unpleasant. Nasty shock. Those there's a nasty smell in here. Nasty smell or unpleasant. Bad or unpleasant. Nasty. Definition. Nasty. Shock. Surprise. Or sudden, unpleasant, and usually unpleasant. There's a nasty smell in here. There's a nasty smell in here. He had a nasty cut over his eyes. She has a nasty habit of people emitting. Nasty shock. There's a nasty smell in here. He had a nasty cut above his eyes. He had a nasty cut. Wow. And a nasty cut. Nasty cut above his eyes. Why is it nasty cut? Above his eyes. Nasty cut. Nasty. Repelled. Nasty cut. It was a nasty accident. It was a nasty. Were bad or were unpleasant. Bad. And I'll spare you. And I spare you. I want to. And I'll spare you. I won't want you. But I will spare you. The gruesome. Extremely unpleasant and shocking. Surprising. Or sudden urban experience and extremely unpleasant. Extremely unpleasant and shocking and unusual, dealing with death or injury. Extremely unpleasant and shocking and OK， 我觉得好像差不多。And usually dealing with death and extremely unpleasant and shocking and usually dealing with death. Gruesome. Embarrassed. Nice. Friend. gruesome. Oh. Isn't it? Gruesome. What's this? Gruesome. Can be present or under. Wrist. Extremely unpleasant and shocking, and you deal with this. Okay, and the gruesome. Gruesome. Okay. Expense. Effort. Expense. Gruesome. Detail. Gruesome. Okay. I was a nasty, and avoid the gruesome detail. Nasty. Nasty sound for effort, expense. Effort. Physical movement activity needed to achieve something. Physical movement activity needed to achieve something. If we could all make an effort to, if we could all make an effort to keep this office neater, it would help. If we could all make an effort if we could all make an effort to keep this office neater, it would help. Make the effort. You can expect to have any influence, and to have influence if you don't make the effort. Expect. To think or revenue something will happen or some arrived. You can't to have any friends if you don't any effort. Don't make effort. If we could, physical mental activity needed to achieve something. Pursuit. Expense. The use of money, time, or effort the use of money, time, or effort versus the expense. Buying a bigger the use of money, time, or effort. The use of money, time, or effort. The use of money, time, or effort. Expense. Worst expense. Buying a bigger car has proved to be worse than it just had to do garage built at a great expense. To use the money, time, or 金钱、时间和精力、注意力，我觉得应该是 expend effort. Something that makes you spend money, something makes you spend money. Something making our big thing this year was our summer vacation. Expense. To expense. Spare try hard. Spare no effort. To use a not effort. Activity to achieve something. Expense.花费支出 expense. Something that you spend. Something that makes you spend money. To use a not of effort. To use not of effort to expense or something. To use a not of effort. To use another. To use another effort expense. Something that makes you spend money. Something that makes you spend money. Something that makes you spend money. Effort expense to do something. She never spared. Try hard. She never spared. So in the pursuit. An activity that you spend time doing usually when you are not working. The activity that you spend time doing usually when you are not the activity that you spend time doing usually when you are not. I enjoy outdoor like hiking and activity the activity that you spend money. I don't have much opportunity for leisure for this thing. Following the act of following someone or something to try to catch him, her or it. Okay, the act of following someone. The act of following someone or them to try to catch him, her, or it. Attempt. That of trying to achieve a planned activity or situation usually over a non-period of time. A period of happiness. A period of happiness. The company is business in its pursuit of profit. The company is business in its pursuit of profit. The pursuit of happiness. The company is business in its pursuit of profit. The union is on strike in pursuit of a 10% pay increase. Spare no effort. Pursuit. I never spare herself in pursuit of excellent pursuit, active attempt of trying to achieve a productivity or situation over. Excellence. The quality of being excellent. The quality of being excellent. This school is noted for its academic excellence. The school is noted for its academic excellence. The quality of being excellent. The quality of being excellence. Quality. Embarrassed. That makes me embarrassed. Excellence. Excellence. The quality being excellent. The quality. Extremely good. Excellent. Stand how good or bad something. How good something bad something is. The quality of being excellent. The school is known for its academic study. Relation to school, college or university. Colleges or universities were connected with studying and thinking, not with practical skills. Not with practical skills. Quality subject. Qualification. Academic is institution, academic standards. Study. Relating to schools, college, war, and university were connected with studying and thinking, not with practical skills. Relating to schools, college, and universities were connected with studying and thinking, not with practical skills. Relating to school, connected with studying and thinking, not with practice, not with practice. Not with practical skills. Academic subject. Academic institution. Academic standards. Describe someone. Who is intelligent and enjoys that. I was never a particular academic child. How they can candidates had excellent academic credentials. This school is noted for its academic excellence. They followed her academic progress closely. Progress closer. You not described someone who is intelligent and enjoys that and enjoys that and enjoys. I was never
person, because you contributed significantly to telling people about Bitcoin. You contributed obviously by creating ETH, and then you've also contributed through the creation of Uniswap and AMMs, and now pushing social recovery wallets and privacy and so on. You have a multi-act career in front of you, and I look forward to seeing the future acts. As you were talking about improve every week, that's compound interest, and compound interest is a function of the number of iterations, not time. So as you keep iterating, I'm curious to see the Vitalik that comes out the other side and the huge impact that he has. And honestly, for someone like you, politics is a waste of time. And yes, you have to engage in it because you have to coordinate people. But I'm sure at some point you're going to have some great idea, and this time, instead of having to create it yourself against all odds, you'll be able to recruit a great team and finance them and shepherd them into building something as impactful in a parallel domain. So looking forward to that. I know you do a lot of these. We tried to make it a little different, keep it a little more high level, keep it a little more timeless. You're tireless on the podcast circuit, so thanks again, and hope to be helpful to you and the Ethereum community. But you're not going to be successful by aping somebody else. It's going to have to be authentic to you. Also, the media, if you're listening to this video or podcast, you probably have the requisite means at your disposal, which is a functioning body and a functioning mind. And I've encountered plenty of bad luck along the way. First little fortune that I made, I instantly lost in the stock market. The second little fortune that I made, or I should have made, I got cheated by my business partners. It's only the third time around has been a charm, and even then it has been a slow and steady struggle. And I haven't made money in my life in one giant payout. It's always been a whole bunch of small things piling up. So it's more about consistently creating wealth by creating businesses and creating opportunities and creating investments. It hasn't been like a giant one-off thing. my personal wealth has not been generated by one big year. It just stacks up little bit chips at a time. More options, more businesses, more investments, more things I can do. Same way, someone like Adinaj, Illustratus, he's building his brand online, he's building videos. It's not like any one video is going to suddenly shower him with riches overnight. It's going to be a long lifetime of learning, of reading, of creating, that's just going to compound. So we're talking about getting wealthy so you can retire. So you have your freedom. Not retire in the sense that you don't do anything, but in the sense that you don't have to be any place you don't want to be. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. And you can wake up when you want, you can sleep when you want, you don't have a boss. That's freedom. So we're talking about enough wealth to get to freedom. And especially thanks to the internet these days, those opportunities are massively abundant. I, in fact, have too many ways to make money. I don't have enough time. I literally have opportunities pouring out of my ears. And the thing I keep running out of is time. There's just so many ways to create wealth, to create products, to create businesses, to create opportunities, and to, as a byproduct, get paid by society, that I just can't even handle it all.
I think it's pretty interesting that the first three kinds of luck that you described, there are very common cliches for them that everybody knows. And then for that last kind of luck that comes to you out of the unique way that you act, there's no real cliche for it. So for the first three kinds, there's dumb luck or blind luck. That's the first kind of luck. The second kind of luck is the cliche that fortune favors the bold. That's a person who gets lucky just by stirring the pot and acting. The third kind of luck, people say that chance favors the prepared mind. But for the fourth kind of luck, there is not really a common cliche out there that matches the unique character of your action, which I think is interesting and perhaps an opportunity. And it also just shows that people aren't necessarily taking advantage of that kind of luck the way they should be.
I think also at that point, it starts becoming so deterministic that it stops being luck. So the definition starts fading from luck to more destiny. So I would characterize that fourth one is you build your character in a certain way, and then your character becomes your destiny. One of the things I think that is important to making money, you want the kind of reputation that makes people do deals through you. You know, I use the example of like if you're a great diver, then treasure hunters will come and give you a piece of treasure for your diving skills. If you're a trusted, reliable, high integrity, long-term thinking deal maker, then when other people want to do deals, but they don't know how to do them in a trustworthy manner with strangers, they will literally approach you and give you a cut of the deal or offer you a unique deal just because of the integrity and reputation that you've built up. Warren Buffett, he gets offered deals and he gets to buy companies and he gets to buy warrants and bail out banks and do things that other people can't do because of his reputation. But of course that's fragile. It has accountability on the line. It has a strong brand on the line. And as we will talk about later, that comes with accountability attached. But I would say your character, your reputation, these are things that you can build that then will let you take out advantages of opportunities that other people may characterize as lucky, but you know that it wasn't.
You said that this fourth kind of luck is more or less a destiny. There's a quote from that original book that was in Mark's blog post from Benjamin Disraeli, who I think was the former Prime Minister of the UK. The quote to describe this kind of luck was, "We make our fortunes and we call them fate." There were a couple other interesting things about this kind of luck that were mentioned in the blog post I think will be good for the listeners to hear about, is that this fourth kind of luck can almost come out of eccentric ways that you do your things, and that eccentricity is not necessarily a bad thing in this case. In fact, it's a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely, because the world is a very efficient place, so everyone has dug through all the obvious places to dig. And so to find something that's new and novel and uncovered, it helps to be operating on a frontier, where right there you have to be a little eccentric to be out on the frontier by yourself. And then you just have to be willing to dig deeper than other people do, deeper than seems irrational, just because you're interested.
Yeah, the two quotes that I've seen that express this kind of luck, in addition to that Benjamin Disraeli one, are this one from Sam Altman where he said, "Extreme people get extreme results." I think that's pretty nice.
Okay.
And then there's this other one from Jeffrey Pfeffer, who's a professor at Stanford, that you can't be normal and expect abnormal returns. I've always enjoyed that one too.
Yeah, and the one quote that I like, which is the exact opposite of that, is play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Right? A lot of people spend a lot of their time playing social games, like on Twitter, where you're just trying to improve your social standing, and you basically win stupid social prizes, which are worthless.
I guess the last thing that I have from this blog post is just the idea that by pursuing these kinds of luck, especially the last one, basically everything but dumb luck, by pursuing them, you essentially run out of unluck. So if you just keep stirring the pot and stirring the pot, that alone.
Quality. Space. And temperatures place. And temperatures. Space or temperature that is equal to space. Space. To someone, especially when it is difficult. Pursuit. Excellence. An activity that you spend time doing. Do you Pursuit. And never spend yourself in the pursuit excellence. Pursuit to give them time, anonymous space. Could you spare me? Could you spare me? To give time, money, or space to someone special. I want spare space. Or space to someone, especially when it is difficult for you. Could you spare me? I'd love to come, but I can't spare the time. Spare a thought for someone. I have to think about someone who is a difficult or unpleasant situation. To think about someone who is a difficult or situation. No, this.
You will run out of unluck.
Yeah, or it could just be a reversion to the mean, right? So then you at least neutralize luck so that it's your own talents that come into play.
Next, you go into more specific details on how you can actually get rich and how you can't get rich. The first point was about how you're not going to get rich. You're not going to get rich renting out your time. You must own equity, a piece of a business, to gain your financial freedom.
This is probably one of the absolute most important points. People seem to think that you can create wealth and make money through work, and it's probably not going to work. There are many reasons for that, but the most basic is just that your inputs are very closely tied to your outputs. In almost any salaried job, even one that's paying a lot per hour, like a lawyer or a doctor, you're still putting in the hours, and every hour you get paid. So what that means is when you're sleeping, you're not earning. When you're retired, you're not earning. When you're on vacation, you're not earning. And you can't earn non-linearly. If you look at even doctors who get rich, like really rich, it's because they open a business. They open like a private practice, and that private practice builds a brand, and that brand attracts people, or they build some kind of a medical device or a procedure or a process with an intellectual property. So essentially, you're working for somebody else. And that person is taking on the risk and has the accountability and the intellectual property and the brand. So they're just not going to pay you enough. They're going to pay you the bare minimum that they have to get you to do the job. And that can be a high bare minimum, but it's still not going to be true wealth where you're retired. And then finally, you're actually just not even creating that much original for society. Like I said, this tweet storm should have been called How to Create Wealth. This is How to Get Rich was a more catchy title. But you're not creating new things for society. You're just doing things over and over. And you're essentially replaceable because you're now doing a set role. Most set roles can be taught. If they can be taught, like in a school, then eventually you'll be competing with someone who's got more recent knowledge, who's been taught and is coming in to replace you. You're much more likely to be doing a job that can be eventually replaced by a robot or by an AI. And it doesn't even have to be wholesale replaced overnight. It can be replaced a little bit at a time, and that eats into your wealth creation and therefore your earning capability. So fundamentally, your inputs are matched to your outputs, you're replaceable, and you're not being creative. I just don't think that that is a way that you can truly make money. So everybody who really makes money at some point owns a piece of a product or a business or some kind of IP.
That can be through stock options. So you can be working at a tech company, that's a fine way to start. But usually the real wealth is created by starting your own companies, or by, even investors, they're in an investment firm and they're buying equity. So these are much more the routes to wealth. It doesn't come through the hours. You really just want a job or a career or a profession where your inputs don't match your outputs. So if you look at modern society, again, this is later in the tweet storm, businesses that have high creativity and high leverage tend to be ones where you could do an hour of work and it can have a huge effect, or you can do 1,000 hours of work and it can have no effect. For example, look at software engineering. One great engineer can, for example, create Bitcoin and create billions of dollars worth of value. An engineer who's working on the wrong thing, or not quite as good, or just not as creative or thoughtful or whatever, can work for an entire year, and every piece of code they ship ends up not getting used. Customers don't want it. That is an example of a profession where the input and the outputs are highly disconnected. It's not based on the number of hours that you put in. Whereas on the extreme other end, if you're a lumberjack, even the best lumberjack in the world, assuming they're not working with tools, so the inputs and outputs are pretty connected, they're just using an axe or a saw, the best lumberjack in the world may be like 3x better than one of the worst lumberjacks, right? It's not going to be a gigantic difference. So you want to look for professions and careers where the inputs and the outputs are highly disconnected. This is another way of saying that you want to look for things that are leveraged. And by leverage, I don't mean financial leverage alone, like Wall Street uses, and that has a bad name. I'm just talking about tools. We're using tools. Computer is a tool that software engineers use. If I'm a lumberjack with bulldozers and automatic robot axes and saws, I'm going to be using tools and have more leverage than someone who's just using his bare hand and trying to rip the trees out by their roots. Tools and leverage are what create this disconnection between inputs and outputs. Creativity, so the higher the creativity component of a profession, the more likely it is to have disconnected inputs and outputs. So I think that if you're looking at professions where your inputs and your outputs are highly connected, it's going to be very, very, very hard to create wealth and make wealth for yourself in that process.
Any other big things you should avoid other than renting out your time?
Yeah, there are two tweets that I put out that are related. So the first one I was talking about, we were talking about like how your lifestyle, has to upgrade, shouldn't get upgraded too fast. And that one said, people who are living far below their means enjoy a freedom that people busy upgrading their lifestyles just can't fathom. And I think that's very important, like just to not upgrade your lifestyle all the time to maintain your freedom. And it just gives you a freedom of operation. Once you make a little bit of money, you still want to be living like your old self, so that just the worry goes away. So don't run out to upgrade that house, lifestyle, and all that stuff. Let's say you're going to get $1,000 an hour. The problem is that when you go into a work lifestyle like that, you don't just suddenly go from making $20 an hour to making $1,000 an hour. That's a progression over a long career. And as that happens, one subtle problem is that you upgrade your lifestyle as you make more and more money. And that upgrading of the lifestyle ups what you consider to be wealth, and you stay in this wage slave trap. So I forget who said it, maybe it was Nassim Taleb, but he said, the most dangerous things are heroin and a monthly salary, right? Because they're highly addictive. The way you want to get wealthy is you want to be poor and working and working and working. And this is, for example, how the tech industry works, where you don't make any money for 10 years, and then suddenly in year 11, you might have a giant payday, which is, by the way, one reason why these very high marginal tax rates for the so-called wealthy are flawed, because the highest risk-taking, most creative professions literally lose money for a decade of your life while you take massive risk and you bleed and bleed and bleed. And then suddenly in year 11 or year 15, you might have one single big payday. But then, of course, Uncle Sam show up and say, hey, you know what? You just made a lot of money this year, therefore you're rich, therefore you're evil, and you got to hand it all over to us. So it just destroys those kinds of creative risk-taking professions. But ideally, you want to make your money in discrete lumps separated over long periods of time so that your own lifestyle does not have a chance to adapt quickly, and then you can say, okay, now I'm done, now I'm retired, now I'm free. I'm still going to work because you got to do something with your life, but I'm going to work on only the things that I want when I want, and it's going to be much more creative expression and much less about money.
You're not going to get rich renting out your time, but you say that you will get rich by giving society what it wants, but does not yet know how to get at scale.
That's right. So essentially, as we talked about before, money is IOUs from society saying, you did something good in the past, now here's something that we owe you for the future. And so society will pay you for creating things that it wants. But society doesn't yet know how to create those things. Because if it did, it wouldn't need you. They would already be stamped out big time. Almost everything in your house, in your workplace, and on the street used to be technology at one point in time. There was a time when oil was technology that made J.B. Rockefeller rich. There was a time when cars were technology that made Henry Ford rich. So technology is just the set of things, as Alan Kay said, that don't quite work yet. Once something works, it's no longer technology. So society always wants new things. And if you want to be wealthy, you want to figure out which one of those things you can provide for society that it does not yet know how to get, but it will want. That's natural to you and within your skill set, within your capabilities. And then you have to figure out how to scale it. Because if you just build one of it, that's not enough. You've got to build thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions or billions of them so everybody can have one. Steve Jobs and his team, of course, figured out that society would want smartphones, computer in their pocket that had all the phone capability times 100 and be easy to use. So they figured out how to build that, and then they figured out how to scale it, and then they figured out how to get one into every first world citizen's pocket, and eventually every third world citizen too. And so because of that, they're handsomely rewarded, and Apple is the most valuable company in the world.
The way I tried to put it was that the entrepreneur's job is to try to bring the high end to the mass market.
It starts as high end. First, it starts as an act of creativity. First, you create it just because you want it. You want it, and you know how to build it, and you need it. And so you build it for yourself. Then you figure out how to get it to other people, and then for a little while, rich people had it. Like, for example, rich people had chauffeurs, and then they had black town cars, and then Uber came along, and everyone's private driver was available to everybody. And now you can even see Uber pools that are replacing shuttle buses because it's just more convenient. And then you get scooters, which are even further down market of that. So you're right, it's about distributing what rich people used to have to everybody. But the entrepreneur's job starts even before that, which is creation. Entrepreneurship is essentially an act of creating something new from scratch, predicting that society will want it, and then figuring out how to scale it and get it to everybody in a profitable way in a self-sustaining way.
Let's look at this next tweet, which I thought was cryptic and also super interesting about the kind of job or career that you might have. You said the internet has massively broadened the possible space of careers. Most people haven't figured this out yet.
The fundamental property of the internet, more than any other single thing, is it connects every human to each other human on the planet. You can now reach everyone, whether it's by emailing them personally, whether it's by broadcasting to them on Twitter, whether it's by posting something on Facebook that they find, whether it's by putting it on a website they come and access. It connects everyone to everyone. So the internet is an inter-networking tool. It connects everybody. That is its superpower. So you want to use that. What that helps you figure out is that the internet means that you can find your audience for your product or your talent and skill, no matter how far away they are. For example, Nenad, who's Illustratus, if he was in these videos pre-internet, how would he get the message out there? It would just be, what would he do? He would run around where he lives in his neighborhood, showing it to people on a computer or a screen, or he would try to get it played at his local movie theater. It was impossible. It only works because he can put it on the internet. And then how many people in the world are really interested in it, or even interested in what we're talking about, are really going to absorb it, right? It's going to be a very small subset of humanity. The key is being able to reach them. So what the internet does is allows any niche obsession, which could be just the weirdest thing. It could be like people who collect snakes, to like people who like to ride hot air balloons, to people who like to sail around the world by themselves, just one person on a craft, or someone who's obsessed with miniature cooking, like there's this whole Japanese miniature cooking phenomenon, or there's a show about a woman who goes to people's houses and tidies it up, right? So whatever niche obsession you have, the internet allows you to scale. Now that's not to say that what you build will be the next Facebook to reach billions of users, but if you just want to reach 50,000 passionate people like you, there's an audience out there for you. So the beauty of this is that we have 7 billion beings on this planet. The combinatorics of human DNA are incredible. Everyone is completely different. You'll never meet any two people who are vaguely similar to each other that can substitute for each other. It's not like you can say, well, Nivi just left my life, so I can have this other person come in and he's just like Nivi, and I get the same feelings, the same responses, and the same ideas. No, there are no substitutes for people. People are completely unique. So given that each person has different skill sets, different interests, different obsessions, and it's that diversity that becomes a creative superpower. So each person can be creatively superb at their own unique thing. But before, that didn't matter, because if you were living in a little fishing village in Italy, like your fishing village didn't necessarily need your completely unique skill, and you had to conform to just the few jobs that were available. But now, today, you can be completely unique. You can go out on the internet and you can find your audience, and you can build a business and create a product and build wealth and make people happy, just uniquely expressing yourself through the internet. Space of careers has been so broadened. Esports players, people making millions of dollars playing Fortnite, people creating videos and uploading them, YouTube broadcasters, bloggers, podcasters. Joe Rogan, I read, true or false, I don't know, but I read that he's going to make about $100 million a year on his podcast, and he's had 2 billion downloads. Even PewDiePie, this is a hilarious tweet that I retweeted the other day. PewDiePie is the #1 trusted name in news. This is a kid, I think, in Sweden, and he's got 3 times the distribution of the top cable news networks just on his news channel. It's not even on his entertainment channel. The internet enables any niche interest, as long as you're the best at it, to scale out. And the great news is, because every human is different, everyone is the best at something, being themselves. Another tweet I have that is worth weaving in, but didn't go into this tweet storm, was a very simple one. I like things when I can compress them down, because they're easy to remember and easy to hold on to. But that one was, escape competition through authenticity. So when you're competing with people, it's because you're copying them. It's because you're trying to do the same thing. But every human is different. Don't copy. I know we're mimetic creatures, and Rene Girard has a whole mimesis theory, but it's much easier than that. Don't imitate, don't copy, just do your own thing. No one can compete with you on being you. It's that simple. And so the more authentic you are to who you are and what you love to do, the less competition you're going to have. So you can escape competition through authenticity when you realize that no one can compete with you on being you. And normally that would have been useless advice pre-internet. Post-internet, you can turn that into a career.
Talk a little bit about what industries you should think about working in, what kind of job you should have, and who you might want to work with. So you said one should pick an industry where you can play long-term games with long-term people. Why?
Yeah, this is an insight into what makes Silicon Valley work and what makes high-trust societies work. Essentially, all the benefits in life come from compound interest, whether it's in relationships or making money or in learning. So compound interest is a marvelous force where it's like, you start out with 1x what you have, and then if you increase 20% a year for 30 years, it's not that you got 30 years times 20% added on, it was compounding, so it just grew until you suddenly got a massive amount of whatever it is, whether it's goodwill or love or relationships or money. So I think compound interest is a very important force. You have to be able to play a long-term game. And long-term games are good not just for compound interest, they're also good for trust. If you look at Prisoner's Dilemma type games, the solution to Prisoner's Dilemma is tit for tat, which is I'm just going to do to you what you did last time to me, with some forgiveness in case there was a mistake made. But that only works in an iterated Prisoner's Dilemma. In other words, you play the game multiple times. So if you're in a situation, like for example, you're in Silicon Valley, where people are doing business with each other and they know each other, they trust each other, then they do right by each other because they know this person will be around for the next game. Now, of course, that doesn't always work because you can make so much money in one move in Silicon Valley. Sometimes people betray each other because they're just like, I'm going to get rich enough off this that I don't care. So there can be exceptions to all these circumstances. But essentially, if you want to be successful, you have to work with other people, and you have to figure out who can you trust, and who can you trust over a long period of time, that you can just keep playing the game with them, so that compound interest and high trust will make it easier to play the game and will let you collect the major rewards, which are usually at the end of the cycle. So for example, Warren Buffett has done really well as an investor in the U.S. stock market, but the biggest reason he could do that was because the U.S. stock market has been stable and around and didn't get, for example, seized by the government during a bad administration, or the U.S. didn't plunge into some war. The underlying platform didn't get destroyed. So in his case, he was playing a long-term game, and the trust came from the U.S. stock market stability. In Silicon Valley, the trust comes from the network of people in the small geographic area that you figure out over time who you can work with and who you can't. If you keep switching locations, you keep switching groups. Let's say you started out in the woodworking industry and you built up a network there and you're working hard, you're trying to build a product in the woodworking industry. And then suddenly another industry comes along that's adjacent but different, but you don't really know anybody in it and you want to dive in and make money there. If you keep hopping from industry to, no, actually I need to open a line of electric car stations for electric car refueling. that might make sense. It might be the best opportunity, but every time you reset, every time you wander out of where you built your network, you're going to be starting from scratch. You're not going to know who to trust. They're not going to trust you. There are also industries in which people are transient by definition. They're always coming in and going out. Politics is an example of that, right? In politics, new people are being elected. You see in politics that when you have a lot of old timers, like the Senate, people who've been around for a long time and they've been career politicians, yeah, there's a lot of downside to career politicians like corruption, but an upside is they actually get deals done with each other because they know the other person's going to be in the same position 10 years from now, and they're going to keep dealing with them, so they might as well learn how to cooperate. Whereas every time you get like a new incoming freshman class in the House of Representatives, which turns over every 2 years, the big wave election, nothing gets done because there's a lot of fighting. Because I just got here, I don't know you, I don't know if you're going to be around, why should I work with you, rather than just trying to do whatever I think is right. So it's important to pick an industry where you can play long-term games and with long-term people. So those people have to signal that they're going to be around for a long time, that they're ethical, and their ethics are visible through their action.
In a long-term game, it seems that everybody is making each other rich, and in a short-term game, it seems like everybody is making themselves rich.
I think that is a brilliant formulation. Yeah, in a long-term game, it's positive sum. We're all baking the pie together. We're trying to make it as big as possible. In a short-term game, we're cutting up the pie. Now, this is not to excuse the socialists, right? The socialists are the people who are not involved in baking the pie, who show up at the end and say, I want a slice or I want the whole pie. They show up with the guns. But I think a good leader doesn't take credit. A good leader tries to inspire people so the team gets the job done. And then things get divided up according to fairness and who contributed how much or as close to as possible and took risk, as opposed to just whoever has the longest knife, the sharpest knife.
So these next two tweets are play iterated games. All returns in life, whether in wealth, relationships, or knowledge, come from compound interest.
Yeah, when you've been doing business with somebody, you've been friends with somebody for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, it just gets better and better because you trust them so easy that the friction goes down. You can do bigger and bigger things together. For example, the simplest one is getting married to someone, having kids and raising children. Like, that's compound interest, right? Investing in those relationships. Those relationships end up being invaluable compared to more casual relationships. It's true in health and fitness. The fitter you are, the easier it is to stay fit. Whereas the more you deteriorate your body, the harder it is to come back and claw your way back to a baseline. It requires heroic acts.
Regarding compound interest, I think I saw you retweet something a while back. Maybe it was from Ed Lattimore. It went something along the lines of get some traction, get purchase, and don't lose it. So the idea was to gain some initial traction and never fall back. Just keep ratcheting up and up.
I don't remember it exactly, but I think that was right. Yeah, it was like get traction and don't let go. It was a good one. Yeah. In terms of pick people to work with that have high intelligence, high energy, and high integrity, I find that's the 3-part checklist that you cannot compromise on. You need someone who's smart or they're heading in the wrong direction and you're not going to end up in the right place. You need someone high energy because the world is full of smart, lazy people. We all know people in our lives who are really smart, but can't get out of bed or lift a finger. And we also know people who are very high energy but not that smart, so they work hard but they're running in the wrong direction. And smart, it's not a pejorative, it's not meant to be like someone's smart, someone else is stupid, but it's more that everyone's smart at different things. So depending on what you want to do well, you have to find someone who's smart at that thing. And then energy, a lot of times people are unmotivated for a specific thing, but they're not motivated for other things. So for example, someone might be really unmotivated to go to a job and sit in an office, but they might be really motivated to go paint, right? Well, in that case, they should be a painter. They should be putting art up on the internet, trying to figure out how to build a career out of that, rather than wearing a collar around their neck and going to a dreary job. And then high integrity is the most important, because otherwise, you got the other two, what you have is you have a smart and hardworking crook who's eventually going to cheat you. So you have to figure out if the person's high integrity, and as we talked about, the way you do that is through signals, and signals is what they do, not what they say. It's all the nonverbal stuff that people do when they think nobody's looking.
With respect to the energy, there was this interesting thing from Sam Altman a while back where he was talking about delegation, and he was saying one of the important things for delegation is delegate to people who are actually good at the thing that you want them to do. It's the most obvious thing, but it seems like you want to partner with people who are naturally going to do the things that you want them to do.
Yeah, I almost won't start a company or hire a person or work with somebody if I just don't think they're into what I want them to do. When I was younger, I used to try and talk people into things. That was this idea that you can sell someone into doing something, but you can't. You can't keep them motivated. You can get them inspired initially. It might work if you're a king like Henry V and you're trying to get them to just charge into battle, and then they'll figure it out. But if you're trying to keep someone motivated for the long term, that motivation has to come intrinsically. You can't just create it, nor can you be the crutch for them if they don't have that intrinsic motivation. So you have to make sure people actually are high energy and want to do what you want them to do or what you want to work with them. Reading signals is very, very important. Signals are what people do despite what they say. So it's important to pay attention to subtle signals. We all know that socially, if someone treats a waiter or waitress in a restaurant really badly, then it's only a matter of time until they treat you badly. If somebody screws over an enemy and is vindictive towards them, well, it's only a matter of time before they redefine you from friend to enemy and you feel their wrath. So angry, outraged, vindictive, short-term thinking people are essentially that way in many interactions in their life. People are oddly consistent. It's one of the things you'll learn about them. So you want to find long-term people. You want to find people who seem irrationally ethical. For example, I had one friend of mine whose company I invested in, and the company failed, and he could have wiped out all the investors. But he kept putting more and more personal money in. Through 3 different pivots, he put personal money in until the company finally succeeded. And in the process, he never wiped out the investors. And I was always grateful to him for that. I said, like, wow, that's amazing that, you were so good to your investors. You didn't wipe them out. And he got offended by that. He said, I didn't do it for you. I didn't do it for my investors. I did it for me. It's my own self-esteem. It's what I care about. That's how I live my life. That's the kind of person you want to work with. Another quote that I like, I have a tweet on this. I think I read this somewhere else, which is I'm not taking credit for this, but I modified it a little bit, which is that self-esteem is a reputation that you have with yourself. You always know. So good people, moral people, ethical people, easy to work with people, reliable people tend to have very high self-esteem because they have very good reputation with themselves and they understand that. It's not ego. Self-esteem and ego are different things. Because ego can be undeserved, but self-esteem, at least you feel like you lived up to your own internal moral code of ethics. And so it's very hard to work with people who end up being low integrity. And it's hard to figure out who's high integrity and low integrity. Generally, the more someone is saying that they're moral and ethical and high integrity, the less likely they are to be that way. It's very much like status signaling. If you overtly bid for status, if you overtly talk about being high status, that is a low status move. If you openly talk about how honest and reliable and trustworthy you are, you're probably not that honest and trustworthy. That is a characteristic of con men. So yeah, pick an industry in which you can play long-term games with long-term people.
Let's do this last tweet. You said, don't partner with cynics and pessimists. Their beliefs are self-fulfilling.
Yeah, essentially, to create things, you have to be a rational optimist. Rational in the sense that you have to see the world for what it really is, and yet you have to be optimistic about your own capabilities and your ability to get things done. We all know people who are consistently pessimistic, who will shoot down everything. Everyone in their life has like the helpful, critical guy, right? He thinks he's being helpful, but he's actually being critical, and he's a downer on everything. That person will not only never do anything great in their lives, they'll prevent other people around them from doing something great. They think their job is to shoot holes in things. And it's okay to shoot holes in things as long as you come up with a solution. There's also the classic like military line, I will lead, follow, or get out of the way. And these people want a fourth option where they don't want to lead, they don't want to follow, but they don't want to get out of the way. They want to tell you why the thing's not going to work. And all the really successful people I know have a very strong action bias. They just do things. The easiest way to figure out if something's viable or not is by doing it. At least do the first step and the second step and the third and then decide. So if you want to be successful in life, creating wealth or having good relationships or being fit or even being happy, you need to have an action bias towards getting what you want. And you have to be optimistic about it. Not irrationally. There's nothing worse than someone who's just like foolhardy and chasing it's not work. That's why I say rational optimist. But you have to be rational, know all the pitfalls, know the downsides, but still keep your chin up. I mean, you've got one life on this planet. Why not try to build something big? This is the beauty of Elon Musk and why I think he inspires so many people. It's just when he takes on really, really big, audacious tasks, and he provides an example for people to think big. And it takes a lot of work to build even small things. I don't think the corner grocery store owner is working any less hard than Elon Musk or pouring any less sweat and toil into it, maybe even more. But for whatever reason, education, circumstance, they didn't get the chance to think as big, so the outcome's not as big. So it's just better to think big, obviously rationally within your means, stay optimistic. The cynics and the pessimists, what they're really saying, and fortunate, but they're saying, I've given up. I don't think I can do anything. And so the world to me just looks like a world where nobody can do anything. And so why should you go do something? Because if you fail, then I'm right, which is great. But if you succeed, then you just make me look bad.
Yeah, it's probably better to be an irrational optimist than it is to be a rational cynic.
Yeah, there's a completely rational frame on why you should be an optimist. Historically, if you go back 2,000 years, 5,000 years, 10,000 years, two people are wandering through a jungle, they hear a tiger, one's an optimist and says, oh, it's not headed our way. The other one says, I'm a pessimist, I'm out of here. And the pessimist runs and survives, and the optimist gets eaten. So we're descended from pessimists. We're genetically hardwired to be pessimists. But modern society is far, far safer. There are no tigers wandering down the street. It's very unlikely that you will end up in total ruin, although you should avoid total ruin. Much more likely that the upside is unlimited and the downside is limited. So adapting for modern society means overriding your pessimism and taking slightly irrationally optimistic bets, because the upside is unlimited. If you start the next SpaceX or Tesla or Uber, you can make billions of dollars of value for society and for yourself and change the world. And if you fail, what's the big deal? You lost a few $1 million of investor money and they've got plenty more, and that's the bet they take, the chances that you will succeed. It made sense to be pessimistic in the past. It makes sense to be optimistic today, especially if you're educated and living in a first world country. Even a third world country, I actually think the economic opportunities in third world countries are much larger. The one thing you have to avoid is the risk of ruin. Ruin means stay out of jail, so don't do anything that's illegal. It's never worth it to wear an orange jumpsuit. And stay out of total catastrophic loss. That could mean that you stay out of things that could be physically dangerous, hurt your body. You have to watch your health, and stay out of things that can cause you to lose all of your capital or all of your savings. So don't gamble everything at one go. But you take rationally optimistic bets with big upside.
I think there's people that will try and build up your ideas and build on your ideas, no matter how far-fetched they might seem. And then there are people who will list out all the obvious exceptions, no matter how obvious they are. And fortunately, in the startup world, I don't even really get exposed to the people that are giving you the obvious exceptions and all the reasons it's not going to work. I barely get exposed to that anymore.
That's what Twitter is for. Scott Adams got so annoyed by this, he came with the phrase, an acronym, which is, but of course there are obvious exceptions, BOCTAOE. And he used to pin that acronym at the end of his articles for a while. But Twitter is just overrun with nitpickers. And where exactly as you're pointing out, Silicon Valley has learned that the upside is so great that you never look down on the slobby kid who's wearing a hoodie and has coffee on his shoes and just looks like a slob, because you don't know if he's going to be the next Mark Zuckerberg or the next Reid Hoffman. So you got to treat everybody with respect. You got to look up to every possibility and opportunity, because the upside is so unlimited and the downside is so limited in the modern world, especially with financial assets and instruments.
Do you want to talk a little bit about the skills that you need, in particular specific knowledge, accountability, leverage, and judgment? So the first tweet in this area is arm yourself with specific knowledge, accountability, and leverage. And I'll throw in judgment as well. I don't think you covered that in that particular tweet.
If you want to make money, you have to get paid at scale. And why you, that's accountability. At scale, that's leverage. And just you getting paid as opposed to somebody else getting paid, that's specific knowledge. So specific knowledge is probably the hardest thing to get across in this whole tweet storm, and it's probably the thing that people get the most confused about. The thing is that we have this idea that everything can be taught. Everything can be taught in school. And it's not true that everything can be taught. In fact, the most interesting things cannot be taught. But everything can be learned. And very often that learning either comes from some innate characteristics in your DNA, or it could be through your childhood where you learn soft skills, which are very, very hard to teach later on in life. Or it's something that is brand new, so nobody else knows how to do it either. Or it's true on-the-job training because you're pattern matching into highly complex environments. building judgment in a specific domain. Classic example is investing, but it could be in anything. It could be in judgment in running a fleet of trucks. It could be judgment in weather forecasting. So specific knowledge is the knowledge that you care about, especially if you're later in life. Let's say you're post 20, 21, 22. You almost don't get to choose which specific knowledge you have. Rather, you get to look at what you have already built by that point in time, and then you can build on top of it. The first thing to notice about specific knowledge is that you can't be trained for it. If you can be trained for it, if you can go to a class and learn specific knowledge, then somebody else can be trained for it too. And then we can mass produce and mass train people. Heck, we can even program computers to do it, and eventually we can program robots to walk around doing it. So if that's the case, then you're extremely replaceable, and all we have to pay you is the minimum wage that we have to pay you to get you to do it, when there are lots of other takers who can be trained to do it. So really, your returns just devolve into your cost of training plus the return on investment on that training. So you really want to pick up specific knowledge. You need your schooling, you need your training to be able to capitalize on the best specific knowledge, but the part of it that you get paid for is the specific knowledge. For example, someone who goes and gets a degree in psychology and then becomes a salesperson. Well, if they were already a formidable salesperson and had great salesmanship to begin with, then the psychology degree is leverage. It arms them and they do much better at sales. But if they were always an introvert, never very good at sales, and they're trying to use psychology to learn sales, they're just not going to get that great at it. Specific knowledge is found much more by pursuing your innate talents, your genuine curiosity, and your passion. It's not by going to school for whatever is the hottest job. It's not for going into whatever field investors say is the hottest. Very often, specific knowledge is at the edge of knowledge. It's also stuff that's just being figured out or is really hard to figure out. So if you're not 100% into it, somebody else who is 100% into it will outperform you. And they won't just outperform you by a little bit, they'll outperform you by a lot. Because now we're operating the domain of ideas, compound interest really applies and leverage really applies. So if you're operating with 1,000 times leverage and somebody is right 80% of the time and somebody else is right 90% of the time, the person who's right 90% of the time will literally get paid hundreds of times more by the market because of the leverage and because of the compounding factors and being correct. So you really want to make sure you're good at it, so your genuine curiosity is very important. So very often, it's not something you sit down and you reason about. It's more found by observation. You almost have to look back on your own life and see what you're actually good at. For example, I wanted to be a scientist, and that is where a lot of my moral hierarchy comes from. I view scientists at the top of the production chain for humanity, and the group of scientists who have made real breakthroughs and contributions have probably added more to human society, I think, than any single other class of human beings. Not to take away anything from art or politics or engineering or business, but without the science, we'd still be scrabbling in the dirt, fighting with sticks and trying to start fires. My whole value system was built around scientists, and I wanted to be a great scientist. But when I actually look back at what I was uniquely good at and what I ended up spending my time doing, it was more around making money, tinkering with technology, and selling people on things, explaining things, talking to people. So I have some sales skills, which is a form of specific knowledge that I have. I have some analytical skills around how to make money, and I have this ability to absorb data, obsess about it, and break it down, and that is a specific skill that I have. I also just love tinkering with technology, and all of this stuff feels like play to me, but it looks like work to others. So there are other people to whom these things would be hard. They say like, well, how do I get good at being pithy and selling ideas? Well, if you're not already good at it, or if you're not really into it, maybe it's not your thing. Focus on the thing that you are really into. This is ironic, but the first person to actually point out my real specific knowledge was my mother. And she did it as an aside, talking from the kitchen, and she said it when I was like 15 or 16 years old. I was telling a friend of mine that I wanted to be an astrophysicist, and she said, no, you're going to go into business. And I was like, what? My mom's telling me I'm going to be in business? I'm going to be an astrophysicist. Mom doesn't know what she's talking about. But Mom knew exactly what she was talking about. She had already observed that every time we walked down the street, I would critique the local pizza parlor on why they were selling their slices a certain way with certain toppings and why their process of ordering was this way when it should have been that way. So she knew that I had more of a business curious mind, but then my obsession with science combined to create technology, and technology businesses where I found myself. So very often, your specific knowledge is observed, and often observed by other people who know you well, and revealed in situations rather than something that you come up with. to the extent that specific knowledge is taught, it's on the job, it's through apprenticeships, and that's why the best businesses, the best careers are the apprenticeship careers, because those are things that society still has not figured out how to train and automate yet. The classic line here is that Warren Buffett went to Benjamin Graham when he got out of school, and Benjamin Graham was the author of The Intelligent Investor and sort of modernized or created value investing as a discipline. And Warren Buffett went to Benjamin Graham, and Graham said, actually, you're overpriced. Free is overpriced. And Graham was absolutely right, that when it comes to a very valuable apprenticeship, like the type that Graham was going to give Buffett, Buffett should have been paying him a lot of money. And that right there tells you that those are skills worth knowing. Specific knowledge also tends to be technical and creative. So on the bleeding edge of technology, on the bleeding edge of art, on the bleeding edge of communication, even today, for example, there are probably meme lords out there on the internet who can create incredible memes that will spread the idea to millions of people, or are very persuasive. Like, for example, Scott Adams is a good example of this. He's essentially becoming one of the most credible people in the world by making accurate predictions through persuasive arguments in videos. And that is specific knowledge that he has built up over the years because he got obsessed with hypnosis when he was young. He learned how to communicate through cartooning. He embraced Periscope early, so he's been practicing lots of conversation. He's read all the books on the topic. He's employed it in his everyday life. If you look at his girlfriend, she's like this beautiful young Instagram model. That is an example of someone who has built up a specific knowledge over the course of his career. It's highly creative. It has elements of being technical in it, and it's something that is never going to be automated. No one's going to take that away from him, because he's also accountable under one brand as Scott Adams, and he's operating with the leverage of media with Periscope and drawing Dilbert cartoons and writing books. He has massive leverage on top of that brand, and he can build wealth out of it if he wanted to build additional wealth beyond what he already has.
Should we be calling it unique knowledge, or does specific knowledge somehow make more sense for it?
You know, I came up with this framework when I was really young, and we're talking decades and decades. It's now probably over 30 years old. And so at the time, just specific knowledge stuck with me, so that is how I think about it. The reason I didn't try and change it is because every other term that I found for it was overloaded in a different way. At least specific knowledge isn't that used. I can rebrand it. The problem with unique knowledge is, yeah, maybe it's unique, but if I learn it from somebody else, it's no longer unique. Then we both know it. So it's not so much that it is unique, it's that it is highly specific to the situation, it's specific to the individual, it's specific to the problem. And it can only be built as part of a larger obsession, interest, and time spent in that domain. It can't just be read straight out of a single book, nor can it be taught in a single course, nor can it be programmed into a single algorithm.
Speaking of Scott Adams, he's got a blog post on how to build your career by getting in, say, the top 25 percentile at 3 or more things. And by doing that, you become the only person in the world who can do those 3 things in the 25th percentile. So instead of trying to be the best at one thing, you just try to be very, very good at 3 or more things. Is that a way of building specific knowledge?
I actually think the best way is just to follow your own obsession. And somewhere in the back of your mind, you can realize that, hey, actually, this obsession, like, I'll keep an eye out for the commercial aspects of it. But I think if you go around trying to build it a little too deliberately, if you become too goal-oriented on the money, then you won't pick the right thing. You won't actually pick the thing that you love to do, so you won't go deep enough into it. Scott Adams' observation is a good one. It's predicated on statistics. Let's say there's 10,000 areas that are valuable to the human race today in terms of knowledge to have. And the number one in those 10,000 slots is taken, right? Someone else is likely to be the number one in each of those 10,000 unless you happen to be one of the 10,000 most obsessed people in the world at a given thing. But when you start going the combinatorics of combining, well, number 3,728 with top-notch sales skills and really good writing skills and someone who understands accounting and finance really well, when the need for that intersection arrives, you've expanded now from 10,000 through combinatorics to millions or tens of millions. So it just becomes much less competitive. Also, there's diminishing returns, so it's much easier to be top 75 percentile at 3 or 4 things than it is to be literally the number one at something. I think it's a very pragmatic approach, but I think it's important that one not start assembling things too deliberately, because you do want to pick things where you are a natural. everyone is a natural at something. We're all familiar with that phrase, a natural. Oh, this person's a natural at meeting men or women. This person's a natural socialite. This person's a natural programmer. This person's a natural reader. So whatever you are a natural at, you want to double down on that. And then there are probably multiple things you are natural at, because personalities and humans are very complex. So we want to be able to take the things that you are natural at and combine them so that you automatically, just through sheer interest and enjoyment, end up top 25 or top 10 or top 5% of a number of them.
Talking about combining skills, you said that you should learn to sell, learn to build. If you can do both, you'll be unstoppable.
This is a very broad category now, but it's two broad categories. One is building the product, which is hard, and it's multivariate. That can include design, that can include development, that can include manufacturing, logistics, procurement. It could even be designing and operating a service. It has many, many definitions, but in every industry, there is a definition of the builder. In our tech industry, that's the CTO, it's the programmer, it's the software engineer, hardware engineer. But, even in like a laundry business, it could be the person who's building the laundry service, who is making the trains run on time, who's making sure all the clothes end up in the right place at the right time, and so on. Then the other side of it is the sales side. Again, selling has a very broad definition. Selling doesn't necessarily just mean selling individual customers, but it could mean marketing, it could mean communicating, it could mean recruiting, it could mean raising money, it could mean inspiring people, it could mean doing PR. So it's a broad umbrella category. So generally, the Silicon Valley startup model tends to work best. It's not the only way, but it is probably the most common way. When you have two founders, one of whom is world-class at sales and one of whom is world-class at building. An example is, of course, Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak with Apple. Gates and Allen probably had similar responsibility early on with Microsoft. Larry and Sergey, probably broke down along those lines, although it's a little different there because that was a very technical product delivered to end users through a simple interface. But generally, you will see this pattern repeated over and over. There's a builder and there's a seller. There's a CEO and CTO combo. And the venture and technology investors are almost trained to look for this combo whenever possible. It's the magic combination. The ultimate is when one individual can do both. That's when you get true superpowers. That's when you get people who can create entire industries. The living example is Elon Musk. He may not necessarily be building the rockets himself, but he understands enough that he actually makes technical contributions. He understands the technology well enough that no one's going to snow him on it, and he's not running around making claims that he doesn't think he can eventually deliver. He may be optimistic in the timelines, but he thinks it's within reasonableness of delivery. Even Steve Jobs developed enough product skills and was involved enough in the product that he also operated in both of these domains. Larry Ellison started as a programmer and I think wrote the first version of Oracle, or was actually heavily involved in it. Mark Andreessen was also in this domain. He may not have had enough confidence in his sales skills, but he was the programmer who wrote Netscape Navigator, a big chunk of it. So I think the real giants in any field are the people who can both build and sell. And usually the building is the thing that, like, a salesperson can't pick up building later in life. It requires too much focused time. But a builder can pick up selling a little bit later, especially if they were already innately wired to be a good communicator. Bill Gates famously paraphrased this as, I would rather teach an engineer marketing than a marketer engineering. I think if you start out with a building mentality and you have building skills and it's still early enough in your life, or you have enough focused time that you think you can learn selling and you have some natural characteristics where you're a good salesperson, then you can double down on those. Now, your sales skills can be in a different than traditional domain. So for example, let's say you're a really good engineer, and then people are saying, well, now you need to be good at sales. Well, you may not be good at hand-to-hand sales, but you may be a really good writer. And writing is a skill that can be learned much more easily than, say, in-person selling. And so you may just cultivate writing skills until you become a good online communicator and then use that for your sales. On the other hand, it could just be that you're a good builder and you're bad at writing and you don't like communicating to mass audiences, but you're good one-on-one. So then you might use your sales skills for recruiting or for fundraising, which are more one-on-one kinds of endeavors. This is pointing out that if you're at the intersection of these two, don't despair, because you're not going to be the best technologist and you're not going to be the best salesperson, but in a weird way, that combination, back to Scott Adams' skill stack, that combination of two is unstoppable. Long term, people who understand the underlying product and how to build it and can sell it, these are catnip to investors. These people can break down walls if they have enough energy, and they can get almost anything done.
If you could only pick one to be good at, which one would you pick?
When you're trying to stand out from the noise, building is actually better because there's so many hustlers and salespeople who have nothing to back them up. When you're starting out, when you're trying to be recognized, building is better. But much later down the line, building gets exhausting because it is a focused job, and it's hard to stay current because there's always new people, new products coming up who have newer tools and frankly more time because it's very intense, it's a very focused task. So sales skills actually scale better over time. Like for example, if you have a reputation for building a great product, that's good, but when you ship your new product, I'm going to evaluate it based on the product. But if you have a reputation for being a good person to do business with, and you're persuasive and communicative, then that reputation almost becomes self-fulfilling. So I think if you only had to pick one, you kind of start with building and then transition to selling. This is a cop-out answer, but I think that is actually the right answer.
Before we go and talk about accountability and leverage and judgment, you've got a few tweets further down the line that I would put in the category of continuous learning. There is no skill called business. Avoid business magazines and business class. Study microeconomics, game theory.
But you take risk. So you take risk of failure, you take risk of humiliation, you take risk of failure under your own name, which, luckily in modern society, there's no more debtor's prison and people don't go to jail or get executed for losing other people's money. But we're still socially hardwired to not fail in public under our own names. And the people who have the ability to fail in public under their own names actually gain a lot of power. For example, I'll give a personal anecdote. Up until about 2013, 2014, my public persona was entirely around startups and investing. And only around 2014, 2015 did I start talking about philosophy and psychological things and broader things. And it made me a little nervous because I was doing it under my own name. And there were definitely people in the industry who sent me messages through the back channel like, what are you doing? You're ending your career. This is stupid. And I just went with it. I took a risk. Same with crypto early on. I took a risk. But when you put your name out there, you take a risk with certain things, you also get to reap the rewards, you get the benefits. Accountability is important because that's how you're going to get leverage. That's how you're going to get credibility. It's also how you're going to get equity. You're going to get a piece of the business. When you're negotiating with other people, ultimately, if someone else is making a decision about how to compensate you, that decision will be based on how replaceable you are. And if you have high accountability, that makes you less replaceable, and then they have to give you equity, which is a piece of the upside. But equity itself is a good example because equity is also a risk-based instrument. Equity means you get paid everything after all the people who need guaranteed money are paid back. So if you look at the hierarchy of capital in a company, the employees get paid first. They get to pay the salary first. Like in legal proceedings, the salaries are sacrosanct. If you are a board member and the company spends too much money and has back salaries to pay, the government will go after you personally to pay back the salaries. So the employees get the most security, but in exchange for that security, they don't have as much upside. Then next in line would be the debt holders, who are maybe the bankers who lent money to the company for operations, and they need to make their fixed coupon every month or every year, but they don't get much more upside beyond that. Now they might be making 5, 10, 15, 20, 25% a year, but that's where their upside is limited to. And then finally are the equity holders, and these people are actually going to get most of the upside. So once the debt holders are paid off and the salaries are paid off, whatever remains goes to them. But if there isn't enough money to pay off the salaries and the debt holders, or if there's just enough to pay off the salary and the debt holders, which is what happens with most businesses most of the times, the equity holders get nothing. So the equity holders take on greater risk, but then they take on, in exchange, they get nearly unlimited upside. And you can do the same with all of your work. So essentially, taking accountability for your actions is the same as taking an equity position in all of your work. You're essentially taking greater downside risk and greater upside risk. But realize that in modern society, the downside risk is not that large. Even personal bankruptcy can wipe the debts clean in good ecosystems. I'm most familiar with Silicon Valley, but generally people will forgive failures as long as you were honest and made a high integrity effort. So there's not really that much to fear in terms of failure. And so people should be taking on a lot more accountability than they actually are.
Is accountability actually fragile, or do you really just mean that we're hardwired not to fail in public, so it just feels like it's a fragile thing?
I think it could actually be fragile. Like example of accountability is you're an airplane pilot. As a captain, you're taking on accountability for the entire plane. Let's say that something goes wrong with the aircraft, you can't later blame it on anyone else. You can't blame it on the steward or the stewardess. You can't blame it on the co-pilot. You're the captain. You're responsible for the ship. And if you screw up, you crash the ship, and there are immediate consequences. In the old days, the captain was expected to go down with the ship. If the ship was sinking, literally the last person who got to get off was the captain. So yeah, I think accountability does come with real risks, but we're talking about in a business context. So the risk here would be that you would probably be the last one to get your capital back out. You'd be the last one to get paid for your time. So, the time that you put in, the capital that you put in into the company, these are what are at risk. Even if a business fails and your name's on it, that's not as bad as if it turns out to be an integrity issue. Like your Bernie Madoff, for example, Madoff Investments. That name is never going to be good again in the investment community. You could be Bernie Madoff's great-great-great-grandson. You are not going to go into the investment business because you ruin the family name. So I think these days, the accountability risk with the name happens more around integrity rather than it does around purely economic failure.
The big takeaway for me on accountability is that you will be rewarded directly in proportion with your accountability. I also think this is why people like Taleb rail against CEOs who get rewards without accountability.
Yeah, Taleb's Skin in the Game is required reading if you want to get anywhere in modern life and understand how modern systems work. Then Skin in the Game would be near top of my list to read. But yes, accountability, Skin in the Game, these concepts go very closely hand in hand. I think of accountability as reputational skin in the game. It's putting your personal reputation on the line as skin in the game. Accountability is a simple concept. The only part of accountability that may be a little counterintuitive is that we're currently socially brainwashed to not take on accountability, not in a visible way. But I think there are ways to take on accountability where every member of a team can take on accountability for their portion. And that is how you get a well-functioning team while still putting credits and losses in the correct columns.
So why don't we talk a little bit about leverage? The first tweet in the storm was a famous quote from Archimedes, which was, "Give me a lever long enough and a place to stand, and I will move the earth." The next tweet was, "Fortunes require leverage. Business leverage comes from capital, people, and products with no marginal cost of replication."
Leverage is critical. The reason I stuck an Archimedes quote in there is normally I don't like putting other people's quotes in my Twitter. Like, that doesn't add any value. You can go look up those people's quotes. But this quote I had to put in there because it's just so fundamental. I read it when I was very, very young, and it had a huge impression on me. And we all know what leverage is when we use a seesaw or a lever. We understand how that works physically. But I think what our brains aren't really well evolved to comprehend is how much leverage is possible in modern society and what the newest forms of leverage are. And so the oldest form of leverage is labor, which is people working for you. So instead of me lifting rocks, I can have 10 people lift rocks. Then just by my guidance on where the rocks should go, a lot more rocks get moved than I could do myself. Everybody understands this because we're evolved to understand the labor form of leverage. And so what happens is society overvalues labor as a form of leverage. This is why your parents are impressed when you get a promotion and you have lots of people working underneath you. This is why when a lot of naive people, when you tell them about your company, they'll say how many people work there. They'll use that as a way to establish credibility. They're trying to measure how much leverage and impact you actually have. Or when someone starts a movement, they'll say how many people they have or how big the army is. We just automatically assume that more people is better. But I would argue that this is the worst form of leverage that you could possibly use. Managing other people is incredibly messy. It requires tremendous leadership skills. You're one short hop from a mutiny or getting eaten or torn apart by the mob. It's incredibly competed over. Entire civilizations have been destroyed over this fight. For example, communism, Marxism, is all about the battle between capital and labor, das Kapital and das Labor, right? So it's a trap. So you really want to stay out of labor-based leverage. You want the minimum amount of people working with you that are going to allow you to use the other forms of leverage, which I would argue are much more interesting, The second type of leverage is capital. And this one's a little less hardwired into us because large amounts of money moving around and being saved and being invested in money markets, these are inventions of human beings the last few hundred to few thousand years. They're not evolved with us from hundreds of thousands of years. So we understand them a little bit less well. They probably require more intelligence to use correctly, and the ways in which we use them keep changing. Management skills from 100 years ago might still apply today, but investing in the stock market skills from 100 years ago probably don't apply to the same level today. So capital is a trickier form of leverage to use. It's more modern. It's the one that people have used to get fabulously wealthy in the last century. It's probably been the dominant form of leverage in the last century. And you can see this by who are the richest people. It's bankers, politicians in corrupt countries who print money, essentially people who move large amounts of money around. And if you look at the top of very large companies, outside of technology companies, in many, many large old companies, the CEO job is really a financial job. They're really financial asset managers. Now, sometimes an asset manager can put a pleasant face on it so you get a Warren Buffett type, but deep down, I think we all dislike capital as a form of leverage because it feels unfair, because it's this invisible thing that can be accumulated and passed across generations and suddenly seems to result in people having gargantuan amounts of money with nobody else kind of around them or necessarily sharing in it. That said, capital is a powerful form of leverage. It can be converted to labor. It can be converted to other things. It's very surgical, very analytical. If you are a brilliant investor and you have $1 billion and you can make a 30% return with it, whereas anybody else can only make a 20% return, you're going to get all the money and you're going to get paid very handsomely for it. It scales very, very well. If you get good at managing capital, you can manage more and more capital much more easily. You can manage more and more people. So it is a good form of leverage, but the hard part with capital is how do you obtain it? And that's why I talked about specific knowledge and accountability first. If you have specific knowledge in a domain, and if you're accountable and you have a good name in that domain, then people are going to give you capital as a form of leverage that you can use to then go get more capital. So, but capital also is fairly well understood, and I think a lot of the knocks against capitalism come because of the accumulation of capital. The most interesting and the most important form of leverage is this idea of products that have no marginal cost of replication. This is the new form of leverage. This is only invented in the last few hundred years. It got started with the printing press. It accelerated broadcast media, and now it's really blown up with the internet and with code. So now you can multiply your efforts without having to involve other humans and without needing money from other humans. This podcast is a form of leverage. Long ago, I would have had to sit in a lecture hall and lecture each of you personally, and I would have maybe reached a few hundred people, and that would have been that. 30 years ago, I would have to be lucky to get on TV, which is somebody else's leverage. They would have distorted the message. They would have taken the economics out of it or charged me for it. They would have muddled the message, and I would have been lucky to get that form of leverage. But today, thanks to the internet, I can buy a cheap microphone, hook it up to a laptop or an iPad, and there you are, all listening. So this newest form of leverage is where all the new fortunes are made. So all the new billionaires, the last generation fortunes were made by capital. That was the Warren Buffetts of the world. But the new generation fortunes are all made through code or media. Joe Rogan making 50 to 100 million bucks a year from his podcasts. PewDiePie, I don't know how much money he's rolling in, but he's bigger than the news, right? The Fortnite players. Of course, Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg and Larry Page and Sergey Brin and Bill Gates and Steve Jobs. That is all code-based leverage. Now, the beauty is when you combine all of these three. That's where tech startups really excel, where you take just the minimum but highest output labor that you can get, which are engineers and designers, product developers, and then you add in capital. You use that for marketing, advertising, scaling, and you add in lots of code and media and podcasts and content to get it all out there. That is a magic combination, and that's why you see technology startups explode out of nowhere, use massive leverage, and just make huge outsized returns.
Do you want to talk a little bit about permissioned versus permissionless?
Probably the most interesting thing to keep in mind about the new forms of leverage is they are permissionless. They don't require somebody else's permission for you to use them or succeed. For labor leverage, somebody has to decide to follow you. For capital leverage, somebody has to give you money to invest or to turn into a product. But coding, writing books, recording podcasts, tweeting, YouTubing, these kinds of things, these are permissionless. You don't need anyone's permission to do them. And that's why they're very egalitarian. They're great equalizers of leverage. And as much as people may rail on Facebook and YouTube, they're not going to stop using it, because this permissionless leverage where everyone can be a broadcaster is just too good. The same way, you can rail upon Apple for having a slightly closed ecosystem in the iPhone, but everyone's writing apps for it. So as long as you can write apps for it, you can get rich or reach users doing that. Why not? I think of all the forms of leverage, the best one in modern society, and people are gonna, this is glib, this is a little overused, and this is why I tell people learn to code, right? It's that we have this idea that in the future, there's gonna be these robots, and they're gonna be doing everything. And that may be true, but I would say the majority of the robot revolution has already happened. The robots are already here, and there are way more robots than there are humans. It's just that we pack them in data centers for heat and efficiency reasons. We put them in servers, they're inside the computers. All the circuits, the robot mind inside that's doing all the work. And so every great software developer, for example, now has an army of robots working for him at nighttime while he or she sleeps after they've written the code, and it's just cranking away. So the robots army is already here. The robot revolution has already happened. We're about halfway through it. We're just adding in much more of the hardware component these days. As we get more familiar, we get more comfortable with the idea of autonomous vehicles and autonomous airplanes and autonomous ships and maybe autonomous trucks and there's delivery bots and Boston Dynamics robots and all that. But robots who are doing web searching for you, for example, are already here. The ones who are like cleaning up your video and audio and transmitting it around the world are already here. The ones who are answering many customer service queries, things that you would have had to call a human for, are already here. So an army of robots is already here. It's very cheaply available, and the bottleneck is just figuring out intelligent and interesting things to do to them. And essentially, you can order this army of robots around. Just the commands have to be issued in a computer language, in the language that they understand. So these robots aren't very smart. They have to be told very precisely what to do and how to do it. So coding is such a great superpower because now you can speak the language of the robot armies and you can tell them what to do.
And I think at this point, actually, people are not only commanding the army of robots within servers through code, they're actually manipulating the movement of trucks, of other people. Just ordering a package on Amazon, you're manipulating the movement of many people and many robots to get a package delivered to you. People are doing the same things to build businesses now. So there's the army of robots within servers, and then there's also an army of actual robots and people that are being manipulated through software.
Labor and capital are much less egalitarian, not just in their inputs, but in their outputs. Let's say that I need something that humans have to provide, like if I want a massage, or if I need like someone to cook my food. The more of a human element there is in providing that service, the less egalitarian it is. Jeff Bezos probably has much better vacations than most of us, right? Because he has lots of humans running around doing whatever he needs to do. But if you look at the output of code and media, Jeff Bezos doesn't get to watch better movies and TV than we do. Jeff Bezos doesn't get to even have a better computing experience. Like Google doesn't give him some premium special Google account where his searches are better. It's the nature of code and media output that the same product is accessible to everybody. And it turns into a positive sum game, where if Jeff Bezos is consuming the same product as 1,000 other people, that product's to be better than the version that Jeff would consume on his own. Whereas with other products, that's not true. If you look at something like buying a Rolex, which is no longer about telling the time, it's a signaling good. It's all about showing off, I have a Rolex. That's a zero-sum game. If everybody in the world is wearing a Rolex, then people don't want to wear Rolexes anymore because they no longer signal. It's canceled out the effect. And so rich people do have an advantage in consuming that product. They'll just price it up till only they can have Rolexes, and then poor people can't have Rolexes, and Rolexes resume their signaling value. But something like watching Netflix or using Google or using Facebook or YouTube, or even, frankly, modern day cars. Like rich people don't have better cars, they just have weirder cars. You can't drive a Lamborghini on the street at any speed that makes sense for a Lamborghini, so it's actually a worse car on the street. It just turned into a signaling good at that point. Your sweet spot where you want to be is somewhere like a Tesla Model 3 or like a Toyota Corolla. It's an amazing car. A new Toyota Corolla is a really nice car, but because it's mainstream, the technology has amortized the cost of production over the largest number of consumers possible, and the best products tend to be at the center, at the sweet spot, the middle class, rather than being targeted at the upper class. So I think one of the things that we don't necessarily appreciate in modern society is as the forms of leverage have gone from being human-based, labor-based, and being capital-based to being more product and code and media-based, that most of the goods and services that we consume are becoming much more egalitarian in their consumption. Even food is becoming that way. Like food is becoming cheap and abundant, at least in the first world, too much so to our detriment. Jeff Bezos isn't necessarily eating better food, he's just eating different food. Or he's eating like food that's prepared and served theatrically. So it's almost like more of, again, the human element performance. But the labor element out of food production has gone down massively. The capital element has gone down massively. And so even food production itself has become more technology oriented. And so the gap between the haves and the have-nots is getting smaller. So if you care about ethics in wealth creation, it is better to create your wealth using code and media as leverage, because then those products are equally available to everybody, as opposed to trying to create your wealth through labor or capital, because what I'm referring to here is scale economies. Technology products and media products have such amazing scale economies that you always want to use the product that is used by the most people. The one that's used by the most people ends up having the largest budget. There's no marginal cost of adding another user, and so with the largest budget, you get the highest quality. So the best TV shows are actually not going to be some obscure ones just made for a few rich people. They're going to be the big budget ones like the Game of Thrones or Breaking Bad or Bird Box, where they have massive, massive budgets. They can just use those budgets to get to a certain quality level. And then the rich people, to be different, they have to fly to Sundance and watch a documentary, because you and I aren't going to fly to Sundance because, you know, that's something that bored rich people do to show off. And we're not going to watch a documentary because most of them just aren't actually even that good, right? Again, if you're wealthy today, for large classes of things, you spend your money on signaling goods to show other people that you're wealthy, and you try and convert them to status, as opposed to actually consuming the goods for their own sake.
People and capital as a form of leverage have a negative externality, and code and product have a positive externality attached to them, if I was going to sum up your point. I think that capital and labor are also starting to become a little more permissionless, or at least the permissioning is diffuse because of the internet. So instead of labor, we have community now, which is a diffused form of labor. For example, Mark Zuckerberg has 1 billion people doing work for him by using Facebook. And instead of going to raise capital from someone who's rich, now we have crowdfunding. So you can raise millions and millions of dollars for a charity, for a health problem, or for a business. You can do it all online. So capital and labor are also becoming permissionless, and you don't need to necessarily do it the old-fashioned way, where you have to go around and ask people for permission to use their money or their time. One more question about leverage. Do you think a choice of business model or a choice of product can also bring a kind of leverage to it? For example, pursuing a business that has network effects, pursuing a business that has brand effects, or other choices of business model that people could manipulate that just give you free leverage?
Yeah, there's some really good microeconomic concepts that are important to understand. One of those is scale economies, which is the more you produce of something, the cheaper it gets to make it. That's something that a lot of businesses have, basic economics 101, and you should try and get into a business where making widget number 12 is cheaper than making widget number 5, and making widget number 10,000 is a lot cheaper than the previous ones. And this builds up an automatic sort of barrier to entry against competition and getting commoditized. So that's an important one. Another one, this is along the same lines, but technology products especially and media products have this great quality where they have zero marginal cost of reproduction. So creating another copy of what you just created is free. So when somebody listens to this podcast or watches a YouTube video about this, it doesn't cost me anything for the next person who shows up. Those zero marginal cost things, they take a while to get going because you make very little money per user, but over time they can really, really add up. So Joe Rogan is working no harder on his current podcast than he was on podcast number 1. But on podcast number 1100, he's making $1 million for the podcast, whereas for the previous one, he probably lost for the first one. That's an example of zero marginal cost. And then the most subtle but the most important is this idea of network effects. And it comes from computer networking. Bob Metcalfe, who created Ethernet, famously coined Metcalfe's law, which is the value of a network is proportional to the square of the number of nodes in the network. So if a network of size 10 would have a value of 100, a network of a size 100 would have a value of 10,000. it's not just 10x more, it's 100x more because it's a square. So the difference is in the square. So you want to be in a network effects business, assuming you're not number 2. If you're number 1 in a network effect business, you win everything. So example, if you look at Facebook, right, your friends and family social networking protocol, who's their competitor? Nobody, because they won everything through network effects. Which is why when people say, well, I can just switch away from Facebook, they don't realize that network effects create natural monopolies. They're very, very powerful things. And one of the dirty secrets of Silicon Valley is that a lot of the winning businesses are natural monopolies. Even ride sharing tends towards one winner-take-all system. Like Uber will always have better economics than Lyft, as long as it's moving more drivers and more riders around. Something like Google, there's only one viable search engine. I do like DuckDuckGo, privacy reasons, but they're just always going to be behind because of network effects. Twitter, right? Where else would you go for microblogging? Even YouTube has weak network effects, but they're still powerful enough. There's really no number 2 site that you go to consume your video on a regular basis. It even turns out in retail, Amazon, Prime, and convenience, stored credit cards and information creates a powerful network effect. So what is a network effect? Let's just define it precisely. A network effect is when each additional user adds value to the existing user base. So your users themselves are creating some value for the existing users. The classic example that I think everybody can understand is language. Let's say that there's 100 people who live in the community and speak 10 different languages, and each person just speaks one of those 10. Well, you're having to translate all the time. It's incredibly painful. But if all 100 of you spoke the same language, it would add tremendous value. And so the way that community will play out is 10 people start off speaking 10 languages. So let's say that one extra person learns English. Well, now all of a sudden, 11 people know English. So the next person comes in to learn a new language, probably going to choose English. At some point, let's say English gets to 20 or 25 people, it's done. It's just going to own the entire language marketplace, and the rest of the languages will get competed out. Which is why long term, the entire world is probably going to end up speaking English and Chinese. China is closed off on the internet, but the internet itself is a great leveler, and people who want to communicate on the internet are forced to speak English because the largest community of people on the internet speaks English. I always feel bad for my colleagues who grew up speaking foreign languages in foreign countries because you don't have access to so many books. So many books just haven't been translated into other languages. So if you only spoke French or you only spoke German, or you only spoke Hindi, for example, you would be at a severe disadvantage in a technical education. Invariably, if you go and get a technical education, you have to learn English, just because you have to read these books that have this data that has not been translated. So languages are probably the oldest example of network effect. Money is another example. We should all probably be using the same money, except for the fact that geographic and regulatory boundaries have created these artificial islands of money. But even then, the world tends to use a single currency as the reserve currency at most times, currently the US dollar. So network effects are a very powerful concept. When you're picking a business model, it's really good idea to pick a model where you can benefit from network effects, low marginal costs, and scale economies. And these tend to go together. Like anything that has zero marginal cost of production obviously has scale economies, and things that have zero marginal cost of reproduction very often tend to have network effects because it doesn't cost you anything more to stamp out the thing, so then you can just create little hooks for users to add value to each other. You should always be thinking about how your users, your customers, can add value to each other, because that is the ultimate form of leverage. You're on the beach in the Bahamas, or you're sleeping at night, and your customers are adding value to each other. The tweet storm is very abstract. It's deliberately meant to be broadly applicable to all kinds of different domains and disciplines and time periods and places. But sometimes it's hard to work without concrete example. So let's just go concrete for a minute. Look at the real estate business. You could start at the bottom. Let's say you're a day laborer. You come in, you fix people's houses. Someone orders you around, tells you break that piece of rock, stand that piece of wood, put that thing over there. There's just all these menial jobs that go on a construction site. If you're working one of those jobs, unless you're a skilled trade, like say a carpenter or electrician, you don't really have specific knowledge. And even carpenter or electrician is not that specific because other people can be trained how to do it, so you can be replaced. So you get paid your 15, 20, 25, 50, if you're really lucky, $75 an hour, but that's about it. You don't have any leverage other than from the tools that you're using. So if you're driving a bulldozer, that's better than doing it with your hands. So day labor in India makes a lot less because they have no tool leverage. You don't have much accountability. You're a faceless cog in the construction crew, and the owner of the house or the buyer of the house doesn't know or care that you worked on it. One step up from that, you might have a contractor, like a general contractor, who someone hires to come and fix and repair and build up their house. That general contractor is taking accountability, they're taking responsibility. So now, if let's say they got paid $250,000 for the job, sorry, I'm using Bay Area prices, so maybe I'll go rest of the world prices, $100,000 for the job to fix up a house, and it actually costs the general contractor, all said and done, $70,000. Well, that contractor is going to pocket that remaining 30. So they got the upside, they got the equity, but they're also taking accountability and risk. So if the project runs over and there's losses, then they eat the losses. But you see, just the accountability gives them some form of additional potential income. And then they also have labor leverage because they have a bunch of people working for them. But it probably tops out right there. You can go one level above that and you can look at a property developer. This might be someone who is a contractor who did a bunch of houses, did a really good job, then decided to go into business for themselves, and they go around looking for beaten down properties that have potential. They buy them, they either raise money from investors, they're fronted themselves, they fix the place up, and then they sell it for twice what they bought it for. Maybe they only put in 20% more, so it's a healthy profit. So now a developer like that takes on more accountability, has more risk, they have more specific knowledge, because now you have to know which neighborhoods are worth buying in, which lots are actually good and which lots are bad, what makes or breaks a specific property. You have to imagine the finished house that's going to be there, even when the property itself might look really bad right now. So there's more specific knowledge, there's more accountability and risk, and now you also have capital leverage because you're also putting money into the project. But conceivably, you could buy, a piece of land or a broken down house for $200,000 and turn it into $1 million mansion and pocket all the difference. One level beyond that might be a famous architect or a developer, where just having your name on a property because you've done so many great properties increases its value. One level up from that, you might be a person who decides, well, I understand real estate and I now know enough of the dynamics of real estate that rather than just build and flip my own properties or improve my own properties, I'm going to be a massive developer. I'm going to build entire communities. Another person might say, I like that leverage, but I don't want to manage all these people. I want to do it more through capital, so I'm going to start a real estate investment trust. And that requires specific knowledge, not just about investing in real estate and building real estate, but also requires specific knowledge about the financial markets, the capital markets, and how real estate trusts operate. One level beyond that might be somebody who says, actually, I want to bring the maximum leverage to bear in this market and the maximum specific knowledge. And so that person would say, well, I understand real estate and I understand everything from basic housing construction to building properties and selling them to how real estate markets move and thrive. And I also understand the technology business. So I understand how to recruit developers, how to write code, and how to build good product. And I understand how to raise money from venture capitalists and how to return it and how all of that works. And obviously not a single person may know this. You may pull a team together to do it where each have different skill sets. But that combined entity would have specific knowledge in technology and in real estate. It would have massive accountability because that company's name would be a very high risk, high reward effort attached to the whole thing. And people would devote their lives to it, take on significant risk, and then it would have leverage in code with lots of developers. It would have capital with investors putting money in and the founders own capital, and it would have labor of some of the highest quality labor that you can find, which is high quality engineers and designers and marketers who are working on the company. And then you may end up with a Trulia or a Redfin or a Zillow kind of company, and then the upside could potentially be in the billions of dollars or the hundreds of millions of dollars. So as you layer in more and more kinds of knowledge that can only be gained on the job and aren't common knowledge, and you layer in more and more accountability and risk taking, and you layer in more and more great people working on it and more capital on it and more code and media on it, you keep expanding the scope of the opportunity all the way from the day laborer who might just literally be scrapping on the ground with their hands all the way up to somebody who started a real estate tech company and then took it public.
We spoke about specific knowledge, we talked about accountability, we talked about leverage. The last skill that Naval talks about in his tweet storm is judgment, where he says that leverage is a force multiplier for your judgment.
We are now living in an age of nearly infinite leverage, and all the great fortunes are created through leverage. So your first job is to go and obtain leverage, and you can obtain leverage through permission by taking risks and getting people to work for you, or by raising capital, or you can get leverage permissionlessly by learning how to code or becoming a good communicator in podcasting, broadcasting, creating videos, writing, etc. So that's how you get leverage. But once you have leverage, what do you do with it? Well, The first part of your career is spent hustling to get leverage. Once you have the leverage, then you want to slow down a bit because your judgment really matters. It's like you've gone from steering your sailboat around to now you're steering an ocean liner or a tanker. You have a lot more at risk, but you have a lot more to gain as well. You're carrying a much higher payload. So in an age of infinite leverage, judgment becomes the most important skill. Warren Buffett is so wealthy now because of his judgment. Even if you were to take away all of Warren's money, tomorrow investors would come out of the woodwork and hand him $100 billion because they know his judgment is so good, and they would give him a big chunk of that $100 billion to invest. So ultimately, everything else that you do is actually setting you up to apply your judgment. One of the big things that people rail on is CEO pay, and for sure there's crony capitalism that goes on where these CEOs control their boards and the boards give them too much money. But there's certain CEOs who definitely earn their keep because their judgment is better. If you're steering a big ship, if you're steering Google or Apple, and your judgment is 10 or 20% better than the next person's, society will literally pay you hundreds of millions of dollars more because you're steering a $100 billion ship. If you're on course 10 or 20% of the time more often than the other person, the compounding results on that hundreds of billions of dollars you're managing will be so large that your CEO pay will be dwarfed in comparison. So demonstrated judgment, credibility around the judgment is so critical. Warren Buffett wins here because he has massive credibility. He's been highly accountable. He's been right over and over in the public domain. He's built a reputation for very high integrity, so you can trust him. So a person like that, people will throw infinite leverage behind him because of his judgment. Nobody asks him how hard he works. Nobody asks him when he wakes up or when he goes to sleep. They're like, Warren, just do your thing. So especially demonstrated judgment with high accountability, clear track record is critical.
Let's define judgment. I would define it as knowing the long-term effects of your decisions, or being able to predict the long-term effects of your decisions.
It's funny, my definition of wisdom is knowing the long-term consequences of your actions. So they're not all that different. Wisdom is just judgment on a personal domain. Wisdom applied to external problems, I think, is judgment. So they're highly linked. But yes, it's knowing the long-term consequences of your actions and then making kind of the right decision to capitalize on that. Judgment is very hard to build up. This is where both intellect and experience come in play. There are many problems with the so-called intellectuals in the ivory tower, but one of the reasons why Nassim Taleb rails against them is because they have no skin in the game, they have no real-world experience, right? So they just apply purely intellect. And intellect without any experience is often worse than useless, as you get the confidence that the intellect gives you, and you get some of the credibility, but because you had no skin in the game and you had no real experience and no real accountability, you're just throwing darts. The real world is always far, far more complex than we can intellectualize. And especially all the interesting, fast-moving edge domains and problems, you can't get there without experience. So if you are smart and you iterate fast, so it's not even you put 10,000 hours into something, but you take 10,000 tries at something. If you are smart and you have a lot of quick iterations and you try to keep your emotions out of it, the people with the best judgment are actually among the least emotional. A lot of the best investors are considered almost robotic in that regard, but I wouldn't be surprised if even the best entrepreneurs often come across as unemotional. There is this archetype of the passionate entrepreneur, and yeah, they have to care about what they're doing, but they also have to see very clearly what's actually happening. And the thing that prevents you from seeing what's actually happening are your emotions. Our emotions are constantly clouding our judgment. And in investing, or in running companies, or in building products, or being an entrepreneur, emotions really get in the way. Emotions are what prevent you from seeing what's actually happening until you can no longer resist the truth of what's happening, until it becomes too sudden and then you're forced into suffering, which is a breaking of this emotional fantasy that you had put together.
To try and connect some of these concepts, I would say that first, you're accountable for your judgment. Judgment is the exercise of wisdom. Wisdom comes from experience, and that experience can be accelerated through short iterations.
And the reason why a lot of the top investors, a lot of the value investors, if you read Jeremy Grantham or you read Warren Buffett, you read up on Michael Burry, these people sound like philosophers, or they are philosophers, or they're reading a lot of history books or science books. What are they doing? Shouldn't they be reading investment books? No, investment books are the worst place to learn about investment, because investment is a real world activity that is highly multivariate. All the advantages are always being competed away. It's always on the cutting edge. So what you actually just need is very, very broad-based judgment and thinking. And the best way to do that is to study everything, including a lot of philosophy. And philosophy also makes you more stoic, makes you less emotional, and so you make better decisions, you have better judgment. One simple thing is I go out on Twitter, and it seems like half of Twitter is outrageous something at all times. You can go within someone's Twitter feed and get at least some semblance of what it must be like to be in their head all the time. And the more outraged somebody is, I guarantee you, the worse their judgment is. If someone's constantly tweeting political outrage and seems like an angry person getting into fights, you don't want to hand this person the keys to your car, let alone the keys to your company.
So we covered the skills that you need to get rich. That was specific knowledge, accountability, leverage, judgment, and lifelong learning. Let's talk a little bit about the importance of working hard and valuing your time.
So no one is going to value you more than you value yourself. So you just have to set a very high personal hourly rate, and you have to stick to it. So even since when I was young, I just decided that I was worth a lot more than the market thought I was worth, but I started treating myself that way. So always factor your time into every decision. How much time does it take? Oh, it's going to take me an hour to get across town to get this thing. Well, I value myself at $100 an hour. That's throwing $100 out of my pocket. Am I going to do that? You buy something from Amazon, they screwed it up, you have to return it. Is it worth your time to return it? Is it worth the mental hassle? Keep in mind that you have less work hours, you have less mentally high output hours. Do you want to use them to run errands and solve little problems, or do you want to save them for the big stuff? All the great scientists were terrible at managing their household life. None of them had a clean, organized room, or made all their social events on time or sent their thank you cards. You can spend your life however you want, but if you want to get rich, it has to be your number one overwhelming desire, which means that it has to come before anything else, which means you can't be penny pinching. This is what people don't understand. You can penny pinch your way to the basic sustenance. You can keep your expenses low, maybe retire early, and not spend too much, and that's perfectly valid. But we're here to talk about wealth creation. And if you're going to do that, then that has to be your number one overwhelming priority. So fast forward to your wealthy self and pick some intermediate hourly rate. For me, believe it or not, back when you could have hired me, which now obviously you can't, but back when you could have hired me, and this was true a decade ago or even 2 decades ago before I had any real money, my hourly rate, I used to say to myself over and over, is $5,000 an hour. Today, when I look back, really it was about $1,000 an hour. And of course, I still ended up doing stupid things like arguing with the electrician or returning the broken speaker, but I shouldn't have. And I did it a lot less than any of my friends would. And I would make a theatrical show out of throwing something in the trash pile or giving it to Salvation Army rather than trying to return it, or handing something to people rather than trying to fix it. I would argue with my girlfriends, and even today to my wife, like, I don't do that. That's not a problem that I solve. I still argue that with my mother when she hands me like little to-dos. I just don't do that. I would rather hire you an assistant. And this was true even when I didn't have money. Another way of thinking about something is that if you can outsource something, or not do something for less than your hourly rate, outsource it or don't do it. So if you can hire someone to do it for less than your hourly rate, hire them. That even includes things like cooking. Now, you may want to eat your healthy home-cooked meals, but if you can outsource it, do that instead. And I know some people will say, well, what about the joy of life and what about getting it right just your way? Sure, you can do that, but you're not going to be wealthy because now you've made something else a priority. Paul Graham said it pretty well for Y Combinator startups. He said you should be working on your product and getting product market fit, and you should be exercising and eating healthy. Like, that's about it. That's kind of all you have time for while you're on this mission. So set a very high hourly aspirational rate for yourself and stick to it. And it should seem and feel absurdly high. If it doesn't, it's not high enough. And whatever you picked, my advice to you would be raise it. Like I said, for myself, even before I had money, for the longest time I used $5,000 an hour. And if you extrapolate that out into what it looks like as an annual salary, it's multiple millions of dollars per year. Ironically, I actually think I've beaten it. When I look back, because I'm not the hardest working person, I'm actually kind of a lazy person. So I work through bursts of energy where I'm really motivated with something. So if I actually look at how much I've earned per actual hour that I've put in, it's probably quite a bit higher than that. Let's talk about hard work. There's this battle that happens on Twitter a lot between should you work harder and should you not. Like David Hauser's on there saying it's like you're slave driving people, and Keith Rabois is always on there saying like, no, all the great founders work their fingers to the bone. And they're talking past each other. First of all, they're talking about two different things. David is talking about employees in a lifestyle business, which is fine. Your number one thing in life, if you're doing that, is not getting wealthy. You have a job, you also have your family, you also have your life. But Keith is talking about the Olympics of startups. He's talking about the person going for the gold medal and trying to build a multi-billion-dollar public company. That person has to get everything right. They have to have great judgment, they have to pick the right thing to work on, they have to recruit the right team, and they have to work crazy hard because they're basically engaged in a competitive sprint. So if getting wealthy is your goal, you are going to have to work as hard as you can. But hard work is absolutely no substitute for who you work with and what you work on. What you work on is probably the most important thing. Finding product market founder fit, to expand on Mark Andreessen's definition, he came with product market fit, but I would add product market founder fit, which is how well you are personally suited to that business. The combination of that three, that should be your overwhelming goal. And you can save yourself a lot of time if you pick the right area to work in. Picking the right people to work with is the next most important piece. And then third comes how hard you work. But they're like three legs of a stool. If you shortchange on any one of them, the whole stool is going to fall down. So it's not like you can pick one over the other that easily. So the order of operations when you're building a business is, or even building your career, is first figure out what should I be doing? What is something where there is a market that is emerging, there's a product that I can build that I'm excited to work on, and something where I have specific knowledge and I'm really into it. And then second, surround yourself with the best people possible. And no matter how high your bar is, raise your bar. Because you can never be working with other people who are great enough. If there's someone greater out there to work with, you should go work with them. I advise a lot of people who are looking at which startup to join in Silicon Valley, I say basically pick the one that's going to have the best alumni network for you in the future. Look at the PayPal mafia. They worked with a bunch of geniuses, so they all got rich. So just try and pick based on the highest intelligence, energy, and integrity people that you can find. And then finally, once you've picked the right thing to work on and the right people to work with, then you work as hard as you can. This is where the mythology gets a little crazy. People work 80, 120-hour weeks. A lot of that's just status signaling. It's showing off. Nobody really works 80 to 120 hours a week sustained at high output with mental clarity. Your brain breaks down. You just won't have good ideas. So really the way people tend to work most effectively, especially in knowledge work, is they sprint as hard as they can while they're working on something and they're inspired and they're passionate, and then they rest, they take long breaks. It's more like a lion hunting and much less like a marathon runner running. So you sprint, then you rest, you reassess, and then you try again. And what you end up doing is you end up building a marathon of sprints. Nivi just made the point to me on the side that inspiration is perishable, which is a very good point. When you have your inspiration, do it right then and there. This happens to me a lot with my tweet storms. I've actually come up with a whole bunch of additional tweet storms besides the ones that are already out there, but sometimes I just hesitate or I just pause and then it just dies. And what I've learned is if I'm inspired to write a blog post or to publish a tweet storm, I should probably do it right away. Otherwise, it's not going to get out there. I won't come back to it. So inspiration is a beautiful and powerful thing, and when you have it, just seize it. So people talk about impatience. When do you know to be impatient? When do you know to be patient? My glib tweet on this was impatience with actions and patience with results. And I think that's actually a good philosophy for life. Anything you have to do, just get it done. Why wait? You're not getting any younger. Your life is slipping away. You don't want to spend it waiting in line. You don't want to spend it traveling back and forth. You don't want to spend it doing things that you know ultimately aren't part of your mission. And when you do them, you want to do them as quickly as you can while you do them well with your full attention. But then you just have to give up on the results. You have to be patient with the results because you're dealing with complex systems, you're dealing with lots of people. It takes a long time for markets to adopt products. It takes time for people to get comfortable working with each other. It takes time for great products to emerge as you polish away, polish away, polish away. So impatience with actions, patience with results. And as Nivi said, inspiration is perishable. So when you have inspiration, act on it right then and there. If I have a problem that I discover in one of my businesses that needs to be solved, I won't sleep until at least the resolution is in motion. And this is just personal feeling, but if I'm on the board of a company, I'll call the CEO. If I'm running the company, I'll call my reports. If I'm responsible, I'll get on there right then and there and solve it. If I don't solve a problem the moment it happens, or I don't start moving towards solving it the moment it happens, I have no peace, I have no rest, I have no happiness until that problem is solved. So solve it as quickly as possible. I literally won't sleep until it's solved. Maybe that's a personal characteristic, but it's worked out well in business. We squander our time with the death of 1,000 cuts. So another tweet I had was, you should be too busy to do coffee while still keeping an uncluttered calendar. People who know me know that I'm famous for simultaneously doing two things. One is having a very clean calendar. I have almost no meetings on it, and there are people that I meet with when they see my calendar, they almost weep. While at the same time, I am busy all the time. I'm always doing something. And it's usually quote-unquote work-related, but it is whatever the highest impact thing is that needs to be done at that time and that I'm most interested and inspired about. But the only way to do that is to constantly, ruthlessly decline meetings. People want to do coffee and build relationships, and that's fine early in your career when you're still exploring, but later in your career when you're exploiting and there are more things coming at you than you have time for, you have to ruthlessly cut meetings out of your life. If someone wants to do a meeting, see if you can do it with a phone call instead. If they want to do a phone call, see if they can do it with an email instead. If they want to do it with email, see if they can do it with a text message instead. If they're text messaging, you should probably be ignoring most text messages unless they're true emergencies. So one has to be utterly ruthless about dodging meetings. When you do meetings, do walking meetings, do standing meetings, keep them short, keep them actionable, keep them small. Any meeting with 8 people in it sitting around a conference table, nothing is getting done in that meeting. You're literally just dying 1 hour at a time.
Doing coffee reminds me of the old quote, I think, from Steve Jobs when they asked him, hey, why doesn't Apple come to conventions? Or why don't you come to my convention? And his response was, well, then because we wouldn't be here working.
Yeah, I used to have a tough time turning people down for meetings, but now I just tell them outright. I just say, look, I don't do non-transactional meetings. I don't do meetings without a strict agenda. I don't do meetings unless we absolutely have to. Nibby used to do this. He would email people when they would ask Nibby and I for a meeting, a coffee meeting, get to know you. He would say, we don't do meetings unless it's life and death urgent. And then that person has to respond, yeah, it's life and death urgent, or there's no meeting. When you have something important or something valuable, other busy, interesting people will meet with you. Your calling card has to be, hey, here's what I've done, here's what I can show you, let's meet and I'll be respectful of your time if this is useful to you. And I find that there are very busy, important people who will take your meeting, but you have to come with a proper calling card. All the people who tweet and who email famous or rich people saying, hey, if I could just get one meeting with you, and they're vague about it, they're not going to get anywhere in life. You have to build up the credibility. When, for example, an investor in the tech business, in the venture business, looks at a startup, the first thing they want to see is they want to see some evidence of product progress. They don't just want to even see a slide deck, they want to see product progress. Because the product progress is the resume for the entrepreneur. It is the unshakable, unfakeable resume. So you have to do the work. To use a crypto analogy, you have to have proof of work. If you have proof of work and you truly have something interesting, then you shouldn't hesitate to put it together in an email and send it to somebody. But even then, when you're asking for a meeting, you want to be super actionable about it. But I would say even the other side, even if you yourself haven't made it yet, if you think you're going to make it by going out and networking and doing a whole bunch of meetings, you're probably incorrect. Yes, networking can be important early in your career. And yes, you can get serendipitous with meetings, but the odds are pretty low. And as we spent time talking about earlier, when you are just meeting people and hoping to get that lucky break, you're relying on type 1 luck, which is blind luck, and type 2 luck, which is hustle luck. But what you're not getting is type 3 or type 4 luck, which are the better kinds, where you spend time developing a reputation, working on something, developing a unique point of view, and being
Okay, let me see. We should we should be engine we should be in when you everything first. Five. neighbors have neighbors. We should be when you arrive. We should be when you arrive. But if the worst, come to the worst. Come to the worst. Come to the worst. We should be when you arrive. When you arrive. But if the worst, come to the worst. The neighbors have a spare and the relative in the house. We should be right, but if they we should be when you arrive. We should be when you arrive. But if they were come to the the river has a staircase and relative in the house. Okay. We should be when you arrive. When you arrive. We should be 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 when you arrive. when you arrive. It should be when you arrive. If they come, if they come, if they worst, if they worst, if they worst comes to, if they worst, if they worst, if they worst, if they worst comes to the worst. If the worst comes to the worst, 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 if they come, if the worst comes to the worst, if the worst comes to the worst, if the worst comes, if the worst comes to the worst, they never have a spare, they never have a spare key, and they will let you, and they will let you, and they will let you into the house. The neighbors. We should be in when you, 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 we should be in, we should be in, we should be in when you look. We should be in, we should be, we should be in, we should be in, we should be in, we should be, we should be in, we should be in, we should be, we should be in, we should be in when you arrive. When you arrive, we should be in when you arrive. If they worst, if they worst, if they worst, if they worst, come, if they worst, come to the worst. If they worst, if the worst, come to the worst. The neighbors, the neighbors, the neighbors, the neighbors, the neighbors come. The neighbors have a spare cake, and will let you, and will let you into the, and will let you, and will let you into the. And the will let you into the, and the will let, and the will let you, and the will let you into the house. About road, engine. About road, engine. About road, engine. About road, engine. About He bought an old agent. 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 And cannibalize it. And but an old for spare parts. He bought an old agent. He bought an old agent. He bought an old agent. He bought an old agent and cannibalized it for spare parts. Okay, let me see. 能听懂。Shit. Cannibalized.一定要日本吗？我靠！
Calendar and a busy mind will destroy your ability to do great things in this world. If you want to be able to do great things, whether you're a musician or whether you are an entrepreneur or whether you're an investor, you need free time and you need a free mind.
We just finished talking about the importance of working hard and valuing your time. Next, there's a few tweets on the topic of working for the long term. The first tweet is, become the best in the world at what you do. Keep redefining what you do until this is true.
If you really want to get paid in this world, you want to be number one at whatever it is that you're doing. And it can be niche, that's the point. It can literally be you're getting paid for just being you. You know, at this point, some of the more successful people in the world are that way. Oprah gets paid for being Oprah. Joe Rogan gets paid for being Joe Rogan. And they're being authentic to themselves. So what this tweet is trying to say simultaneously is that you want to be number one, but you want to keep changing what you do until you're number one. You can't just pick something arbitrary. You can't say, I'm going to be the best.
He bought an old agent and cannibalized it for spare parts.
Sorry, an unknown error occurred. Please try again later.
He bought an old agent and cannibalized it for spare parts.
Sorry, an unknown error occurred. Please try again later.
He bought an old agent and cannibalized it for spare parts.
Sorry, an unknown error occurred. Please try again later.
I say words and then you say right words, okay?
Sorry, an unknown error occurred. Please try again later.
Jesus.
Sorry, an unknown error occurred.
Okay, about an old agent and cannibalized it for Iraq. Spare. See, cannibalize.
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 Cannibalize. Cannibalize. Cannibalize. Cannibalize. Cannibalize. Cannibalize. Cannibalize. Cannibalize.
Cannibalize. He bought an old engine and cannibalized it for spare parts.
Sorry, an unknown error occurred. Please try again later.
Do you know cannibalized?
Sorry, an unknown error occurred. Please try again later.
Let me see.
Sorry, an unknown error occurred.
Arrogant agent. Nothing. Cannibalized. Cannibalize.
Cannibalize. Cannibalize.
Sorry, an unknown error occurred. Please try.
我说有毛病。Cannibalize. He bought an old engine and cannibalized it for spare parts.
It sounds like you're discussing a storyline or a concept. Could you tell me more about it? What do these spire pods do?
I want to know. I read cannibalized. Is that right?
Oh, I see. The term cannibalized in this context means taking parts from one device to use in another. So if he bought an old agent, he likely took parts from it to use in the spire pods. It's a common practice in engineering and tech to repurpose parts from older equipment. What are these spire pods used for in the story or application you're talking about?
Do you tell me more about aging? Like car, heart.
Aging is a natural process that all living things go through. It's basically the body's way of changing over time. For humans, this can mean a few gray hairs, maybe some wrinkles, or even needing more rest than when they were younger. It's not just about appearance, though. It can affect how well different parts of the body work, like muscles or memory. There's a lot of research into what causes aging and how to stay healthy as we get older. Is there something specific about aging you're curious about?
总算对了一次。怎么设置那个啥呢？aging don't know about an old aging engine Sacred engine attract civilized worst engine engine I want a word engine information. Tell me more.
I think you might be asking for a word that ends with the suffix ation, which often turns verbs into nouns, indicating a process or result. Words like information, clarification, and celebration are examples. Are you looking for a specific type of word that ends with ation, maybe related to a particular subject or field?
Not Asian. I want to know engine. Engine.
Got it. You're interested in engines. An engine is a machine that converts energy into mechanical force or motion. This is what powers cars, lawnmowers, and even big machines like airplanes. Engines can run on various fuels like gasoline, diesel, or electricity. They come in many types, like internal combustion engines or electric motors. What would you like to know specifically about engines? Are you thinking about how they work, how to fix them, or something else?
I want a word ending. Engine. Tell me what I want about. I want to change the charge. He bought an old engine and cannibalized it for spare parts. Stood. When someone cannibalized an old engine for spare parts. Thank you for watching. House voice. I want to switch the voice. What can I do? Connect. Okay, what I know. switch the voice? How can I do? Let me see. Damn. Hello, I want to know how to switch the voice.
Hi there. What's on your mind today?
I want to know how to switch that voice, and I don't like a girl voice.
Could you clarify what you mean by switch that voice? Are you referring to changing the voice on a device or something else?
Yes, change the a man voice, not girl voice. Can you do that?
Got it. If you want to change the voice to a male one on a device like a phone or a smart speaker, you usually need to go into the settings. For example, on a smartphone, you can go to the settings for your voice assistant and select a different voice option that's typically labeled with a male name or as voice 2 or something similar. The exact steps can vary depending on the device and the operating system. Would you like guidance for a specific device?
Can you help me do that?
Absolutely, I can help you with that. Could you tell me which device or service you're using? For instance, are you trying to change the voice on an iPhone, Android, Google Home, or Amazon Echo?
Change this chat voice.
Ah, you're referring to the text-to-speech voice in this chat. That's something that's typically set by the platform or app you're using. You might need to look in the app's settings or preferences to see if you can change the voice there. Sometimes it's also controlled by your phone's system settings. If you let me know what kind of phone or device you're on, I can give you more specific instructions. Are you using an iPhone or an Android or something else?
Eh? 对话怎么？新版手机灯怎么改啊？What does this mean? I want to continue the voice.这个对话怎么关闭了 ？If you check app, you don't. If you are using the ChatGPT app and want to continue the voice, such as text to speech, you might need to able to in app set. However, if they
Hey, it's great to meet you. How's your day going?
Hi there. I just want to share.
Hello. I'm really excited about teaming up with.
Hey, I'm ready to hit the ground running.
Hello. I'm really excited about.
okay. Okay. You listen to me and tell me this word, is that right? Is I'm right with the red. Just listen. You just tell me. You just tell me we should be first. Just tell me. Okay, listen. Just tell me. Continue. Connecting. Here, yes. Well, I can. Okay, you just listen to me. I read words, and then you read words. Okay. Just listen. Okay, listen. I'm practicing my. Voice chat and shit. Continue the voice chat. It seems that you are trying to use voice feature when with this chat app. Unfortunately, is a text-based AI. I don't have a control over the voice setting of the app itself. If the app previously had a voice feature and it no longer working, here are a few steps you check the app settings. Okay. Just listen.又失败了。老失败。Connecting. connecting 老失败不行呀。Connecting. Not take. Okay, I'm practicing my English.
Great.
Okay.
If there's anything more you'd like to discuss or any other questions you have, feel free to let me know.
Okay.
I'm here to help.
Okay, you just listen.
Sorry, I'm having issues right now. Could not understand what you said.
Okay. Hold me read. Just listen.
All right, whenever you're ready, just go ahead with your next question or topic. I'm here to assist you.
Okay. I'm practicing my English.
Take your time. I'm here whenever.
Okay. You need to just listen and tell me this word. I'm not right. I'm practicing my English. We should be in when you arrive, but if the worst comes to the worst, the neighbors have a spare key and will let you into the house.
Sure, I can help with that. It sounds like there might be a couple of words missing for it to make complete sense. Here's a corrected version. We should be in when you arrive, but get to the house first. The neighbors have a spare key and will let you into the house. This corrected sentence suggests that the speakers expect to be home when the person arrives, but if they are not, the neighbors can provide access to the house with a spare key. Does this sound right?
We should be sure I can help. Sure I can help with that. It sounds like this. Okay. The neighbors have a spare. Listen to my words and you try to read these words. Okay, just try, just read. Okay, I'm trying to practice my language. You just listen and write. Example. We should be in when you arrive, but if the worst comes to worst, the neighbors have a spare key and will let you into the house. Read these words. Just read and not say anymore. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm practicing my language. You just listen and read. Just read and not say anymore, okay?
Of course, go right ahead. I'll listen and read back to you. Whenever you're ready, just speak or type out what you'd like me to read.
Okay, I'm read.
All right, you said, okay, I'm read. If you're practicing pronunciation or sentence structure, feel free to continue and I'll provide feedback or read it back to you as needed. Go on when you're ready.
We should be in when you arrived, But if the worst comes to the worst, the neighbors have a spare key and will let you into the house. Just read.
It sounds like you're saying we should be in when you arrive. But if the worst comes to the worst, the neighbors have a spare key and will let you into the house. Just a small correction. Spark should be spare key to make sense in this context. Keep practicing. You're doing well. Would you like to try another sentence?
No. Just over.
Understood. If you decide to practice more, or if you have any other questions later on, I'm here to help. Just say the word.
Okay, I'm read more.
Sounds good. Whenever you're ready, go ahead and read your next sentence or paragraph, and I'll be here to listen and assist you.
If something is spare, it is available to use because it is extra. Situation 1. A spare key. 2. Spare sheets and blankets. 3. Do you have a spare pen? 4. We have a spare room if you want to stay overnight with us. Just read and not say anymore.
You've used spare correctly in various contexts. It means something additional or extra that's available if needed. Here's what you've said. Read back to you. 1. Spare key. 2. Spare sheets and blankets. 3. Do you have a spare pen? 4. We have a spare room if you want to stay overnight with us. These sentences are great examples of how to use the word spare. Keep it up, and remember, I'm here whenever you need assistance or feedback.
Okay, I need to continue.
Absolutely. Continue whenever you're ready. I'm here to listen and assist with your English practice.
If something is spare, it is available to use because it is extra. 1. A spare key. 2. A spare sheets and blankets. 3. Do you have a spare pen? 4. We have a spare room if you want to stay overnight with us. Yes, just say these words and read back to me.
Sure. Here's the read back of your sentences with a slight correction for natural English. If something is spare, it is available to use because it is extra. 1. A spare key. 2. Spare sheets and blankets. Note, A isn't needed here. 3. Do you have a spare pen? 4. We have a spare room if you want to stay overnight with us. Your sentences are clear and the use of spare is perfect. Keep practicing.
Okay. Could I have a word with you? Have a spare moment?
Of course, I'm here for you. If you have a spare moment and want to have a word, please go ahead. What would you like to talk about?
I'm practicing these words. Okay. Could I have a word with you? Have a spare moment. Read these words and back to me. Just read.
Certainly, here's what you said. Could I have a word with you? I have a spare moment. Your practice is going well. The sentences are clear and correct. Keep it up. If you have more to practice, feel free to continue.
I need more example. I keep a spare tire in the back of the car. Do it in a spare moment this weekend or whenever. It really doesn't matter. We were able to bunk down in a spare room for the night. Okay, just these words and read it back to me.
Absolutely. Here are your examples. Read back. I keep a spare tire in the back of the car. Do it in a spare moment this weekend or whenever. It really doesn't matter. We were able to bunk down in a spare room for the night. These sentences are great examples of using spare in different contexts. You're doing a great job with your practice.
And I like it. Absolutely. Here is your example and back. I keep a spare tire in the back of the car. Do it in a spare moment. Remember this weekend or whenever. It really doesn't matter. Or whenever. It really doesn't matter. We were able to bank down in spare room for the night. 基本上都没有。This sentence are a great example of use spare in different contexts. You are doing a great job with your practice. I need a more example. I keep certainly heard you say. Could I have a word with you? Could I have a word with you? Have a spare moment. Oh, Jesus. I like it. Just那对话真有意思。Practice. Right.
This runner in the world, now you got to beat the same Bolt. That's too hard of a problem. But what you can do is you can keep changing what your objective is until it arrives to your specific knowledge, your skill sets, your position, your capabilities, your location, your interests, and then converges to making you number one. So when you're searching for what to do, you actually have two different foci that you have to keep in mind at all points. And one of those is, I want to be the best at what I do. And the second is, what I do is flexible so that I am the best at it. Until you arrive at a comfortable place where you're like, yes, this is something I can be amazing at while still being authentic to who I am. And this is not going to be an overnight discovery. It's going to be a long journey, but at least you know how to think about it. The most important thing for a company is to find product market fit. I would say the most important thing for an entrepreneur is to find founder product market fit, where you are naturally inclined to build the right product which has a market. And that's a three-focus problem, because you got to make all three of those work at once. If you want to be successful in life, you just have to get comfortable managing multivariate problems, multiple objective functions at once. And this is one of those cases where you have to map at least two or three at once.
This reminds me of your tweet about escaping competition through authenticity. It sounds like part of this is a search for who you are.
It's both a search and a recognition, because sometimes when we search our egos, we want to be something that we aren't, and our friends and family are better at telling us actually who we are, or looking back at what we've done is a better indicator of who we are. Peter Thiel talks a lot about how competition is besides the point. It's counterproductive. We're highly mimetic creatures. We copy what everybody else is doing around us. We copy our desires from them. Everyone around me is a great artist. I want to be an artist. If everyone around me is a great business person, I want to be a business person. Everybody around me is a social activist. I want to be a social activist. That's where my self-esteem will come from. You have to be a little careful when you get caught up in these status games that you end up competing over things that aren't worth competing over. So Peter Thiel talks about how he was going to be a law clerk because he was in law school and everybody around him wanted to be a law clerk or a Supreme Court justice or some famous judge, and he got rejected, and that's what made him go into business. So it helped him break out of a lesser game into a greater game. So sometimes you just get trapped in the wrong game because you're competing. And the best way to escape competition, to get away from the specter of competition, which is not just stressful and nerve-wracking, but will often drive you to just the wrong answer, The way to escape competition is to just be authentic to yourself. If you are fundamentally building and marketing something that is just an extension of who you are, no one can compete with you on that. Who's going to compete with Joe Rogan or Scott Adams? It's impossible. Is somebody else going to come along and write a better Dilbert? No. Is someone going to compete with Bill Watterson and create a better Calvin and Hobbes? No. They're being authentic. This is easiest to see in art. Artists are, by definition, all naturally authentic. But even entrepreneurs are authentic. Who's going to be Elon Musk? Who's going to be Jack Dorsey? These people are authentic, and the businesses and products that they create are authentic to their desires and their means. If somebody else came along and started launching rockets, I don't think it would faze Elon one bit. He's still going to get to Mars because that's his mission, you know, insane as it seems, that's the one he set for himself. He's going to accomplish it. So authenticity naturally gets you away from competition. It doesn't mean that you necessarily want to be authentic to the point where there's no product market fit. It may turn out you're the best juggler on a unicycle, but maybe there just isn't that much of a market for that even with YouTube videos. So you got to adjust that somehow until you find product market fit, but at least lean towards authenticity, towards getting away from competition, and competition automatically leads towards copycatting and often towards just playing completely the wrong game. Especially in entrepreneurship, the masses are never right. If you see a lot of people tweeting about what a great market to enter is, or you see journalists talking about a company is terrible, they don't know anything. If the masses knew how to build great things and create great wealth, we'd all already be done. We'd all already be rich by now. So in a sense, when you see a lot of competition, sometimes that indicates to you that the masses are already here, so it's already competed over too much and there's nothing here, or it's in the wrong trend to begin with. On the other hand, if it's completely empty, if the whole market is empty and no one's there, that can also be a warning indicator that you've gone too authentic and not enough on the product market fit part of founder product market fit. So there's a balance, you have to find it. But generally, most people will make the mistake of paying too much attention to the competition and being too much like the competition and not being authentic enough. And the great founders tend to be authentic iconoclasts.
I hate to bring up the Scott Adams skill stack one more time, but I'll still bring it up. Do you think one way of getting to authenticity is not necessarily adding some random skills that you think might be important, but just really finding 5 or 6 various skills that you already authentically do and just stacking them on top of each other, and not even in any purposeful way? If you are expressing who you are, you're going to be expressing all these little 5 or 6 different skills anyway.
That's really where life is going to lead you anyway. Long term, if you are good and successful at what you do, you will find that whatever your hobbies were, you're almost doing them for a living. As Robert Frost said, you know, combine your vocation and your avocation, what you love to do and what you do. So I think you'll find yourself there anyway. And you're right about the skill stack, and that everyone's got multiple skills. We aren't all one-dimensional creatures, even though that's how we have to portray ourselves in our online profiles to get employed. You meet somebody and they say, I'm a banker, or I'm a bartender, or I'm a barber, or what have you, all the B's. But people are multivariate. They have a lot of skills. One banker might be good at finance, another one might be good at sales, a third one might be just good at macroeconomic trends and have a feel for the markets. Another one might be really good at picking individual stocks. You know, another one might just be good at maintaining relationships rather than selling new relationships. So everyone's going to have their various niches, and you're going to have multiple niches. It's not going to be just one. So over time, you will find, as you go through your career, both you will gravitate toward the things that you're good at, which by definition are almost the things you enjoy doing, otherwise you wouldn't be good at them, you wouldn't have put in the time. And other people will push you towards the things that you're good at, because your smart bosses and your smart coworkers and your smart investors will realize, okay, you're really world-class in this thing, and you recruit somebody else for that other thing. So ideally, you want to end up specializing in being you.
I think when you're being authentic, you don't really mind competition that much. Yeah, it pisses you off and it inspires some fear and jealousy and all the other emotions that come along with it, but also you don't really mind because you're more oriented towards the goal and the mission, and worst case, you get some ideas from them, and there's often ways to work with the competition in a positive way, and it ends up increasing the size of the market for you.
Yeah, sometimes it depends on the nature of the business. Silicon Valley tech industry businesses tend to be winner take all, at least the good ones. And so when you see competition, it can make you fly into a rage because it really does endanger everything you've built. Whereas if I was opening a restaurant and a more interesting version of the same restaurant opens up in a different town, that's fantastic. I'm just going to lift from them what's working and drop what I can see that they have already figured out is not working. So it does depend to some extent on the nature of the business. That said, even the businesses that seem like that they're often in direct competition really aren't. They can end up adjacent or slightly different. You're one step away from a completely different business, and sometimes you need to take that one step, and you're not going to be able to take it if you're busy fighting over a booby prize. Kind of, you're playing a stupid game and you're going to win a stupid prize, and it's not obvious right now because you're blinded by competition, but 3 years from now it'll be obvious. To give a simple example, when I was first starting companies, one of my first ones was called ePinions, which was an online product review site for all the products out there that was independent of Amazon. And that space eventually turned into TripAdvisor and Yelp, which is where we should have gone. We should have done more local reviews because there's more value to having a review of a scarce item like in the local restaurant than it is of an item like a camera, which is going to have 1,000 reviews on Amazon. But before we could get there, we got caught up in the whole comparison shopping game. And so we ended up merging with Deal Time, and we competed with MySimon and BizRate, which became Shopzilla, and Price Grabber and Nextag, and a whole bunch of these price comparison engines. And we're all caught in fierce competition with each other, and that whole space went to zero because it turns out Amazon won e-tail completely. So there was no need for price comparison. Everyone just went to Amazon. But we got the booby prize because we were caught in a competition with a bunch of our peers, when really we should have been looking at what the consumer really wanted and being authentic to ourselves, which was reviews and not price comparison, and gone more and more into more and more esoteric items that needed to be reviewed where customers had less and less data and wanted reviews more badly. So if we'd stayed authentic to ourselves, we would have done better.
We're still talking about working for the long term. The next tweet on that topic is apply specific knowledge with leverage, and eventually you will get what you deserve. I would also add to that, apply judgment, apply accountability, and apply the skill of reading.
This one is just a glib way of saying that it takes time. Even once you have all of these pieces in place, there is an indeterminate amount of time that you're going to have to put in. And if you're counting, you will run out of patience before it actually arrives. So you just have to make sure that you give these things a proper time. Life is long. Charlie Munger had some line on this. Somebody asked him about making money, and he reinterpreted that and he said what the customer is actually asking is, how do I get rich like you but faster?
Okay, so he has built but how and we have this there, we have this there, and it's pretty good. Okay, inside of something interior is almost without not added, decorate, make to add something to an object or place, especially in order to make it more attractive. Plain and not decorated. Plain and not decorated. Plain and not decorated. Plain and not decorated. Netherary. Plain and not decorated. Plain and not decorated. Not decorated. Plain and not decorated. Plain and not decorated. Plain and not decorated. Plain and not decorated. Netherary. Plain and not decorated. The interior is bare. The interior is almost. Okay. Plain and not interior. The inside part of something. 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 The real estate agent had pictures of the house from the outside, along its interior. The car's interior is very expensive. It's impressive, being very impressive. For leather sets and wedding dashboard. Okay. Tall and thin. He had He had this pair. Okay. Edward. Pay and not decorated. Pay and not decorated. Pay and not decorated. Pay and not decorated. Interior spare. Play and not decorated. Decorate, not decorate. Make attractive. Plain, make attractive. Plain, not decorated in any way. Without nothing added. With nothing added. Plain and not decorate. Plain and decorate. Plain and not decorated. Plain and not decorated. Plain and not decorated. Plain and not decorated. Decorate. Plain and not decorated. Plain and not decorated. Literary and proof. Usually approving. Plain and not decorated. Cannibalized. Engine. Literary. Plain and not decorated. The interior is spare, almost minimized. Minimalist. The entire spire. The entire is spare, almost minimalist. The entire is spare. The entire is spare. The entire is spare. Almost. 听我会把这些点连起来。The interior is spare. The interior is spare.
Interior.
The interior is spare. The interior is spare in minimized. Then almost minimized. The entire is spare. The entire is spare. Almost minimalist. Entire minimalist. Annoyed. Go spare. Annoyed. Go spare to get very upset or angry. Okay, annoyed. The interior is spare. Almost minimalist. Annoyed. Go spare to get very upset and angry. Go spare to get very upset. Go spare to get us very upset or angry. Go spare to get Those bear together girls. Those bear together girls. Those bear together upset. Those bear together were upset and were angry. Those bear together were upset, were angry. She goes there. She goes there and so much as 5 minutes. She goes. Let's see. She goes there if I'm not here. She goes there if I'm so much as 5 minutes late. She goes there if I'm so much as 5 minutes late. She goes there if I'm so much. She goes there if I'm so much as 5 minutes late. She goes there if I'm so much as 5 minutes late. She goes there if I'm so much. She goes there if I'm so much spare. She goes there if I'm so much. She goes there if I'm so much as 5 minutes late. She goes there if I'm so much as 5 minutes late. She goes there if I'm so much as 5 minutes late. I don't know. She goes there if I'm so much as 5 minutes late. She goes there if I'm so much as 5 minutes late. She goes there if I'm so much. She goes there if I'm so much as 5 minutes late. She goes there if I'm so much as 5 minutes late. She goes there if I'm so much as 5 minutes late. She goes there if I'm so much as 5 minutes late. She goes there if I'm so much as 5 minutes late. She goes there if I'm so much as 5 minutes late. She goes there if I'm so much as 5 minutes late. She goes there. To not hurt, or destroy. Not hurt, or destroy. To not hurt or destroy. To not hurt or destroy. To not hurt. To not hurt. To not hurt or destroy. Someone or to not hurt or destroy something or something. Right? See. Then ask to not hurt. To not hurt or destroy something. They ask the thing. 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 She goes there. Just one word. They ask him. They ask him. They ask him to spare. They ask him. They ask him. They ask him to spare. They ask him to spare. They ask him. They ask him. They ask him to spare. They ask him. They ask him. They ask him to spare. 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 The woman and the children. They ask him to they ask him to spare the woman and the children. The woman and children. They ask him to spare the woman and children. Okay. They ask him to spare the woman and children. They ask him to spare the woman and children. To not hurt or destroy something or to not hurt or destroy something or not hurt or destroy something or not destroy. To not hurt or destroy something or something. They ask him to spare. They ask him to spare the woman and children. They ask him to spare. They ask him to spare the woman and children. To prevent Stop. To prevent someone from having to experience someone from having okay, to object, to prevent someone, prevent. To prevent someone, stop, anyone doing something. Prevent, to prevent someone, prevent someone from having experience, to experience unpleasantness. From having to experience something unpleasant. To prevent someone from having experience something unpleasant. To prevent someone from having to experience something unpleasant. To prevent someone from having experienced something unpleasant. Avoid. Knocking. I was there. In front of everyone. Okay, I was spared. Okay, I was spared. I was spared.啊，最近盖斯好高啊！没得救了。 luckily I was spared the embarrassment of having to see in front of everyone. Luckily I was spared. 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 Luckily I was spared the embarrassment. I was spared. Luckily I was spared. Luckily I was spared. Luckily I was spared. Luckily I was spared the embarrassment of having to sing in front of everyone. Luckily I was spared. Luckily I was spared the embarrassment of having to sing in front of everyone. It was nice. But I was very the gruesome details. It was a nasty accent, but I was very. It was a nasty accent. It was a nasty accent. It was a nasty accent, but I was very. The gruesome details. The gruesome details. It was a nasty accent. It was a nasty accent. It was a nasty accent. But I was very. It was a nasty accent. But I was very good. But I was very. It was a nasty accent. But I was very good. The details. It was a nasty accent. But I was very good. Gruesome details. That's excellent. But as very you, I want to tell you that I was very really good. No, avoid, to prevent someone or have experienced some unpleasant. To prevent someone. To prevent someone. To prevent someone. Vamos. Annoyed, angry. Teacher, person. Lucky I was spared the emails. It was a nest, It was a nasty accident, but I'll spare you. I don't tell you. Sad it was. It was a nasty accident, but I'll spare you. The gruesome details I don't tell. Nasty. Nasty, bad or very unpleasant, bad or very unpleasant. A nasty shock, surprise. There's a nasty smell in there. He had a nasty kind of bug in his eye. She has a nasty habit of picking on people in meeting. Nasty, bad or unpleasant. Nasty, bad or unpleasant. Cool. Nasty, yes. Okay.
Before I end up as a really old guy. And everybody wants it immediately, but the world is an efficient place. Immediate doesn't work. You do have to put in the time, you do have to put in the hours. And so I think you just have to put yourself in the position with the specific knowledge, with the accountability, with the leverage, with the authentic skill set that you have to be the best in the world at what you do. And then you have to enjoy it and just keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it and don't keep track, don't keep counting. Because if you do, you will run out of time. I can look back at my career and the people 2 decades ago that I had identified as brilliant and hardworking but hadn't thought much more about it, they're all successful now, almost without exception. On a long enough time scale, you do get paid, but it can easily be 10 or 20 years. Sometimes it's 5, and if it's 5 or 3 and a friend of yours got there, it can drive you insane. But those are exceptions, and for every winner, there's multiple failures. One thing that's important in entrepreneurship is you just have to be right once. You get many, many shots on goal. You can take a shot on goal every 3 to 5 years, maybe every 10 at the slowest, or once every year at the fastest, depending on how you're iterating with startups. But you really only have to be right once.
My little equation is that your eventual outcome will be equal to something like the distinctiveness of your specific knowledge times how much leverage you can apply to that knowledge times how often your judgment is correct times how singularly accountable you are for the outcome times how much society values what you're doing, and then you compound all of that with how long you can keep doing it and how long you can keep improving it through reading and learning.
That's actually a really good way to summarize it. It's probably worth even trying to sketch that equation out. That said, people try to then apply mathematics to what is really philosophy. So I've seen this happen in the past where I say one thing and then I say another thing that seems contradictory if you treat it as a math equation, but it's obviously a different context. And then people will say, well, you say that desire is suffering, it's the Buddhist saying, and then you say that all greatness comes from suffering, so does that mean all greatness comes from desire? It's like, well, this isn't math, people. You can't just start carrying variables around and forming
absolute logical outputs. You have to know when to apply things. So I think that is very useful to understand, but at the same time, one can't get too analytical about it. It's what a physicist would call false precision. When you take two made-up estimates and you multiply them together and you get 4 degrees of precision, those decimal points don't actually count. You don't have that data, you don't have that knowledge. In a model, the more estimated variables you have, the greater the error in the model. So just adding more and more complexity to your decision-making process actually gets you a worse answer. You're better off just picking the single biggest thing or two. For example, what am I really good at according to observation and according to people that I trust that the market values? Like that alone, those 2 variables alone are probably good enough. Because if you're good at it, you'll keep it up. And if you're good at it, you'll develop the judgment. And if you're good at it and you like to do it, eventually people will give you the resources and you won't be afraid to take on accountability. So all the other pieces will fall in place.
Okay.
Product market fit is inevitable if you're doing something you love to do and the market wants it. Regarding the guy that gets rich in 5 years, one of the tweets that you had on the cutting room floor was avoid people who got rich quickly. They're just giving you the winning lottery ticket numbers. This is generally true of advice anyway, which is, it's back to Scott Adams' systems, not goals. If you ask a specific person what worked for them, very often it's just like they're reading out the exact set of things that work for them, which may not be applicable for you. They're just giving you their winning lottery ticket numbers. It's a little glib. There is something to be learned from them, but you can't just take their exact circumstance and map it onto yours. The best founders I know, they listen and read to everyone, but then they ignore everybody and they make up their own mind. They have their own internal model of how to apply things to their situation, and they do not hesitate to discard information. If you survey enough people, all the advice will cancel to zero. So you do have to have your own point of view, and when something is sent your way, you have to very quickly decide, is that true? Is that true outside of the context of what that person applied it in? Is it true in my context? And then, do I want to apply it? You have to reject most advice, but you have to listen to and read enough of it to know what to reject and what to accept. Even in this podcast, you should examine everything. If something does not feel true to you, put it down, set it aside. If too many things seem untrue, delete this podcast.
I think the most dangerous part of taking advice is that the person that gave it to you is not going to be around to tell you when it doesn't apply any longer.
Yeah, I view the purpose of advice as a little different than most people. I just view it as helping me have anecdotes and maxims that I can then later recall when I have my own direct experience and say, that's what that person meant. 90% of my tweets are actually just maxims that I carved for myself that are then little mental hooks to remind me when I'm in that situation again, like, oh, I'm the one who tweeted, if you can't see yourself working with someone for life, then don't work with them for a day. So as soon as I know that this person is not going to be someone that I'm going to be working with 10 years from now, then I have to start extricating myself from that relationship, or just not investing that much more effort into it. So I use my tweets and other people's tweets as maxims that help compress my own learnings and be able to recall them. You know, the brain space is finite. You have finite neurons. So you can almost think of these as pointers, addresses, mnemonics to help you remember deep-seated principles where you have the underlying experience to back it up. If you don't have the underlying experience, then it just reads like a collection of quotes. It's like, it's cool, it's inspirational for a moment, maybe you make a nice poster out of it, but then you forget it and move on. So all of these are really just compact ways for you to recall your own knowledge.
The last tweet on the topic of working for the long term is that when you're finally wealthy, you'll realize that it wasn't what you were seeking in the first place. But that's for another day.
That's a multi-hour topic in and of itself. First of all, I just thought it was a really clever way to end the whole thing, because it disarms a whole set of people who'd say, well, what's the point of getting rich? Because there are a lot of people who just like the status signal, virtue signal against the idea of wealth creation or making money. So it was just a good way to disarm all of them. But it's also true in that the things that you really want in life
yes, money will solve all your money problems, but it doesn't get you everywhere. The first thing you'll realize when you've made a bunch of money is that you're still the same person. If you're happy, you're happy. If you're unhappy, you're unhappy. If you're calm and fulfilled and peaceful, you're still that same person. I know lots of very rich people who are extremely out of shape. I know lots of rich people who have really bad family lives. I know lots of rich people who are internally a mess. So I would lean on another tweet that I put out, which is actually, when I think back on it, I think it's my favorite tweet of mine. It's not necessarily the most insightful, it's not necessarily the most helpful, it's not even the one I think about the most, but when I look at it, there's just such a certain truth in there that it just resonates. And that is that a calm mind, a fit body, and a house full of love. These things cannot be bought, they must be earned. Even if you have all the money in the world, you can't have those three things. Jeff Bezos still has to work out, he still has to work in his marriage or whatever his next relationship is, and his internal mental state is still going to be very much not controlled by external events. It's going to be based on how calm and peaceful he's inside. So I think those three things, your health, your mental health, and your close relationships, are things that you have to cultivate and can probably bring you a lot more peace and happiness than any amount of money ever will. So that's what I meant. Now, how to get there is actually a tweet storm that I still need to put out. I've been working on it. I have probably 100 tweets on it. It's just very hard to say anything on the topic without getting attacked from 50 different directions, especially these days on Twitter. So I've been hesitant to do it because I want to target it for a very specific kind of person. There's a bunch of people who don't believe that working on your internal state is useful. They're too focused on the external. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. They should do that, and that's who How to Get Rich Tweetstorm is for. There's a bunch of people who believe that the only thing worth working on is complete liberation, like you become the Buddha, and they'll attack anything in the middle as being useless. That's fine too, but most people aren't there. So what I want to do is to create a tweet storm that is just very practical advice for everyday people who want to have a calmer internal state. Just a set of understandings, realizations, half-truths and truths that if you were to imbibe them properly, and again, these are just pointers to ideas that you already have and experiences that you already have, that if you keep these top of mind, slowly but steadily, it will help you with certain realizations that will lead you to a calmer internal state. That's what I want to work on. Fitness is another big one. I'm just not the expert there. There are plenty of good people on Twitter who are better at fitness than me. And I think loving household and relationships actually automatically falls out of the other things. If you have a calm mind, and if you've already made money, you should have good relationships. There's no reason why you shouldn't. A lot of divorces actually happen over money. Unfortunately, that's just the reality of it. So having money removes that part of it. A lot of external battles happen because your internal state is not good. When you're naturally internally peaceful, you're going to pick less fights. You're going to be more loving without expecting anything in return, and that will take care of things on the external relationship front.
So money solves your money problems. Money buys you freedom in the material world. I think that was a tweet from your cutting room floor. And money lets you not do the things that you don't want to do.
Yeah, to me, the ultimate purpose of money is so that you do not have to be in a specific place at a specific time doing anything you don't want to do.
We skipped one tweet because I wanted to cover all of the tweets on the topic of the long term. And the tweet that we skipped was, there are no get-rich-quick schemes. That's just someone else getting rich off you.
This goes back to the world being an efficient place. If there's an easy way to get rich, it's already been exploited. And there are a lot of people who will sell you ideas and schemes on how to make money, but they're just always selling you some $79.95 course or some audiobook or some seminar, which is fine. Everyone needs to eat. People need to make a living. They might actually have really good tips. But if they're giving you actionable, high-quality advice that acknowledges that it's a difficult journey and will take a lot of time, then I think that's realistic. But if they're selling you some get-rich-quick scheme, whether it's crypto or whether it's an online business or seminar, they're just making money off you. That's their get-rich-quick scheme. It's not going to necessarily work for you. One of the things about this whole Tweetstorm and podcast is that we don't have ads on here. We don't charge for anything. We don't sell anything. Not because I don't want to make more money. It's always nice to make more money. We're doing work here. But because it would completely destroy the credibility of the enterprise. If I'm saying, hey, I know how to get rich and I'm going to sell that to you, it ruins it. When I was young and I was kind of studying up on the topic, one of my favorite books on the topic was actually called How to Get Rich by Felix Dennis, the founder of Maxim magazine. billionaire who passed away. And he had a lot of crazy stuff in there, but he had some really good insights too. But whenever I read something by him or by the GoDaddy founder, Bob Parsons, or say Andrew Carnegie, you read stuff by people who are already very wealthy and they've clearly made their wealth in other fields, not by selling the how to get rich line, they have credibility. You just trust them. And they're not trying to make money off of you. They are obviously trying to win some status and some ego, right? You always have to have a motivation for doing something. But at least that is a cleaner reason why they're probably not lying. They're probably not fooling you. They're not snowing you. At some level, every founder has to lie to every employee of the company that they have, where they have to convince them that it's better for you to work for me than it is to do what I did and go work for yourself. So I've always had a hard time with that, which is why the only honest way in my companies, I've recruited entrepreneurs. And I tell them, you're going to get to be entrepreneurial in this company. And the day you're ready to go start your own next thing, I'm going to support you. I'm never going to get in the way of you starting a company. But this can be a good place for you to learn how to build a good team and build a good culture, how to find product market fit, to perfect your skills and meet some amazing people while you figure out exactly what it is you're going to do, because positioning, timing, deliberation are very important when starting a company. But what I've never been able to do is look them in the face and say, you must be at your desk by 8 a.m. because I'm not going to be at my desk by 8 a.m. I want my freedom. Or say to them that you're great at being a director today and you'll be a VP tomorrow, putting them into that career path track, because I don't believe in it myself. If anyone is giving advice on how to get rich and they're also making money off of it, they should have made their money elsewhere. Like, you don't want to learn how to be fit from a fat person. You don't want to learn how to be happy from a depressed person. So you don't want to learn how to be rich from a poor person, but you also don't want to learn how to be rich from somebody who makes their money by telling people how to be rich. It's suspect.
Anytime you see somebody who's actually gotten rich following some guru's advice on getting rich, just remember that in any random process, if you run it long enough and if enough people participate in it, you will always get every single possible outcome with probability 1.
There's a lot of random error in there, and then also this is why you have to absolutely and completely ignore business journalists and economists, academics, when they talk about private companies. I won't even name names, but like when a famous economist rails on Bitcoin, or when a business journalist attacks the latest company that's IPOing, it's complete nonsense. Those people have never built anything. They're professional critics. They don't know anything about making money. All they know is how to criticize and get page views, and you're literally becoming dumber by reading them. You are burning neurons. I'll leave you with a quote from Nassim Taleb that I liked, where he said, if you want to be a philosopher king, first become a king and then become a philosopher, not first become a philosopher and then become a king.
I'm glad you brought up Taleb, because I was going to finish this by saying just remember the title of his first book, which is Fooled by Randomness.
One of the reasons why we're a little vague in this podcast is because we're trying to lay down principles that are timeless, as opposed to just giving you the winning lottery ticket numbers from yesterday.
You summarized this entire tweet storm with 2 words: productize yourself.
Productize and yourself. Yourself has uniqueness. Productize has leverage. Yourself has accountability. Productize has specific knowledge. Yourself also has specific knowledge in there. So all of these pieces, you can combine them into these 2 words. Whenever you're doing anything in business, if you're looking towards the long term of getting wealthy, you should ask yourself, is this authentic to me? Is it myself that I'm projecting? And then am I productizing it? Am I scaling it? Am I scaling with labor, or with capital, or with code, or with media? So it's a very handy, simple mnemonic. I mean, what is this podcast? This is a podcast called Naval. I'm literally productizing myself with a podcast.
You want to figure out what you're uniquely good at, or what you uniquely are, and apply as much leverage as possible. So making money isn't even something you do. It's not a skill. It's who you are stamped out a million times.
Making money should be a function of your identity and what you like to do. Another tweet that I really liked was, this was not mine, somebody else put this up. It said, find 3 hobbies, one that makes you money, one that keeps you fit, and one that makes you creative. I would change that slightly. So I would say one that makes you money, one that makes you fit, and one that makes you smarter. So in my case, my hobbies would be reading, making money. I love working with startups, either investing in them, brainstorming them, starting them. I just love that ideation and initial creation phase around startups. And then on the hobby that keeps you fit, I don't really have one. The closest thing I have is yoga, but that's where I fell apart. And I think people who early in life discover something like surfing or swimming or tennis or some sport that they continue doing throughout most of their life are very lucky because they found a hobby that'll make them fit.
We finished discussing the tweet storm, and we're going to spend some time on Q&A and discussing some of the tweets on the cutting room floor that didn't make it into the tweet storm. My first question is, do you think there are some common failure modes or typical things that people do wrong when they're trying to apply this advice?
A lot of people don't understand what specific knowledge really is or how to quote-unquote obtain it. People don't understand what accountability really entails. They think that accountability means being successfully accountable. No, it means that you have to stick your neck out and fail with your name out there publicly and be willing to let people hate on you. One of the reasons I'm less active on Twitter lately is because every tweet summons an army of nitpickers and haters, and it gets exhausting. But on the other hand, you have to learn how to ignore them, otherwise you can't survive on Twitter. A lot of people try to reconcile it with, like, should I quit my 9-to-5 job or not? That can be a very hard decision. I don't think you need to go that extreme. You can start applying accountability and leverage and specific knowledge even within your existing career. It doesn't have to necessarily be fork off and do something else completely. A lot of people will use it as a way to agree and disagree with their existing biases. They'll say, oh yeah, I agree with that part, or that part you're completely wrong. The most interesting parts should be the ones that you disagree with. Because clearly I've proven that I know a few things. So if you disagree with it, then maybe that is an area where you can improve your thinking. I've definitely improved my thinking all the time, but I will tell you that in this tweet storm, I put down the minimum viable principles. I did not put down the whole universe of what I know about how to make money, because 90% of it is suspect. I put down the bedrock, the stuff that I'm pretty solidly sure about. And I have not yet seen a tweet that has successfully contradicted anything in this tweet storm that would cause me to say, oh yeah, I got that one wrong. I think another place where people get a little bit off is they look at this and they say, well, this only applies to tech entrepreneurs. I disagree. The example that I gave about real estate was a good one in that regard. It's just the nature of leverage that technology drives leverage. So I'm going to push you in a tech direction to get the free leverage that is available in tech. And obviously this message is being delivered through the internet, so it's going to have a pro-internet bias. There are also people who believe that it is unfair to the people who don't have these opportunities to do anything with the opportunities that they do have. With that defeatist attitude, why even get out of bed in the morning? 90% of people are dead. There's a lot of people who are living on $1 a day. Do you live on $1 a day? No, it's up to you to play the hand that you're dealt to the best of your ability, and then you can take the winnings, the pot from that hand, and do whatever you want with it to fix the world. But saying that you should not do things just because others can't do things is living in denial. It's an excuse to not do anything. There are also people who believe that wealth creation is fundamentally at odds with an environmentally safe and healthy planet. And they view the whole thing as a giant zero-sum game. That's a false narrative as well. Elon Musk is not playing a zero-sum game with the environment, and there are plenty of entrepreneurs who are not. If anything, there is a word that environmentalists love, which is sustainability, and for-profit businesses are at least financially sustainable, if nothing else. You can do a B Corp, which has a dual mission. A lot of non-profit efforts would actually be better served by for-profit companies, because then they wouldn't have to go begging for grants all the time. They would be financially sustainable. Some great founders realize their philanthropic visions by running a business.
Who is this advice targeted to? Is it for my Lyft driver? Is it for an internet entrepreneur? Is it for somebody who wants to start a YouTube channel?
Because it comes from someone who's steeped in Silicon Valley and tech companies, it's always going to have a bias towards that. But I think it's good for anybody who wants to be entrepreneurial, anybody who wants to control their own life, anybody who wants to deterministically and reliably improve their ability to create wealth over time, is patient and looking at it for the long haul. Certainly if you're 80 years old, retired, running out of energy, you should probably just stay retired. But there are 80-year-olds who have a lot of energy and want to do new things and live for the future. It can obviously apply very easily to a young person, I would say 9, 10 years old and up. The most difficult one is probably middle-aged, because when we're in our 30s, 40s, 50s, we already have a lot invested. We have a lot of obligations, because those are the years where we're earning and people are relying upon us. We don't want to change because we don't want to admit defeat in what we've been doing to date. But that's where it can actually be the most fruitful. It may be the most difficult pivot, You have a 9-to-5 job, you have a family relying upon you. And so it may seem like the things in this podcast are far too idealistic, but maybe it can inform your weekend projects. Maybe it can inform your self-re-education that you do at night on the internet. Maybe it can inform what roles you take on in the company that you're at, because they move you closer and closer to points of leverage, points of judgment, or points where you're naturally good at and you're authentic. It might cause you to take on more accountability. Even applied piecemeals, these principles can directionally guide you regardless of what stage you are at in life short of retirement. And if you're in retirement, just test them to see if they're true and then teach them to your kids or your grandkids. There's many different ways to participate. It should really apply to almost everybody who has a complete body, sound mind, and is looking to work.
I think one way to apply the advice is to look at who is getting the leverage off of the work that you're doing. Look up the value chain, look at who's above you and who's above them, and see how they are taking advantage of the time and the work that you're doing and how they're applying leverage to it. People do that naturally in that they want to move up the corporate ladder, but that's mostly about managing other people. And what you really want to be doing is managing more capital, products, media, and community. People think about moving up the ladder in their organization, but they don't think that often about moving to a different organization or creating their own organization to get more leverage.
In general, ceteris paribus, fancy Latin words for all other things equal, you will do better in a smaller organization than a larger one. You will have more accountability, it'll be more visible. You are more likely to be able to try on multiple things to find out the thing that you are uniquely good at. People are more likely to give you leverage through battlefield promotions. You're going to have more flexibility. There'll be more authenticity to how the company operates. A good progression for a career: start out in a large company and then progressively move to smaller and smaller ones. It's very hard to go from a small company to work in a larger company. Larger companies tend to be more about politics and less about merit. They're more stable, but they're less innovative situations. The goal long term is, if we are all wealthy, is that we're all working for ourselves, and the people who are working for us are essentially robots. And today that's software robots in data centers executing code. Tomorrow it could be delivery bots, flying bots, mechanical bots that are carrying things around. This goes back to this idea of the best relationships are peer relationships. If there's someone above you, then that's someone to learn from. If you're not learning from them and improving, then there shouldn't be anybody above you. If there's somebody below you, it's because you're teaching them and enabling them. If you're not teaching them and enabling them, then get a robot underneath. You don't need a human being below you. This is utopian, and it's a long ways off, but in the not too distant future, anybody who wants to work for themselves will be able to work for themselves. You may have to make other sacrifices. You may have to take on more risk. You may take on more accountability. You may have less steady income, but more and more, I think the younger generation is realizing that if they're going to work for themselves.
In one of your tweets, you listed out some of the things you should study, like programming, sales, reading, writing, arithmetic. One of the items that ended up on the cutting room floor was that you should also study ethics.
I was originally going to put that out there as a concession to people who believe that making money is evil and that the only way to make it is evil. But then I realized ethics is not necessarily something you study. It's something you think about, and it's something you do. Every one of us has a personal moral code, and where you got that moral code from is different for everybody. It's not like I can point you to a textbook. Sure, I can point you to some Roman and Greek text, but that's not going to suddenly make you ethical. There's the golden rule, right? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Or there's Nassim Taleb's silver rule, which is don't do unto others what you don't want them doing unto you. Once you've been in business long enough, you will realize how much of business is about trust. And it's about trust because you want to compound interest. You want to be able to work for long periods of time with trustworthy people without having to reevaluate every discussion, without having to rethink each time, and without having to constantly look over your shoulder. And so over time, you gravitate towards working with certain kinds of people. And similarly, those people will gravitate towards working with other ethical, quote-unquote, people. So being ethical turns out to be a selfish imperative. You want to be ethical because it attracts the other long-term players in the network, and then they want to do business with you. And if you build a good enough reputation for being ethical, eventually people will pay you just to do deals through you, because you're the one who will validate and ensure the deals by your presence, because you wouldn't be involved with low-quality stuff. So being ethical actually pays off in the long run, but it's the very long run. In the short run, being unethical pays off, which is why so many people go for it. It's a greedy algorithm. But you can be ethical simply because you're long-term greedy. And I can even outline a framework for different parts of so-called ethics just based on the idea of long-term selfishness. For example, you want to be honest because it leaves you with a clear mind. You don't have two threads running in your head. One is the lies that you told you to keep track of, and the other one is what you're saying. You just have to think about one thing at a time, so you have more energy to think about that thing, so you're a clearer thinker. Also, by being honest, you're rejecting the people who only want to hear the pretty lies, so you force those people out of your network, and sometimes it's painful, like friends and family, but long term, you create room for the people who like you exactly the way that you are. So that is a selfish reason to be honest. For example, in negotiations, if you're the kind of person who always tries to get the best deal for yourself, you will win a lot of very early deals and it'll feel very good. But on the other hand, there are a few people who will recognize that you're always scrabbling and not acting fairly, and they will tend to avoid you. Over time, those people end up being the deal makers in the network because people go to them for a fair shake or to figure out what's fair. And so if you are cutting people fair deals, you don't get paid in the short term, but in the long term, everybody wants to deal with you, and you end up being a market hub. You have more information, you have trust, you have reputation, and people end up doing deals through you. A lot of wisdom is just realizing the long-term consequences of your actions. And so the longer term you're willing to look, the wiser that you're going to seem to everybody around you.
Do you want to tell us about some of the jobs that you had as a youth and the specific job that kicked off your fanatical obsession with creating wealth?
This gets a little personal, and I don't want to do the humble brag thing. There was some thread going around on Twitter about, like, name 5 jobs you've held, and every rich person on there was trying to signal how they held, like, normal jobs. So I don't want to play that game. I've held a bunch of menial jobs. There are people who have had it worse than me, people who had it better than me. There was one point where I was washing dishes in the school cafeteria, and I said, F this, I hate this, I can't do this anymore. And I sweet-talked my way to a computer science prof of helping TA his CS class in algorithms when I myself was completely unqualified for that. And so it forced me to learn computer science algorithms so I could TA the rest of the course. But that desire came out of the suffering of washing dishes in the college cafeteria, which is not to say there's anything wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with anything, really. But it was just not for me. I did not enjoy it. I had an active mind, and I wanted to make my money and earn my living through mental activities, not through physical activities. But sometimes it takes the suffering of doing the wrong thing to motivate you enough to do the right thing. I worked at a law firm for a while, a big prestigious law firm in New York City. I had a big internship there, and I basically got fired for surfing Usenet back in the day. This is before the internet was a big thing. Usenet was the news groups, and it was the only way for me to stay from being completely bored. And I was an overpaid guy wearing a tie and a suit, and I had to hang out in the conference room. When the lawyers needed photocopies, I would make photocopies. And in the meantime, I would be bored out of my skull. This is pre-iPhone. Thank God to Steve Jobs for saving us all from unending boredom. But I used to read the Wall Street Journal, or anything that I could get my hands on. I would have read the back of a brochure just to keep from going insane, because listening to a bunch of corporate lawyers discuss how to optimize minute details in a big contract is really dull. And they got mad at me because they wanted me to sit there quietly and not read the Wall Street Journal. They said that's rude, that's misbehavior. So I got called up and reprimanded a bunch of times, and then I was finally terminated. And I was sent home in shame early from my very prestigious internship, destroying my chance of going to law school. And I was unhappy for all of an hour. But ultimately, it's one of the best things that ever happened to me, because then I would have ended up as a lawyer. Not that I have anything against lawyers, but it's not what I was meant to do.
You mentioned a catering job that you had a while back that really kicked off the whole obsession.
That was an envy thing. When I was in high school, I had to make some money to pay for my first semester at college, and I had to get a job. It was the summer of 1990, 1991 time frame. So this was the Bush senior recession. If anyone who was alive back then remembers it. So it was actually really hard to get a job. So I ended up working for an Indian food catering company, and I ended up having to serve at a birthday party for a kid who was actually in my school. So I saw my classmates, and I was out there serving food and drinks to them, and that was incredibly embarrassing. I wanted to hide away and die right there. But you know what? It's all part of the plan. It's all part of the motivation. If I hadn't had that happen, I probably wouldn't be as motivated and I wouldn't be as successful. So it's all fine. but it was definitely a very strong motivator. In that sense, envy can be useful. Envy can also eat you alive if you let it follow you your entire life, but there are points in your life where it can be a very powerful booster rocket.
We spoke earlier about picking a business model that has leverage, from scale economies, network effects, zero marginal cost of replication. There were a few other ideas on the cutting room floor that I want to go through with you. The first one was the principal agent problem.
So mental models are all the rage. Everyone's trying to become smarter by adopting mental models. I think mental models are interesting, but I don't think explicitly in terms of a mental model checklist. I know Charlie Munger does, but that's just not how I think. Instead, I tend to focus on the few lessons that I've learned in life over and over that I think are incredibly important and seem to apply almost universally. One that keeps coming up from microeconomics, because as we've established, macroeconomics is not really worth spending time on, is what's called the principal agent problem. Principal in this case is principal with a P-A-L, not P-L-E, so it's not a principal that you follow, it's a principal who is a person. A principal is an owner, and an agent is the person who works for the owner. So you can think of it as an employee, the difference between a founder and an employee. I can summarize this by a famous quote that either was said by Napoleon or by Julius Caesar. It's generally attributed to either one. But he said, if you want it done, then go. If not, then send. Which is saying, if you want to do something right, do it yourself, because other people just don't care enough. Now, the principal agent problem pops up everywhere. In microeconomics, the way that they try to characterize it is that the principal's incentives are different than the agent's incentives. So the owner of the business wants what is best for the business and will make the most money. The agent generally wants whatever will look good to the principal, or might make them the most friends in the neighborhood or in the business, or might make them personally the most money. You see this a lot with hired gun CEOs running public companies, where the ownership of the public company is distributed so widely that there's no principal remaining. So nobody owns more than 1% of the company. The CEO takes charge, stuffs the board with their buddies, and then starts issuing themselves low-price stock options or doing a lot of stock buybacks because their compensation is based directly tied to the stock price. So agents have a way of hacking systems. This is what makes incentive design so difficult. As Charlie Munger says, if you can be working on incentives, don't work on anything else. Almost all human behavior can be explained by incentives. A study of signaling and signals is seeing what people do despite what they say. People are much more honest with their actions than they are with their words. You have to get the incentives right to get people to behave correctly. It's a very, very difficult problem. Because the good people aren't purely coin operated. They're not just looking for money, they're also looking for other things like status or meaning in what they do. Principal agent problem is the one that as a business owner, you're always going to be trying to figure out, how do I make this person think like me? How do I incent them? How do I give them founder mentality? And I think you have to truly have been a founder to fully appreciate how important this founder mentality thing is, and what a difficult and gnarly problem the principal agent problem is. What I would say to you is, if you are a principal, you essentially want to spend a lot of your time thinking about this problem. What that means is you want to take your top lieutenants and you want to be very generous with them in terms of ownership and incentives, even if they don't necessarily realize it, because over time they will, and you want them to be aligned with you in how they operate. When you do business deals, it's better to have an aligned partnership where you both have the same incentives than a partnership where you got the advantage in the deal. You negotiated in such a way that you got the better end of the transaction, because eventually the other person will figure it out, or they'll be misaligned and the partnership will fall apart. Either way, it's not going to be one of those things that you can invest into with the benefits of compound interest over decades. Finally, if you're in a current role where you're an agent, you're an employee, your most important job is to think like a principal. The more you can think like a principal, the better off you're going to be long term, because it's training you how to be a principal long term, and eventually you will become a principal. It's also going to align you with the principal, and a good principal will then promote you or empower you or give you accountability or leverage way out of proportion to what might be your menial role. I'm always very impressed by founders who will promote up very, very young people through the ranks, having them skip multiple levels despite their experience. And invariably it happens because this agent who's way deep down thinks like a principal. So if you can hack your way through the principal agent problem, you've probably solved half of what it takes to run a company.
The reason I asked about this one first is because I feel like I personally never see the principal agent problem in my work. I tend to work in small teams where everybody is highly economically aligned, and the people have been filtered for a commitment to the mission, and everybody else who doesn't work out moves on to another role elsewhere.
These are all heuristics that you have designed to avoid having to deal with the single biggest problem in management. Another example of a heuristic you can have that helps you route around the principal agent problem is to deal with the smallest firms possible. So for example, when I'm hiring a lawyer or a banker or even an accountant to work on my deals, one of the things that I've become very cognizant about is the bigger firms, all other things equal, are generally worse. Yes, they have more experience. Yes, they have more people. Yes, they have a bigger brand. But what you'll find is that the principal and the agent are highly separated. And very often the principal will sell you and convince you to work with a firm, but then all the work will be done by an agent who simply doesn't care as much. And you can end up getting substandard service. So I prefer to work with boutiques, and my ideal law firm to work with is a law firm of one. My ideal banker to work with is a solo banker. Now you're making other sacrifices and trade-offs in terms of that person's resources, and you are betting big on that person, but you've got one throat to choke, there's no one else to point fingers to, there's nowhere to run. The accountability is extremely high. If you're an agent, the best way to operate is just say, what would the founder do? If you think like the owner and you act like the owner, it's only a matter of time until you become the owner.
Let's chat about the Kelly criterion.
The Kelly criterion is a very popularized mathematical formulation of a simple concept. And the simple concept is don't risk everything. Stay out of jail. Don't bet everything on one big gamble. Just be very careful how much you bet each time so you don't lose the whole kitty. The Kelly criterion mathematically formulates, if you're a gambler, even when you have an edge, how much should you gamble per hand, because even when you have an edge, you can still lose. So let's say you have 51-49 edge, every gambler knows not to bet the whole kitty on that 51-49 edge, because you could just lose everything, and you don't get to come back to the average. Nassim Taleb famously talks about ergodicity, which is a fancy word for the simple concept that what is true for 100 people on average isn't the same as one person averaging that same thing 100 times. The easiest way to see that is by playing Russian roulette. 6 people who play Russian roulette once each, and then each winner gets $1 billion. One person ends up dead, 5 people have $1 billion. Versus one person who plays Russian roulette with the same one gun 6 times is never going to end up a billionaire, is going to end up worth 0. And so risk-taking, especially when the averages are calculated across large populations, is not always rational. The Kelly criterion helps you avoid ruin. The number one way in which people get ruined in modern business is not by betting too much, but it's by cutting corners and doing unethical things or downright illegal things. Ending up in an orange jumpsuit in prison or having a reputation ruined is the same as getting wiped to 0. So never do those things.
Let's talk about the Schelling point.
It's a game theory concept made famous by Thomas Schelling in a book called Strategy of Conflict, which I do recommend reading. It's about multiplayer games where other people are responding based on what they think your response is. What he came up with was the mathematical formalization of how do you get people who cannot communicate with each other to coordinate. Suppose that I want to meet with you, but I don't tell you where and I don't tell you when. We both want to meet, but we cannot communicate any more information to each other. That would sound like an impossible problem to solve. We're done. We can't do it. Not quite. Because I know that you're a rational person and smart and educated, and you know I'm a rational person who's smart, we're going to start thinking, if we have to pick an arbitrary date, we're probably going to pick New Year's. And what time? Midnight or 12:01 a.m. And where would we meet? What is a big meeting point? Well, if we're Americans, it's probably in New York City. It's the most important city. And where in New York City will we meet at midnight? Probably Grand Central Station under the clock. Maybe you end up at the Empire State Building, but not likely. You can just use social norms to converge onto a Schelling point. There are many times in many games where you can look at the game itself, whether it's business or art or politics, and you can find the convergent Schelling point within the context of that game. You can cooperate with the other person. Here's a simple example. Let's suppose that you have two companies that are competing heavily with each other and they hold an oligopoly. Let's say that they're competing right now and the price fluctuates between $8 and $12 for whatever the service is. Don't be surprised if they both converge on $10 without ever talking to each other.
Do you want to talk about Pareto optimal?
Pareto optimal is another concept from game theory, along with Pareto superior. Pareto superior means that something is better in some ways while being equal or better in the other ways. It's not worse off in any way. This is an important concept when you're negotiating with somebody. If you can make a solution Pareto superior to where it was before, you will always do that. Pareto optimal is when the solution is the best that it can possibly be, then you can't change it without making it worse in at least one dimension. There is a hard trade-off from this point forward. These are important concepts to understand when you're involved in a big negotiation. In negotiation, though, I would generally say that this is a tweet that I have: negotiations are won by whoever cares less. Negotiation at the end of the day is about not wanting it too badly. If you want something too badly, then the other person will be able to extract more of the price from it. If you do care more about something than the other person and they are taking advantage of you in a negotiation, then your best way to deal with that is to turn it from a short-term game into a long-term game. Try to make it into a repeat game. Try to bring reputation into line. Try to bring other people in who may have a say in the future or may want to play games with this person in the future. An example of a very high cost, low information, single move game is having your house renovated. Contractors are notorious for overbooking, ripping people off, being unaccountable. I'm sure contractors have their own side of it. The homeowner has unreasonable demands. We found problems. The homeowner doesn't want to pay for it. They don't understand. They're low information buyers. It's a very expensive transaction. Historically, it's been very hard to find good contractors, and the contractor has no choice in what a good homeowner is. You try to go through friends, you try to go through reputation, and what you're basically doing there is you're trying to convert a single move, expensive game with a high probability of cheating on both sides into a multi-move game. One way to do that would say, well, actually, I need two different projects done. So the first project we'll do together, and then based on that, I'll decide if we do the second project. You can split your work up into two projects. Another way might be, I'm going to do this project with you, and then I have three friends who want projects done, and they're waiting to see the outcome of these projects. Another one might be the same person operating within the same community and having a reputation in the community to protect. Another one could be you write them a Yelp review or a Thumbtack review. These are all ways of turning a single move game into a longer term game and helping get past a position of poor negotiating leverage and poor information.
We talked about compounding and compounding interest, but we didn't really dig into it that much.
Relationships are a good example of compound interest. Once you've been in a good relationship with somebody for a while, whether it's business or it's romantic, life gets a lot easier because you know that person's got your back. You don't have to keep questioning. If I'm doing a deal with someone that I've dealt with for 20 years and I trust them and they trust me, we don't have to read the legal contracts. Maybe we don't even need to create legal contracts. Maybe we can actually do it on handshakes. That kind of trust makes it very, very easy to do business. If Nivi and I start another company, I know that if things aren't working out, we're both going to be extremely reasonable about how to go about it, how to exit out of it, how to shut it down, or even if we're scaling it, how to bring in new people. At this point, we have mutual trust, and that allows us to start businesses more easily and almost compounds the effect. Especially when you're dealing with something like a startup, which is so difficult to pull off. Removing these frictional mechanisms can actually often be the difference between success and failure. I think the number one most under-recognized reason startups fail is because the founders fall apart.
There's a couple non-intuitive things about compounding. The first one is that most of the benefits of compounding comes at the end of the compounding. So you may not necessarily see the huge benefits of it up front. There was a good quote from an article that Sam Altman wrote where he said, "I always want it to be a project that, if successful, will make the rest of my career look like a footnote." Again, that just goes back to the idea that most of the benefits of compounding come at the end. The other thing that's a little non-intuitive about compounding is that I think it's better to have a few deep compounding relationships with people instead of a large amount of non-compounding relationships.
One of the under-realized things in business is that it takes just as much effort to create a small business as it does to create a large business. Whether you're Elon Musk or whether you're the guy running 3 Italian restaurants in town, you're working 80 hours a week. You're sweating bullets, you're hiring and firing people, you're trying to balance the books. It's highly stressful, and it takes years and years of your life. But in one case, you get companies that are worth $50, $100 billion and the adulation of everybody. And on the other hand, you might make a little bit of money and you've got some nice restaurants. So think big.
Okay, let's get started. To give time, not to give time, money or space. To give money, to give time, money or space. To give money, to give money, to give time, money, to give time, money or space to someone. To give time, money or space to someone. Especially when it's difficult. Especially when it's difficult for you to give time, especially when it's difficult for you. Okay, to give time, money or space to someone, especially for you. To give time, money, or space to someone, especially when it is difficult for you. To give time, money, or space to someone, especially especially when it is difficult for you. Could you spare me, okay? To give time, money, or spare, no ethic expense. To use another effort, expense. To use our money, time, or effort. Spare no effort. Try hard. To use another effort. To use another effort. To use another effort. Expense. To use another effort. Expense. etc. Do something. etc. To do something. To use another effort. Expense. To use another effort. Expense. etc. To do something. To use another effort. Expense. etc. To do something. She never spared the person in the pursuit. She never spared herself in the pursuit. Excellent. In the pursuit of excellence. She never spared herself in this pursuit of excellence. Pursuit. What do you mean this? It's the word pursuit. Activity that you spend time doing. Activity that you spend time doing usually when you're not working. Pursuit. An activity that you spend time doing usually when you are not working. She never spared a person. She never spared herself. In the pursuit of excellence. She never spared herself. She never spared herself in the pursuit to excellence. She never spared herself in the pursuit of excellence. She never spared herself. She never spared herself. She never spared herself. She never spared. She never spared. She never spared. She never spared. She never spared herself. She never spared herself. She never spared herself. She never spared herself. She never spared. She never spared herself in the pursuit of excellence. I know that. She never spared. She never. She never. She never. She never. She never spared herself. 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 She never spared. She never spared. She never spared herself in the pursuit of excellence. Of excellence. To give time money, to give time give hard. Use the amount of effort, expense to 80 say to something. Effort to use the amount of effort, expense. To do something. She never spared. She never spared herself. She never spared herself in the pursuit of excellence. She never spared herself in the pursuit of excellence. Verb. To give time money. To give time money. More space to someone. More space to someone. To give time money or space to someone. To give time space and time money or space to someone. Especially when it is difficult. Could you spare me $20? Could you spare me $20? I'd not to come, but I can't spare the time. And I'd love to come, but I can spare the time. I'd love to come, but I can spare the time. I'd love to come, but I spare, but I can spare the time. I'd love to come, but I spare, but I can spare the time. I'd love to come, but I spare the time. But I can spare it. I'd love to come, but I can. I'd love to come, but I can't spare it. I'd love to come, but I can't spare the time. Spare the time. I can't give the time. Oh, I'd love to come, but I spare the time. And tell me with me. One word. Phrase. I'd love to come, but I can't spare the time. Spare is not for aspire is not for someone. Spare to is not spare. Spare is not for someone. Spare but spare is not for someone. Spare is not for someone. To think about someone. To think about someone who is in a difficult or unpleasant situation. To think about someone who is in a difficult or unpleasant situation. To think about someone who is in a difficult or unpleasant situation. To think about someone who is in a difficult or unpleasant situation. To think about someone who is in a unpleasant situation. To think about someone who is in a difficult or unpleasant situation. To think about someone who is in a difficult or unpleasant situation. To think about someone who is in a difficult. To think about someone who is in a difficult or unpleasant. To think about someone who is in a difficult or unpleasant situation. To think about someone who is in a difficult. To think about someone who is in a difficult. To think about someone who is in a difficult or unpleasant situation. Spare us that. To think about someone who is in a difficult or unpleasant situation. Spare us that for me tomorrow. Spare that. Spare us that for me tomorrow. When you are lying on a bed. When you are because I'll still be here. Because I'll still be here in the office. Because I'll still be here in the office. Spare us that for me tomorrow. 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 When you are lying on a beach. when you are lying on a beach, because I'll still be here, because I'll still be here in the office, because I'll still here in the office, in the office. Spare a thought for me tomorrow. 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 When you're lying on a beach. When you are lying on a beach, because I'm still here. To think about someone who is when you are lying on a beach, because I'm still here in the office. Spare a thought for me tomorrow. When you are lying on a beach, I'm still in the office. I'm still here in the office. I'm still be here in the office. I'm still be here in the office. You think about someone who is okay. Because I'm still be here in the office. Spare a thought for me tomorrow. Spare a thought tomorrow. When you are on a beach. I'm still be here in the office. I'm still be here. When you are lying on a beach. Spare a thought for me tomorrow. When you are lying on a beach, I'm still be here in the office. I'm still be here in the office. Spare a thought for me tomorrow. When you spare a thought for me tomorrow. When you are lying on a beach, I'm still be here in the office. Yeah, I'm right. To spare. Left over or more than you need. Okay? Left over or more than you need. More than you need. Left over or more than you need. What meaning of this? More than you need. 什么所需要的 ？Left over. I catch the plan with only 2 minutes. I catch the plan. With only 2 minutes to spare. I cut the plan with only 2 minutes. 2 minutes to spare. I cut the plan with only 2 minutes. With only 2 minutes to spare. With only 2 minutes to spare. I cut the plan with only 2 minutes to spare. I cut the plan with 2 minutes to that you have all or more than you need. I can't live now with only 2 minutes to spare. Let me see. Let me think. 9. Effort. Effort.还有个 effort. Effort. 好亲切。
Maybe we don't even need to create legal contracts. Maybe we can actually do it on handshakes. That kind of trust makes it very, very easy to do business. If Nivi and I start another company, I know that if things aren't working out, we're both going to be extremely reasonable about how to go about it, how to exit out of it, how to shut it down, or even if we're scaling it, how to bring in new people. At this point, we have mutual trust, and that allows us to start businesses more easily and almost compounds the effect. Especially when you're dealing with something like a startup, which is so difficult to pull off. Removing these frictional mechanisms can actually often be the difference between success and failure. I think the number one most under-recognized reason startups fail is because the founders fall apart.
There's a couple non-intuitive things about compounding. The first one is that most of the benefits of compounding comes at the end of the compounding. So you may not necessarily see the huge benefits of it up front. There was a good quote from an article that Sam Altman wrote where he said, I always wanted to be a project that, if successful, will make the rest of my career look like a footnote. Again, that just goes back to the idea that most of the benefits of compounding come at the end. The other thing that's a little non-intuitive about compounding is that I think it's better to have a few deep compounding relationships with people instead of a large amount of non-compounding relationships.
One of the under-realized things in business is that it takes just as much effort to create a small business as it does to create a large business. Whether you're Elon Musk or whether you're the guy running 3 Italian restaurants in town, you're working 80 hours a week, you're sweating bullets, you're hiring and firing people, you're trying to balance the books. It's highly stressful and it takes years and years of your life. But in one case, you get companies that are worth $50, $100 billion and the adulation of everybody. And on the other hand, you might make a little bit of money and you've got some nice restaurants. So think big.
Are there any other microeconomic concepts outside of zero marginal cost of replication and scale economies that are important for people to understand?
Price discrimination is an important thing to understand. What it means is that you can charge people different things based on their propensity to pay. Now, you're not allowed to charge different people different things just because you don't like them. You have to offer them a little something extra, but it has to be something that rich people care about. Business class seats will routinely cost 5 or 10 times what an economy class seat does, but it probably costs the airline just 2, maybe 3x to provide that. It's just the rich person is more willing to pay, so you have to give them the little things that they need extra to either signal they're rich or that little bit of comfort that they want. Price discrimination gets used a lot in enterprise software, where you have a freemium product. The free version will do almost everything, but then if you want the version that's a little extra secure or hosted on your site or has multi-user administration so the IT person can monitor everything that's going on, you suddenly find yourself paying 10, 100, or infinite times as much as you go from a free product to a priced product. Another good concept is consumer surplus and producer surplus, which is the excess value that somebody gets, even though they were willing to pay more, the product was priced the same for everybody. I get a lot of joy out of my morning coffee. Obviously, I've made some money. If my coffee costs $20, I would pay $20 for my morning coffee. But Starbucks doesn't know that. It can't price the coffee at $20 just for me because it's like the exact same product. So I'm getting a lot of consumer surplus out of the coffee. And all businesses generate consumer surplus. it's a good thing to keep in mind when someone's harping about how evil companies are. Amazon might be a $1 trillion company, but I will bet you they're generating trillions of dollars in consumer surplus through convenience and willingness to pay. There are a lot of people who are willing to pay more than what Amazon charges them for all their services.
Let's talk about NPV.
NPV is just the net present value of something. It's when you say that stream of payments I'm going to get in the future, what is that worth today? So a common example of this is you're joining a startup company and you're getting stock options, and the founder says, well, this company is going to be worth $1 billion and I'm giving you 0.1% of the company, therefore you're getting $1 million worth of stock. What he or she's arguing is what's going to be worth in the future. You have to discount that back to today. You have to figure out what is that worth today, and you have to apply a discount rate or an interest rate that takes into account the massive risk that startups face. What you'll end up with is a price that is worth today, and that's the price at which a venture capitalist would invest in the company today. So if that founder just raised a round at $10 million, and that company is only worth 1% of what the founder is arguing, your $1 million package is actually worth $10,000. So NPV calculations at a very rough level, you should be very comfortable doing in your head.
What's a mispriced externality? You mentioned that at some point during our podcast.
An externality is when there's an additional cost that is imposed by whatever product is being produced or consumed that is not accounted for in the price of the product. Sometimes you can fix that by putting the price back into the product. One of the most ardent ways people attack capitalism these days is that it's destroying the environment. And if you throw away capitalism because it's destroying the environment, then guess what? We're all headed back to pre-industrial times. It's not going to be a good thing. So rather, there's an externality because the environment is finite, the environment is precious, and we have to price it properly and fold it back in. If people are wasting water or putting hydrocarbons in the atmosphere or polluting things, you want to charge them what it costs to clean up that pollution, return it to a pristine state. Perhaps that price has to be very, very, very high. If you raise that price high enough, you knock out pollution. It's much better than feel-good measures where we're just going to ban plastic bags and we're going to say don't take showers on Saturdays and Sundays when we're having a drought. California likes to run declarations and ads to scare you into not taking showers on times when there's a drought, when it would be just much better to raise the price of fresh water. Your average consumer might pay a few pennies more for a shower, but then the almond farmers who consume a lot of the water will cut back on using fresh water, and almond farming may move to a part of the country where water is more abundant. Properly pricing externalities can save resources in a tremendous way. It's a good framework to think about how to be effective when you want to do things like save the environment, rather than feel good things that won't actually amount to anything.
One of the most common questions we get from people is, how do I get the time to start investing in myself? I have a job. I'll kick off the answer with one of the tweets from the cutting room floor, where you said, you will need to rent your time to get started. This is only acceptable when you are learning and saving, preferably in a business where society does not yet know how to train people and apprenticeship is the only model.
You're going to have to work starting out unless you happen to be born rich, in which case you probably won't have the motivation to make money in the first place. So if you're going to do the work, join a business where apprenticeship matters. Warren Buffett went to try to work for Benjamin Graham straight out of school to learn how to be a value investor, and he offered to work for free, and Ben Graham said, you're overpriced. It's true in that these apprenticeship businesses, you're probably making a sacrifice in terms of short-term career work there. But try to learn something where people haven't quite figured out how to teach it yet. And that can happen if you're working in a field that is brand new and quickly expanding, so no one has figured it out. Or it's a field that's very circumstantial, where the details really matter, and it's always moving. For example, fund investments or investing in general is one of those skills. Entrepreneurship is one of those skills. One of the most coveted jobs that's come up in Silicon Valley in the last half decade or so is being a chief of staff for an entrepreneur, where the brightest young kids will follow the CEO or the entrepreneur around and do whatever that person needs them to do. And in many cases, they're way overqualified for the position. You may have someone who has 2 graduate degrees who is essentially running the CEO's laundry for that day because that's the most important thing that needs to be done. But at the same time, they're also going to be sitting in all the highest end staff meetings. They're going to be privy to all the venture fundraising decks and all the stress and drama, theatrics, innovation, knowledge that can only come from being next to the entrepreneur. because the entrepreneur is willing to do anything and everything to make their company successful, and the chief of staff is accompanying them in learning. Now, obviously, this is very Silicon Valley-centric tech company advice. If you are currently stuck in a normal job and you don't have the opportunity to learn in an apprenticeship model and you need to make money, then go ahead and do that job. But even within the context of that job, try to be innovative, sign up to take on new challenges, new responsibilities, find the part of the job that has the steepest learning curve. What you're really trying to avoid is repetitive drudgery. Repetitive drudgery doesn't serve anybody. Then you're essentially just counting the time until your job is automated away. Even if you're a barista at the coffee shop, try to figure out how to make connections with the customers. Try to figure out how to innovate on what you're offering them, on your basic service, and delight the customer. And what will happen is managers, founders, owners, they notice. The hardest thing for any founder is to find people who will work with them, who have founder mentality. And that's just a fancy way of saying they care enough. And what most people will say, well, I'm not the founder, I'm not being paid enough to care. Actually, you are. The knowledge and the skills that you gain by having founder mentality set you up to be a founder down the line, and it pays you in that sense. You can get a lot out of almost any position, you just have to put a lot into it.
If I'm working a job and I want to figure out if I should get accountability, judgment, specific knowledge, leverage, it sounds like you're saying the one thing to optimize for is specific knowledge out of all those things if you can.
Judgment takes experience, takes a lot of time to build up. You have to put yourself in positions where you can exercise judgment that will come from taking on accountability. Leverage is something that society gives you much later once you've demonstrated your judgment, unless you learn a code or you become good with media. These are permissionless leverage. Leverage kind of comes later, judgment comes later. Accountability you can take on immediately. You can say, hey, I'll take charge of this thing that nobody wants to take charge of. So accountability is where you can step up, but then you're publicly putting your neck on the chopping block. So you have to deliver. Specific knowledge gets built up by taking on accountability for things that other people don't know how to do, and that perhaps you enjoy doing or you're naturally inclined towards doing. You could be working in a factory, and it may turn out that the hardest thing in the factory is knowing how to raise capital to keep the factory running. And that's what the owner of the factory is always stressed out about. And if you notice this, and you're like, I'm good at balancing my checkbook, and I have a good head for numbers, and I'm good at watching money, but I haven't really raised money before, you offer your help and become the owner's sidekick in that regard. You help solve their biggest problem. You'll become the heir apparent. Early on, find things where you have any interest and take on accountability. Don't worry about short-term compensation. If you dive into the edge of knowledge, which nobody knows how to solve, and you solve the hard problems taking on accountability, people will line up behind you. The leverage will come.
There were a couple other related tweets to this topic from the cutting room floor that I'll read out. First, the technology industry is a great place to acquire specific knowledge. The frontier is always moving forward. If you are genuinely intellectually curious, you will acquire the knowledge ahead of others.
Real technology is around us everywhere. The spoon was technology once. Fire was technology once. But once we figured out how to make it work, it disappeared in the background and became part of our everyday lives. So technology is by definition the intellectual frontier. It's taking the things that are reaching from science or from culture that we have not yet figured out how to mass produce, and it's figuring out how to commercialize it, how to make it available to everybody. So technology will always be where you can pick up specific knowledge that's valuable to society that doesn't quite understand yet. For example, if I become a world-class expert in machine learning, just when machine learning is starting to take off, and I got there through my genuine intellectual interest and I bet my career on it, I'm going to do really well. But 20 years from now, machine learning may be second hat. There are also timeless forms of specific knowledge. For example, if you're good at persuading people, it's probably a skill that you picked up early on in life. It's always going to apply because persuading people is always going to be valuable. This is one of those skills that's generic. It probably alone is not enough to build a career on. It needs to be combined, a skill stack. You might combine persuasion with accounting, combined with understanding, for example, semiconductor production lines, and now all of a sudden you're the best semiconductor salesperson that becomes the best semiconductor company CEO. There are timeless specific knowledge skills, Those are skills I would say that can pretty much never be taught. And then there are timely specific knowledge skills which come and go, but even those tend to have fairly long shelf lives of decade or 2 decades or 3 decades. So technology is a good place to find those specific skill sets. And if you can bring in a more generic specialized knowledge skill sets.
The other tweet from the cutting room floor was related to accountability in companies. It said, companies don't know how to measure outputs, so they measure inputs instead. Work in a way that your outputs are visible and measurable. If you don't have accountability, do something different.
The entire structure of rewarding people comes from the agricultural and industrial age, where your inputs and your outputs matched up very closely. The amount of hours that you put into doing something is a good rough proxy for what kind of output you're going to get. Today, it's extremely nonlinear. One good investment decision can make a company $10 or $100 million. One good product feature can be the difference between product market fit and complete failure. So judgment and accountability matter much, much more. And you want the accountability because sometimes the best engineers or the best salespeople are the ones who don't work very hard, but then they'll ship that one critical product at just the right time. Or they'll make that one huge sale or that one huge deal that will make the company or at least make the numbers. It's very important that people are able to tell that you had a role in that. That doesn't mean that you stomp all over your team. Humans are extremely sensitive to people who take too much credit. So you do want to be the kind of person that is always giving out credit. But the smart people will know who is responsible. There are jobs where you're not customer facing enough, where you're kind of a cog in the machine, and you sacrifice accountability to some degree. An example is when you're a consultant. As a consultant, often you're giving the best ideas and the best outcome, but it's being delivered to some person who's working within your organization. At that point, you may not have visibility to the top people in the organization, and you may be hidden behind a screen. And that's just a trade-off that you're making in exchange for your independence as a consultant, because you're not willing to play the corporate rat race or the corporate ladder game. Realize that with accountability, you can get a lot more credit when things go right. Of course, the downside is you get hurt a lot more when things go wrong. You stick your neck out, you have to be willing to be blamed, sacrifice, and even attack. So if you're the kind of person that thrives in a high accountability environment, you're naturally also going to end up very thick-skinned over time. You're going to get hurt a lot. People are going to attack you if you fail.
If you're working a job, I think you can apply a lot of the principles of the tweet storm inside the job, like we just discussed, including other ones like partnering with rational optimists. You can find people in the organization who are optimistic and rational, that have energy, integrity, and intelligence. And the flip side of this is that once you get some specific knowledge, one way to scale it is to start training apprentices that you can then outsource some of your tasks to.
For example, I made a bunch of good investments and I figured out a little bit here and there about the venture business. And I could keep doing that. I could keep just investing as an investor. But instead, I co-founded this project called Spearhead, where we train up-and-coming young founders to also become angel and venture investors. We give them a checkbook. It's an apprenticeship model. They come to us with specific deals that they're looking at, and we help them think through every unique situation. And we basically apprentice them under us to learn the venture business, and it's much more scalable. We have classes and talks where we tell them what we know, and then there are office hours when they actually bring in the deals and they talk to us about specific deals. And it turns out the classes and talks are largely worthless. You can give all the generic advice you need to give in about an hour, and then after that, all the additional advice is so circumstantial that essentially cancels to zero if you try to give it in some top-down fashion. But the office hours are incredibly useful. It just reinforces that this is one of those skills that can only be learned on the job. And when you find a skill that can only be learned on the job by doing it, that is a good indicator that you're dealing with specific knowledge. Another good indicator that you're dealing with specific knowledge is when you ask the person who's doing it, what do you do every day? And they can't give you a straight answer, or it's something along the lines of every day is different based on what's going on. That's a good indicator you're learning specific knowledge. The thing is so dependent upon circumstances that it can't be boiled down to a textbook plan or communicated by a make money consultant.
The mafia figured out this apprenticeship model a long time ago. The best way to end up running one of the families was to become the driver for the dawn of one of the families.
It's a complicated business. Tony Soprano said, I'm a businessman who has to enforce my own contracts. Very complicated business. All right, welcome everybody back to the podcast. We have with us Hasib Qureshi, who's our partner at Dragonfly. Hasib and I used to work together back when I was more active in crypto land. And Vitalik is, of course, a polymath and genius, although he may bristle at that description, who created Ethereum, which was the first smart contract blockchain to gain any volume and change the face of blockchain computing as we know it. Hasib, do you want to give us a quick one-paragraph background on yourself?
So I'm a software engineer by background. I'm now an investor. I run Dragonfly Capital, which is a global crypto fund. We only invest into crypto, and I've been doing this for a little bit over 4 years now. It's funny because when I first got into crypto, I remember I was actually at IC3, this academic crypto conference. I just left my job at Airbnb as a software engineer. And I met Vitalik for the first time, and I asked you, what do you think is the most important problem to solve in crypto? At the time, your answer was something about wallets. And you were like, I think it's important to build more wallets. And at that time, I had a vague understanding of what that meant to build wallets. But that was what triggered my dive down the rabbit hole of Ethereum. And I remember in the very early days, when I was first really diving deep into crypto, I remember coming away with a very strong feeling after that IC3 conference that Bitcoin was going to die. And the reason why I thought Bitcoin was going to die is I was like, look at the obvious massive delta in the intellectual energy and character of what's going on in the Ethereum world, which is everything that I saw at IC3, versus what I saw in the Bitcoin world, which was a whole lot of religious anger and fervor and not a whole lot of innovation. And I turned out to have a very simplistic understanding at that time, but that was how I first got into crypto full time, through that small interaction that you and I had back then.
And you also have a background as a poker player, if I remember correctly.
That is also correct. In a former life, before I got into the technology world, I used to be a professional poker player for about 5 years.
There's a strangely large number of us who were either in Magic the Gathering or in poker before we got into crypto.
Or World of Warcraft.
Maybe it's just geeks and gamers.
Everything is bigger than that. I had this theory that you and I have talked about before. Every generation, there is some hustle that if you're really smart, very aggressive in looking for edges and not afraid of looking weird, there are ways to get ahead early or to make a lot of money in a way that's not obvious to most people, and it's maybe even slightly subversive. It's the kind of thing your parents would raise their eyebrows if you were spending a lot of time on. In my day, that was poker. There's a time when it became fantasy sports, and it became crypto, then it became DeFi and liquidity mining, then it became NFT trading. 2 years from now, there will be something else when NFTs are very professionalized and there's not that much alpha to be made trading NFTs. There will be something else that young, really hungry people who are not afraid of looking dumb are going to be doing to make a lot of money.
Vitalik, you want to give us a quick background?
Born in Russia, moves to Canada when he was 6. At the time, I had already been doing a lot of math, a lot of programming, and I had been halfway through high school. And I came upon this interesting Bitcoin thing. It fascinated me immediately because of how it combines together all of my interests at the time. Bitcoin has the mathematical aspects, it has the cryptography, it has the computer science, the code, it's all open source software. I had been very into open source software at the time. And then also there's these economic and political aspects. I had been following Austrian economics a little already, and then Bitcoin just hit all of those buttons. I started trying my best to join the Bitcoin community. I started scouring through the Bitcoin forums, looking for jobs that would pay me in Bitcoin, because I figured the point of Bitcoin is that you're supposed to earn it. I found someone willing to pay me 5 Bitcoins, which back then was $4 per article, to write articles for his blog. I did this for a few months, then eventually a poker player from Romania named Mihail Isia reached out to me and said that he was starting a Bitcoin magazine and wanted me to be the first writer. I immediately agreed, and I became the first writer for Bitcoin magazine. I kept doing that for about 2 weeks, started doing more and more Bitcoin-related writing, learning about Bitcoin, eventually more programming-related projects, did some work for a colored coins library called Bitcoin X, and started getting deeper and deeper into the space. Then in mid-2013, I decided that I would go on this Bitcoin trip, take half a year off of university, and go around the world, visit all of the Bitcoin communities I could, understand the communities, see what everyone is up to, Eventually, after a few months, I came upon these people that were trying to take the blockchain and extend it to do things other than cryptocurrency. So there was this project called Covered Coins that had existed for a long time, which was trying to use the blockchain as this database layer to issue other kinds of assets on top. So you could issue shares on the blockchain, you could issue digital dollars on the blockchain. And there was a project called Mastercoin that was trying to extend that even further to create a full financial system, do what we call DeFi today, but this very early version of that. And after I spent enough time in these circles, I eventually had my own idea for how to create a more general purpose version of all of these ideas. Instead of a blockchain for one application, a blockchain that you can build any application on top of. And that's where Ethereum came from.
So Ethereum is a blockchain on which you can build any application, and Bitcoin is obviously limited to trying to be new money or a new reserve currency, or nowadays some people say digital gold. So you were the original creator along with a team who coded it up and you released it. How old were you when you did that?
19.
And how long had you been in computers at that point? When did you first start programming?
I think I started programming when I was around 10 or so.
And were you mostly self-taught, or did you go to school for this? What's the secret here, besides the obvious genetics?
I just grew up programming video games for myself to play. So I would make a video game, play it until I got tired, then make another video game, and then play it until I got tired. And that's pretty much how I learned all the way up until high school.
Did your parents do anything, or did the environment do anything uniquely to foster your development in programming?
My parents did buy me a lot of programming books. They did find some programming classes for me and some math classes as well. So they were definitely very supportive.
And were you in a gifted program or just the normal public school system or private school?
I was in the gifted program or the public school up until grade 8. And then for high school, my parents moved me over to a private school. And I found the private school to be a much better experience.
Were most of your collaboration colleagues met online, or was there a physical place that you were at where they were all hanging out and you stumbled into them?
Pretty much entirely online. The Bitcoin world lived on a forum. Unless you were in one of the major cities, like New York or San Francisco, or that had a community which started almost from the beginning. So Bitcoin Magazine was a fully remote company from day one. Bitcoin Weekly, the blog before Bitcoin Magazine, also fully remote from day one.
And to this day, most of your collaborators, you're pretty much spread out all over the world, isn't that correct?
Pretty much, yeah.
So Ethereum came out to the world in 2014, I think, if I remember correctly. You'd been developing it for a few years before that. There was a public sale, a lot of people got involved. And then 2017, there was a boom around people building assets on top of Ethereum, different kinds of coins, and then, of course, gaming and NFTs and DeFi and all of those things came along. Let's just go through the evolution of Ethereum. What does Ethereum do at a core level? What does it do well? And today, what does it do poorly? What does it need to get better at?
I think of Ethereum as a general purpose blockchain. So instead of being a blockchain for one application, it's a blockchain that you can build any application on top of. And the way that you do this on Ethereum is you write a piece of code and you create a digital transaction that contains that piece of code and publish it. And when you publish this transaction and that transaction gets included into a block on the blockchain, this creates an object called a contract. And this is a virtual object that the blockchain keeps track of. A contract is an object that contains a piece of code. Now the blockchain has this object that has a piece of code, and that is a little application that the Ethereum blockchain maintains from that point forward. So then anyone after that point can send another transaction that says, I want to talk to this object. So step 1, I created a transaction that creates this object. We'll call that object X. Then step 2, you want to use my application, so you send a transaction, and in your transaction you say, I want to talk to smart contract X, and here's the little piece of data that says, here's what I want to do with that application. When that transaction gets included in a block, the piece of code that I first published runs, taking as input the data from your transaction and interprets it in whatever way it wants. So we can make this more concrete with an example, right? So let's say I have a company and I want to issue shares on the blockchain. I am going to create a transaction that contains a program. And the rules of that program are going to say, well, what can you do with shares? We'll just say you can transfer your shares to someone else and you can vote, right? So the program is going to interpret any data that it sees either as an instruction to transfer your shares to someone else or as an instruction to make a vote. I publish this transaction that initializes the whole thing. And as part of that transaction, I might say Naval has 50 shares, Wasim has 100 shares, and I have 25 shares. So now there's this thing on the blockchain, and it has a piece of code, and it has its own little memory that says I have 25, Wasim has 100, and Naval has 50. So then Naval is feeling generous and wants to give half his shares to me. So Naval is going to create a transaction, and that transaction is going to have some data. It's going to encode this idea that I, Naval, wants to send 25 of my shares to Vitalik. So you create a transaction that encodes this, send it to the network, it gets included into a block, and then once it gets included, the piece of code runs, and the piece of code sees the transaction and it sees, okay, clearly I have to transfer 25 shares from Naval to Vitalik. Before Naval had 50, I'm going to subtract 25. Now Naval has 25. Before Vitalik had 25, now Vitalik has 50. So I'm going to write down that Vitalik has 50 now. And that's it. The transaction got processed.
Why do all this in the cloud in this very convoluted way, this very complicated blockchain? Why not just use a normal computer? Why not just send an email?
This creates this very transparent public record of what the rules are, and this guarantee that all of the interactions with this application that I created followed the rules. There is no actor that has a backdoor key.
It's a trusted computer in the cloud that each of us can verify all of the activity, we can audit all of it, and we know that nobody cheated. Nobody else moved my funds. I was the one who moved the funds, and everyone can authenticate the code was exactly the code that was supposed to be run. And there are obviously sacrifices for this, right? This is not free.
Exactly. Even I, as the creator of the contract in this example, I do not have the ability to later go in and say, oh, I changed my line, I'm going to give myself 400 shares. Once I create it and once I publish it, I have no more privileges than anyone else. The application doesn't even have an owner. So that's powerful, right? Completely neutral, completely transparent, visible, treats everyone equally according to what the rules are. Now, what do you sacrifice for this? One big thing that you sacrifice is efficiency. The way that all of these blockchains, including Bitcoin and Ethereum, work is that you have this network of tens of thousands of computers, each of which help to verify the transaction. So when I broadcast this transaction, that transaction goes out to every single computer on the network. And every single computer on the network runs that piece of code. Every single computer on the network verifies it, every single computer on the network processes it.
Parallel computing was I take my code and I split it across 1,000 computers and each one runs 1,000. Now I send it to 1,000 computers and all 1,000 computers run my code.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a very different kind of computing. The way to intuitively think about why it makes sense is compare text to audio and video. So right now we're recording a podcast, and the podcast has some audio, the podcast has some video. And to see each other on video, there's hundreds of thousands of bytes that are flowing around between us every second. But technically, those hundreds of thousands of bytes, they're not necessary. If you wanted to, we could just do the whole thing over a text conversation. But there are some benefits from us being able to hear each other's voices and see each other's expressions. So there's already lots of very high overhead computation that people do with their computers. Video is a great example. Audio is a great example. The things that happen in the blockchain are more similar to text, like Naval minus 25, Vitalik plus 25. It's this extremely simple, extremely efficient stuff. So it is perfectly viable to have many thousands of users and even millions of users' activity all get verified by one single computer, because the blockchain doesn't do everything. The blockchain just does this core business logic, and the core business logic is not actually all that complex.
This is because of the constraints of blockchains. It's a function of the constraints of all the redundancy you have to have when you're on blockchains, that we can only afford to put the Naval minus 25, Vitalik plus 25 on the blockchain. The goal in the long run is that we want to make it so that more and more kinds of low-value computations can also be happening on the blockchain. But right now, out of necessity, only high-value transactions can afford to pay the cost.
So to back up for a second, what you've done is you've built a computer in the cloud, a virtual computer, that's stitched out of thousands or tens of thousands of real computers. And that computer is very inefficient, it's very slow, it's going to move at a very slow speed, so comparing it in throughput to your home computer or to a supercomputer is nonsense, is besides the point. But any piece of code running on this is very trustworthy, and you know it hasn't been hacked, and now you no longer need a government, or you no longer need a single actor in the middle like a Mark Zuckerberg running Facebook to tell you which transactions are valid, which contracts are valid, which programs are valid, and which ones aren't. You've done away with the need for trusted third parties, and you've replaced it with a trusted computer that is being audited, verified, and checked by thousands or tens of thousands of computers. The technological complexity comes in scaling this, making this computer faster, keeping it secure, creating incentives, both economic and technological and game theoretic, to prevent people from hacking it and breaking it, and having an incentive mechanism in there so that people want to add computers to this network, and also having a disincentive mechanism to use the network. You have to pay for it, otherwise you can easily overwhelm it. This giant contraption is Ethereum. People have, of course, come along and created other smart contract blockchains, but even though we call it a smart contract blockchain, it's really a trusted computer in the cloud that can, in theory, run any application, but it trades off performance in exchange for security. And that security can be measured through decentralization. In other words, no single entity can control the computer. It can be measured in terms of how secure is the code, can it be hacked or not, etc., etc. And there's a lot of subtle and beautiful elements that come out of it that are non-obvious, because we're used to thinking of computers as, okay, Facebook runs some computers. These are central computers run by Mark Zuckerberg and crew, and the code is not open. Of course, I'm not entitled to see the code. I'm just a user. I don't own my data. They own the data. It's sitting in that database. And I don't have access to the database to read or write from it. I have to go to Facebook and ask them to read or write from the database. But now you've created a computer where the code is all open. In fact, even the data is open, but some of it's encrypted, some of it's not. Some data anyone has access to see. Some data you actually need to have your decryption key to get access to. And anyone can read or write from it if they have the proper permissions. This is a mind-blowingly crazy concept. It is a truly shared database with no owner and permissions at a very granular user level, where the users actually own the data. And in fact, the users own the network that's now run by this database. So if someone built the next Facebook application on top of Ethereum, they could engineer it in such a way that the users actually own that application. This is the remarkable achievement underlying Ethereum, and it's hard to encapsulate in a few words, but one way that I tried to do it was I said smart contracts are castles made of math freely trading with each other. Castles, these are impregnable, encryption is very strong and creates a strong defense, but they're made out of mathematics, very much like the video games that you were programming in your youth. These are constructs put together by anyone, anonymously or pseudonymously around the world, and they're engaging in free trade with each other, where the owner of each castle is deciding what trade happens with somebody else. Now, there are obviously substantial limitations to this. Let's talk about the limitations. We've already talked about how this computer network is going to move at the speed of roughly one computer, at least until we get to some of the ways to scale it and to grow it. But what are other limitations of this network? Can you give us some concrete applications of what it's good for and where you wouldn't use it?
So aside from scaling, the other big performance limit on it is latency. So when I send a transaction, I have to wait maybe about half a minute for the transaction to get included and to get a confirmation back. Now, in the future, this is going to get somewhat more efficient. Maybe like 10 to 12 seconds is going to be realistic soon. But this isn't a real-time thing that you would stick real-time video game logic onto, for example. You could use it for payments, but you probably don't want to use it for things that are more real-time than payments need to be. That's one limitation. Another limitation is the transparency properties. This probably is one of those places where we might have to get into some of the cryptography needs. But basically, the blockchain by itself is fully transparent, right? Everyone can see everything that's going on. If we go back to the example and we issue the shares of this company on the blockchain, then when Naval sends me his 25 shares, everyone in the world is going to be able to see that. Now, there might be some cases where that's totally fine, but there might be some cases where you want some privacy. And this is one of those areas where you often can get privacy and security at the same time. There's this extra cryptographic math. You don't need to get into it in depth, but it's worth saying the name. It's zero-knowledge proofs. The way that I describe zero-knowledge proofs are that it's a way of proving something about a piece of information without revealing that piece of information. Let's say we're going to have the same application, the shares of my company on the blockchain, except instead of the blockchain recording the numbers 25, 50, and 100, the blockchain is going to record an encrypted version of 25, an encrypted version of 50, and an encrypted version of 100. And then when Naval sends me his 25 shares, he's going to say, here is the encryption of the number of shares I have right now. Here is the encryption of the new number of shares I'm going to have. Here is the encryption of the number of shares I'm giving Vitalik. And then here is this magic cryptographic proof that says that the numbers line up. It says x plus y equals z, and I'm not trying to give away more than I actually have. You can verify that everything's following the rules without verifying which specific thing a particular transaction is doing and with what parameters. So there are ways to get back your security and privacy at the same time. There are still some limits to how much privacy you can get. For example, even in this case, people can see when people are interacting with this particular application at all. If you just use a blockchain, you lose a lot of privacy. If you use a blockchain plus zero-knowledge proofs and plus other kinds of cryptography, you can often get back a lot of privacy. And you can potentially get even more privacy than in the centralized case, because in a traditional centralized system, there is the Facebook that runs everything and then sees everything. But with these kinds of systems, there is no one at the center. All there is this mathematical castle in the sky verifying the proofs.
So in theory, we could get digital cash, which is anonymous. One step further, we could even get anonymous smart contracts, where maybe you can tell you and I interacted with a smart contract, but the details beyond that are lost.